Okay, we're live.
Yo, 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 we're live. What's up, man? How's it going?
Not much. Pretty good. So, how are you?
I think I have a bit of a delay.
A delay?
Is there a delay? Yeah.
No, I hear you.
I'm gonna leave and join
Is
back.
delay on
Just give
your
me
end?
1 sec because I think it's a delay on my end.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's pretty long pauses between your response and mine and my what I'm saying.
Okay. Hey, what's up, Neozoic? Thanks for stopping by. Okay, you back.
Yep, I'm back now. So is it smoother now?
Yeah, you sound fine before. Can you? Is there a delay with me now, or is fine?
I still think there's a bit of a delay, but I'm gonna just have to grit through it. I don't know why that's happening, but it is what it is.
How bad is the delay?
It's not that bad. It's just like a couple seconds, like maybe like a good second behind you.
Okay, okay.
Yo, Neozoic, what's up? Guardian, what's up, man? Always good to see
What's
you
up,
here.
Guardian?
You
Thanks for
know,
stopping
Guardian,
by.
Guardian's
Appreciate it.
based. He's a writer. Hell yeah,
Yeah, it's a
hell
cool
yeah. We
guy.
have we have
He sent me some of his
his
writing.
writing.
I gotta finish reading it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, and it's gonna be a good show. We're gonna do a bit of a live discussion about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Final Fantasy 16,
16. Mm-hmm.
um, some of the criticisms that Stellar Blade is getting. So it's gonna be interesting. I think
Well, we
Dan
talked about
Nurch.
Celebrate last week.
Yeah, but I mean, it's. I feel like it's a subject that we're going to talk about as well because there's a lot
Okay.
of
I mean,
it's still some there's still
no,
some
you're right.
discourse about it, and it's going to be like more like a live back and forth.
Yeah.
Going to try to keep it civil and defend our points. So hopefully Dan Nerd shows up, and it is what it is.
Speaking of which, should I send everyone the links now?
Yeah, I would put the links out and
Right.
let's start.
Okay. So while I do that, you can just talk about
Well, I
whatever.
see I see
Go.
a question here from Neozoic, so I'll be happy to answer that. Fun question. Which character did you prefer, Batman or Spider-Man, in terms of character and storylines, either comics, movies, games, etc., not who would win in a fight? If we're talking about what character I prefer, it's definitely Batman because I find I like both. So let me just say I like both characters a lot. And so when I say Spider-Man, I mean Peter Parker because that's the only Spider-Man. But anyway, I like I like Batman more because I feel like I find that more of like a awesome goal to strive toward where he takes accountability for his actions. He tries to do the right thing. He expects to reach like certain goals. He's very disciplined. Like I like that, and as much as I like Spider-Man, I feel like Spider-Man's more of like your average guy, while ironically, even though he has like super these crazy powers, but Batman is more of like what I feel like what for me personally at least is like a good like role model of what you should aspire to be like a serious person who has conviction and works hard and you know just so many like good qualities to the character. So hopefully that answers the question, Neil Zorg. But I mean, I like Spider Man too. Spider Man's relatable as well. I feel like, but just not. I'm a little older now, so I think like I find Batman more relatable for me. Like I find like his personality, his drive, his goals, his willpower, stuff like that, very very admirable. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited. Stellar Blade is going to be out soon, so I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be awesome, and that couldn't come out sooner. Yo, 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 Dan, welcome. Welcome.
What's up? Let's put a reminder
Everything's going good, man. How's it going? What's new?
on. Nothing much. Can't really stay for long. I have to do something with my dad.
For sure. Hey, no problem, man. Thanks for coming in.
No
So
problem.
yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Hey, what's up, Dan Nerd?
How you doing?
Yep.
I'm good. How's everything?
You know, stuff. I'm just finished. I just made my minute review because I can't upload. For some reason, my tablet, because I upload everything on my tablet, it won't let me like have anything larger over than like a minute for some reason. Even though it was working perfectly fine yesterday, so I have to
Maybe it's a memory issue.
Yeah, it's a memory issue. So I have to figure out because I looked at it. I deleted everything that I don't use, but for some reason my memory still won't. So I don't really know. So I have to like make a minute long like videos for a while until I get more storage or shit like
Hey,
that.
that's a reason to do YouTube Shorts, right? For a little while.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I did
but
one
what you're
that.
gonna say?
Oh, I did one on the Rising Tide 16's DLC. I thought this DLC was fine. I mean, because it was all right. I mean, it was short, got to the point, which I liked. It didn't have that
Hmm.
filler that the base game itself had, so I did like that. The fights were fun, and the new abilities were cool, so I liked it. It was a solid 7 out of 10. If I have to put a number on it, so it was all right.
Gotcha. I mean, like, it is what it is. I personally don't really like care for that game. I don't. So here's the thing about 16 is for me, because I know that you want we're gonna discuss 16 Rebirth and Stellar Blade, so we can jump right into it.
Yeah,
The thing about 16 for me is that I feel like it's very far removed from a Final Fantasy game. It's not because it's not turn based. I think that's like a shallow way of looking at it. I don't really care if it's turn based or not. I just think that like so many of the core elements that have been true to Final Fantasy over the last 15 plus years. I think longer now, like 20 over almost 30 years now. Final Fantasy has been not even it's like even older than that. I would say like even 40 years old, but it's always had like consistent traits about it, even with whatever gameplay changes arise. And I feel like Final Fantasy 16 just doesn't have those like elements to it. Like what depending on like how the magic is portrayed, some of the abilities that you have, they just seem inconsistent with the series. It just feels like it's its own separate game. And aside from
yeah.
the icons, aka the summons being unique or whatever to Final Fantasy, I feel like you could have replaced those with like any generic monsters and it would work equally. So I don't hate the game. I just think that it's not a great Final Fantasy game. And even from a gameplay perspective, from what I've played, it just feels like very average for me. Like just very average, and it just feels like any action RPG that I've played. So
I mean, I totally agree with you. I'm not one of those people on Twitter who acts like this is like okay. So I know you see my post when I say it's one of my favorite games of all. It's not. I just do that to troll people.
yeah,
I honestly do that to
Ah,
troll. I do not believe this game is really a Final Fantasy game. If this game, honestly, I think the problem with Square Enix right now is they want an action franchise, but they're too afraid to actually just make their own action franchise. I think they
okay.
just want.
so
I
th-
think they really
so
want
they
a
just slap Final Fantasy on it and hope that
yeah,
it sells so they can
Yeah,
continue making the games
yeah,
as it
and
is.
yeah, and
and
I
that's
think
my belief too. I believe that too.
yeah, and I think that's the root problem with Square Enix right now is I think Square wants to like try new things, like go into different genres, but they're so related to like RPGs and stuff that they're afraid that their audience won't really respond that well. So honestly, if they want to do another action game, I really believe this. They should just take 16, flesh it out, and just have it be its own franchise. Like
But
like
but
take away the name Final Fantasy and just give it some other action title, and it will be perfectly fine.
and you know what? I'm glad that you specified because like believe it or not, there are a lot of people like you're saying you were trolling, but there's a lot of people that actually like think and post that like all in like at face value. You get what I'm saying?
So
Yeah,
when I read posts like this, I don't look at it as whether it's sarcastic, because it's super hard to read sarcasm through a comment, right, or like through a post, and I have to take it at face value. So I think we agree on 16 there. I don't think the game is horrible. It definitely has high production value, and I just think it's average, and it doesn't have a distinctness to it. But here's the thing about Final Fantasy being an action game, because I've spoke to Revenant about this multiple times in the past. All they have to do to make an effective Final Fantasy game as an action game is make all the abilities that existed throughout the series that have been consistent, make them have a literal application during the combat, right? Like, so I don't know if you actually played like the really old ones. I know you said that you saw like 7 or whatever, like you saw like a video of it or whatever, but I don't know.
Through Fantasy 8 right now, so yeah.
Okay, so Final Fantasy VIII. So when that Final Fantasy VIII is my favorite Final Fantasy, so I'm not even like a hardcore 7 fanboy or anything. I think it's good, but here's my point. You have these abilities like Reflect, right? What does Reflect do in Final Fantasy? A character casts magic on you, and it reflects the magic back, right? So in a real-time perspective, all that has to be, like from an action perspective, is that you cast Reflect, and a barrier literally comes across, like, protects you and reflects their magic back. All they have to do to make it work as an action RPG is just make all the abilities literal. That's it. But I feel like they don't really want to do that, and I think that games like 16 and Rebirth are more so the devs wanting to do something new but not being confident in its selling, so they're applying these ideas to the brand of Final Fantasy.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
Yeah, they're half-assing their ideas, which only hurts the game in the long term, because I feel like if they just really just because I think the biggest problem with 16 is the dead air. That's the biggest problem I have, and I think I said that in my review. It has so much dead air that you forget that it also has these giant grand spectacle moments. And honestly, if they just would have just cut out those dead air, because I think they made it long so they can have because Final Fantasy games are known for being kind of long games. I just think if they did that just to keep some type of iconography there, but if they just cut out the dead air, the game would have been 30 times better. And speaking to
I agree with that.
Speaking to the combat, I have almost 200 hours, or no, 300 hours. Sorry, 300 hours in this game. There are a lot of stuff. Like, a lot of people say that combat is very shallow, and it is, but it really isn't. There's a lot of stuff in the combat system that you can't actually do. But the problem is the combat system. Some people say it's floaty. It's not floaty at all. My problem is the combat system's too grounded, and that's my other problem with 16. It's trying too hard to be a realistic fantasy game, but when you have characters literally transforming into giant kaijus, you can't really have it both ways. And I think they tried more to keep it more realistic fantasy than actually just going on full-on fantasy with it.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple things before we continue. Melina Chan, welcome. Thanks for joining the podcast, and if you want, you can do a little introduction before we continue the discussion.
Oh, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm nervous. I don't know where to start.
No, that's fine. You're doing good.
Yeah, don't be nervous. Just you have a YouTube channel or?
Yes, a YouTube channel. Yes, I'm sorry. I had just found both of you recently, and I have really loved you guys' work. And it did give me finally that push or inspiration to finally, be a part of, like, among the people that want to speak the truth on when it comes to the gaming community. And, because I'm one of those that's really against it, and just not too pleased with it. Even I'm like a huge Batman and like Mortal Kombat fan. Like, that's what I grew up with. And
let's go.
I swear that's my game right there, and I am very passionate, so I hope to not mess up or carry on for too long. But that's why I wish I was here in the beginning, because I would have loved to provide some perspective, especially when I told Revenant when it came to the women in video games. Sorry, I sound like I'm out of breath, because I was trying to rush to get back home. And it's very interesting, because I know you guys are talking about Final Fantasy right now, but I figured that since there isn't, not to not to make it sound like that's like, I don't know how to say it, but oh, because I'm a woman that, you know, I just figured that to add to your point, because I don't know if you guys get comments like, well, you know, you guys are dudes, so y'all can't speak for a woman. And it's
Oh
like,
yeah, oh yeah, all the time,
Yeah,
all the time.
Yeah, it gets
all
some
the
of those,
time.
yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm here to give the perspective, because I'm not a woke woman, and then I'm a woman of color, so I don't know, that adds to the conversation. That, you know, if someone were to come and say like, oh, you know, like they try to get at me, or like use something against me, or try to hit below the belt, basically hit below the belt, then it's like,
Mhm.
okay, well, you can't use that against me because I'm a woman. I'm a woman of color. I do have a significant other, so you can't like use that against me to try to,
Yeah.
you know,
Well done.
to not debunk my points, because that's all you could do. So
But that's all
Yeah,
they do.
yeah.
That's
Well,
their entire the entire crux of their tactics, right? Like trying to hit below the belt and just throw a bunch of insults at you and hope you shut up. That's basically all these people ever do. So once you just start speaking logically, a lot of times I call it blowing themselves up, where like they just kind of like work themselves into like into a frenzy where they just, you know, expose themselves, right? So you know, and it's
Yeah.
good because I actually think it's good that people can see that I actually like that, you know, you're bringing a female perspective, you know, a person who is in a relationship, is a person of color, isn't for all this bullshit or whatever. So it's good that you're here, because it just adds a different perspective. And I think that's good for people that people like you who may want to speak about it, but are afraid to because they don't want to get like ganged up on or whatever. And they see like, all right, there's another person out there who thinks like I do, or is like me, but isn't afraid to speak out, right?
Yes, exactly. Because I've like I had told Revenant that I'm a small creator. Because, you know, life and you know, working, but I really want to hope like this year really focus on like my content and really speak on, because I was unsure, because even that's why I didn't want to like come off like sound weird, because even though I'm a woman, even if I take that away, I'm still a person at the end of the day. So I don't move just like, oh, because I have a vagina or anything like that. No, like I'm still a person at the end of the day. I don't feel like that I should, you know, like get special treatment or anything like that just because I'm a woman. Though besides respect, but just like, oh, because I can get away with stuff just because I'm a woman. I'm still a true like a hardcore true gamer at the end of the day. And am very passionate about that, and I take that seriously, as well as like anime, and I'm an artist as well. So, you know, it's
sweet.
Yes. So I really wanted to.
Well,
I knew it was a reason, and when I came across Revenant's channel, like, yeah, this is like, it's a calling, because I'm also spiritual. So I figured that, yeah, this is the time where I need to get out there. I need to go into certain spaces where I belong in, instead of looking at the loud ones, the ones that are loud and honestly wrong. So
Yeah.
if it's,
I mean, yeah, just because you're screaming, just because you scream louder doesn't make you right? And back to the previous point you made, like, you know, I think that it's funny that people talk about like, you know, inclusivity or whatever, when the reality is it's mostly their side that's making everything about race and gender or whatever. Because like I always look at it like, so for example, on X or wherever, if I see a post, I don't care if they're a man or a woman, the hands are rated E for everyone, so to speak, you know, the hammer of justice is unisex. I don't know if you're a Batman fan, so maybe you remember that. But like, you know, people need to be called out no matter what their gender or color is. I think it doesn't matter. And it only matters because these people keep making it a thing where a topic to talk about, rather than they're just making things worse, right? Because people have never been more divided than they are now, right? And a lot of us grew up with like 90s shows like Fresh Prince, Family Matters, all this shit, Blade, Spawn, and like I never thought about it. Like, I mean, obviously, if I see a black person, I can acknowledge, all right, this person is, I mean, I'm not blind, the person's like black or Hispanic or whatever, but I didn't give a shit. I never cared, right? So I think that like that's the main thing. It's like people now that are doing all this activist bullshit are making things that been kind of like generally cooled down and people have been more like cool with each other. Now they've created more tension and more divide than ever before. So they're actually hurting their own agenda with this stuff.
Yes, they
but
are.
we're definitely going to talk about like Stellar Blade 2 and other stuff. So you know, after the Final Fantasy topic, we'll get yeah, for sure. So let's refocus. So back to Final Fantasy.
Right.
You know, with 16, I think back to 16. I don't think the problem with the game is more so that the combat is like floaty. I actually disagree about being grounded, because you know, a lot of the special abilities you get when you fight, they just straight up look like limit breaks, right? And like, I kind of wish the game would separate like basic attacks from special moves a little bit more. So I kind of wish the combat was more grounded. Like if you played the older Final Fantasies, when you would do an attack, it wouldn't be like this over the top flashy move. They'll just like straight up like run and hit them with their weapon or whatever. And then you would save these crazy moves for like limit breaks and summons. So I kind of wish that there was a bigger separation between the two. But the combat itself, I wouldn't say it's floaty, but it's just underwhelming. You know, I always call it like butter sticks, because it sounds so stupid. But like, you know, you play like these action RPG games and you hit an enemy and it just feels like you're like swinging at like air, like you're hitting like a invisible obstacle. There's no impact, no like real like resonating like effect to your attacks. And I feel like Final Fantasy 16, from what I've played, like really suffers from that, especially when the combat gets crazy. So that's my perspective on it. I think that they can't, like I said, I think they can do an action RPG. They just need to like focus and think about how can we take these things that we've cultivated for the last 40 years with these games and make it work in an action environment, instead of just doing whatever other like developers are doing, right? So that's just my take on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
I just want to say something. I can stay longer now because things changed. So.
Oh, awesome! Cool.
Oh, cool. I just want to quickly like bring up that I didn't play the full game of 16. I just played a demo just recently, and I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't even finish it because it was like boring, and you know, kind of like it felt very like it has like this weird identity crisis about it, more so than like past Final Fantasy games, because it feels like it's really trying to be something that it's not. It feels like a weird fusion between like Game of Thrones, Devil May Cry, and Attack on Titan, or you know,
or
even like you can probably bring up other media as well. Like I don't know if you would say Berserk, but it just has like
there's some Berserk in there too.
Yeah, it feels like it's just trying to be like all these like weird like mishmash of other things, and hoping that, and just have some continuity with the Final Fantasy series mixed in. And I don't think it works very well. Like it's color, like everything like looks too dark. The colors look washed out. Some of the character designs are very muddy. I mean, the graphics in general is like very inconsistent, because there's times when you're looking at the characters, like the armor, like the chainmail looks very detailed. You can see it, but then like some characters, their hair is all blurry and like low textured. Everything had like this weird softness to it, but then also there's other parts of their like clothing or even their face that looks pretty like solid and detailed. So I don't know what the hell's going on there, but I'm not a big fan of it. And one of my concerns was, before it came out, was how much of an RPG it was. And you know, once the game came out, reviews and all that, people were live streaming it, you can actually get a better idea of how much of an RPG it is or how little it is. And ends up turning out that, you know, it's barely even like an RPG for that matter. And that was one of my main concerns, because the flashy shit and all that looks cool and all for what it is, but then when you're seeing it all the time, it loses that feeling of like it's really cool. Like you eventually like you become numb of what you're seeing and what you're doing, because like everything looks like a special move and nothing feels very grand or really like special. It doesn't feel like, you know, you play older Final Fantasies when you have like a limit break, or God, I forgot what it was called in 12, but
Mist.
Yeah, Mist, dude, the Mist and all that. Like it felt like, all right, you could do some like real crazy move and all that, but with here, it's like everything feels like it's trying to be like so like over the top and epic and for anything, and then it's like you're repeating the same moves for like a 10-minute fight or something like that. I feel like it just doesn't work very well. They should have dialed back on that. And oddly enough, I would say Final Fantasy 13 or even 15 or more like in line with Final Fantasy compared to 16.
And
You
they
know,
and
even
they
though they
downplayed
have flaws, both games have
and they
flaws.
downplayed the hell out of the Attack on Titan influence, because that story has like a ton of Attack on Titan like feel to it from like, you know, from what I've seen. Not just because they become the icons themselves, but even like the way it's like handled, right? Like some of these people are somewhat ostracized, and like, you know, the way they feared them, the battle between kingdoms. I would argue that it's more Attack on Titan than it is Game of Thrones, to be honest, even though that's what they initially compared it to. And even the icon battles, like the large set pieces, sorry, there's a motorcycle. I'm like near a road. But the icons, they're not like, you have these crazy set pieces and they're cool and I don't mind them being there, but I feel like the icons should have a more active role in combat, because to me, like, you're doing a disservice by just not being able to summon the monsters, like literally, you know what I mean? Like just in combat, like everything is like so scripted and choreographed that, yeah, it's cool and all, but again, it's not like you're playing the game. It's like almost like an interactive cutscene. So I get why some people like the game, but I think that I think it's extremely fair that a lot of people don't like it as a Final Fantasy game. And to your point before, Dan, I think that it would have been better off as a new IP, or even something that was considered a side game and not named Final Fantasy 16. I think that even that would have been better than, you know, making this the mainline entry.
Yeah, I honestly believe more companies are just afraid to try to make new IPs nowadays, because I just don't know why companies just don't make new IPs. Because like, look, with Devil May Cry, we all know Devil May Cry, the first one, was supposed to be Resident Evil 4, but they took the risk and made it into a successful franchise. I don't know why companies just don't do that no more. I really don't know why companies just don't do that no more.
Well, games are more expensive. They're more expensive, and now you have these investors, right? So,
real quick, let me answer Neozo's question. Yeah, I think they definitely should have focused more on the quality of the game opposed to quantity, because I know one of the issues that a lot of people have with the game, even people who like the game, was the side quest. It was like, felt like a bunch of fetch quests and meaningless, like you know, running around and all that, and it just didn't feel like nothing was really like nothing like the side quest didn't feel very memorable. It just felt like, all right, just get experience and money and all that crap. I think that was a issue with that, where I think it's like they have this weird idea of what they want to do with the series, and it's like they probably look at other games like The Witcher, like specifically with The Witcher 3 or other games like that, and then they feel like, well, how can we kind of like mimic that and also get the same success as that game or this game got. So I think they really need to
yeah.
like focus on what they want to do, and I don't think sometimes less is more, because then you can focus on everything else and ensure that it's of high quality, because you can't just expect that, oh, the game's gonna be great because it has like 100 hours of cutscenes and shit like that, or like you got this Hollywood voice actor or whatever, or a long running game voice actor or something like that, and think it's gonna you know do very well amongst the entire fan base.
So look at Kiefer Sutherland as Big Boss. That's a great example of like something that no one cared about, no one asked for, but the price of Kiefer Sutherland affected the budget of the game in a negative way, right? So it's kind of like kind of an example of that not working properly. Even though I like that. Well, I was just gonna say, even though I like that game,
or Keanu Reeves in Cyberpunk 2017.
Yeah, that's another example, because these guys are expensive, right? And if you're paying this actor millions of dollars, it's coming out the budget, and your game's budget is, we're not that far off relatively, then you're sacrificing a lot just to have this Hollywood name, right? And like, and again, like, and these people like. I feel like this is what's going on. This is my take from all the last few years of what's been happening in gaming. I think that it's mainly that these games are so expensive to make and have so many investors that they're trying to do what they think will be a surefire success. and also padding out these games, because if a game costs $300 million to make, I'm exaggerating, and that Spider-Man 2's insane budget, but if a game costs like $26-30 million to make,
Yeah.
then the company is going to want people playing that game as long as possible. So then you end up with games as a service, insane amounts of padding. Like, it's just to get people to play this one game for a longer period of time, because they know the next game in that series is going to have to be just as expensive, right? And they want to, it's kind of like they're constantly gambling with if the game is going to be a success or not. So they want you playing Final Fantasy 16 for a billion years, because they don't want to have to make another game 2 years from now that's going to cost them another 30 million, especially if the previous game wasn't a success. So I think that's really what's been hurting gaming the most. I think it's really the expense in creating them, and also the investors involved, because ESG, DEI, all that shit is tied to investors, right? So I think
quick,
like it's just
Cassie Cage. Appreciate you stopping by.
Oh yeah, for sure, always.
You know,
the cult classic.
By, actually. Yeah,
the cult classic. but yeah, like, I think that's really what's been going on. And I think if gamers are willing to have smaller games, they can actually have better quality games if they're willing to give like indie devs a chance. Like, maybe it's like a AA level game or whatever, but it's fun. It might not look as good as, let's say, something like, you know, a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or whatever, but the game is fun, it's concise, has a good story. And I think as gamers too, it's like we're not willing to trade off sometimes with certain things that can only come with an insane budget, right? So,
well, I just want to say, I think a lot of people on our side of YouTube, I think on this is something I've been thinking about. Our side of YouTube don't want to face the fact that true gamers are now the minority. Casual gamers are the majority. So the company will always listen to the majority than the minority. Now, you will have a few examples that will listen to the minority, but real gamers are no longer the top dogs. That happened since, I won't say like around 2015. Since gaming has been so mainstream, so casual, companies are now going after the casual audience, because that's where they make most of their money from. I'm just being honest.
Well, I agree with that.
I feel like the more as time goes on, real gamers are becoming more and more rare to find, while casuals are constantly growing.
But I think
that's why they need to speak up.
I think that's a perception thing, though, because like I'll give you an example of what I mean, because I know it sounds kind of big. All right, when Mortal Kombat was a bloody M-rated game that was for mature audience at the time, right? But the game was so popular and good that it went from being like a cult classic, no pun intended, right? But anyway, it went from being a cult classic to being like this big mainstream success, right? Same thing with like GTA. GTA was like, GTA 3 came out, and it was a game pushed for mature audiences that you could argue is somewhat niche, and it became this big franchise. So I don't think that, look, I'm just gonna say it. I think casuals will just go with anything. They don't. It's the same reason why a lot of them accept DEI, because they don't care enough. They're just casual fans. So I don't think they need to sacrifice the hardcore gamers, because the casuals are gonna like the game anyway. They're casuals. They're gonna just get the new thing. They're gonna play the new thing. Same thing with comic books, right? It's like when people say, "Oh, you can't adapt a comic book. These storylines don't work in movies or whatever." But it's like, to the casual, normal fans that don't care about comics, they never read these stories, so they don't have like any bias. They're gonna accept it if there's no woke propaganda or not, right? Right. So even though I agree with what you're saying, Dan, where like they're trying to appeal to casuals, which are the majority of consumers, I think that the idea that you have to make the game for casuals is false, because games that were made for, and movies that were made for hardcore audiences ended up becoming these big franchises for a reason, without compromising. They only start compromising when they become too big to fail. So you have like Mortal Kombat 1, totally like, you know, creating abominations of female characters. They got away with it because it's been around for so long. It's such a big franchise. They're like, all right, well, we don't care if we fail now. We've made our money. It's this huge franchise. Like we have to make like 4 consistently bad games in order for this series to die. So why the hell not? Right? Why not just play ball with DEI if it's going to make investors happy and make them think that they're appealing to casuals? Because again, most most people don't give a shit about the woke stuff. They might not be against it necessarily, but most people don't care at all about it. No one says, most people are not saying, this game has a trans person, I'm definitely going to buy it now. So there's also like the other end of it. And a lot of the people in the industry, they're talking, they're like inside these companies, and they're convincing investors that this is what people want. This is the mainstream. This is whatever. And a lot of people are just shutting up and accepting it because, again, they have that like fear of missing out, or they're just a casual. And they're like, well, I like Spider-Man because I like the superhero, so I'm going to buy the game anyway. Woke or not, I'm buying the game no matter what because I don't give a shit. That's most casual fans. It doesn't mean they like it. It does. Yeah. So.
I would say like the casuals aren't really too much of the problem because they're not the ones that are giving much input. Like you said, Jinpachi, they're just going along with whatever. If anything, in a way, they're the minority because they're not the ones that have so much input. It's the ones that want their quote unquote like inclusions and stuff like that have the most to say that are influencing the games that we play today. And it's the true gamers that know what they're talking about and know what's best for our games that aren't really being heard. Like we're just being undermined and clouded over by the woke creators and gamers, and it's really sad to see because it's like it's very frustrating because they're the ones that are getting hurt and I'm listening to them and it's like you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what's best for Mortal Kombat because it completely lost its identity and I feel like the developers to a degree know that, and that's why they'll have like Megan Fox or Henry Cavill and Keanu Reeves because it's just shallow because which I don't understand how they can get AAA actors and actresses, but it seems like they're hurting for money so much when they have a game that costs like $70 and at a time like in today's day and age, and it's just, but you can do this though, and you know that your game doesn't really have much substance, but you can get a AAA actor or actress to, be in your game because a lot of people will recognize, they know who Keanu Reeves is, they know who Megan Fox is, and then you you don't even really give them much to do anyway. They're just there just for show. They're just a prop. So
yeah,
it's so frustrating.
Also they suck because they can be a good actor in Hollywood, but they suck as voice actors. Those are two different skills. So Megan Fox, look, until I found out about her goofy shit she's doing in real life, where like her kids and shit, I think that's horrible, but that's a whole nother thing. Until that happened, I only knew her from a few movies, and I liked her I thought she was acceptable as like an actress, not great, but acceptable. But as a voice actor, she's fucking awful. She's terrible. But I mean, she's better than Ronda Rousey is not saying much, man, because they both suck.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's like comparing shit to diarrhea.
Yeah, I was about to say that actually. Yeah, so I'm rubbing off on Revenant, I think.
Yeah. But I want to add to Melina's point, which is great because it's like an act of desperation on the developer's part, because it's like, how can we bring this actor in the most shallowest way as possible in order to get casuals or even some of the hardcore gamers that fall for this shit into it's like they look at these Hollywood actors, bring them into their games as a way to validate what they're doing or validate the product that they're putting out in order to justify, say, like a $70 purchase or even the collector's edition, season pass, early access, all that, whatever egregious practices they may have, or even the obvious woke shit that they want to do, as far as like they want to virtue signal, they want to add a bunch of subliminal messages, they want to uglify female characters, which is retarded because there's plenty of female gamers, like Melina, for example, or even Cassie Cage, who was in the chat, or whoever else may be watching who's female. They enjoy, the aesthetically pleasing female characters, which is why you'll see women show excitement for Cellblade, or even other other games like Dead or Alive, Bayonetta, Near Automata, games like that, or even they like that Square Enix actually made Tifa's breast size correct in Rebirth, at least until they decide to patch it out a couple of years later. But
she's still covered. People neglect. I want to make a point about that real quick. She's still covered up because if this game came out in the 90s, she wouldn't have that little like frilly skirt thing to cover both her and Aerith's lower half. So that's also like a little bit of covering them up. I don't think that was a design choice intended to look nice. I think that was done specifically to like just not make it too sexualized. But that's my opinion. That's whatever. I mean, that's subjective. I can't prove that, but that's what I think they did there. But continue. I just wanted to state that.
No, yeah, you're right. But yeah, like a lot of people, they enjoy how these characters look because, I mean, first of all, it is realistic, no matter what people want to say. And when people throw that argument out there that this is unrealistic, this design doesn't make any sense, the proportions are all wrong. You see all these people, wherever you go, whether if it's in real life, on TV, a commercial, a movie, whatever it is, and they look very similar to how these female characters look in these games. And if you notice, a lot of people who complain about how some of these characters look, you see how they look, or even you can just judge by the posts that they make. You can just see that they have a shitty personality and they're trying to like insert their insecurities.
They're projecting. They're projecting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, onto projecting their insecurities and however they feel about what's going on. A lot of them are feminists, male feminists, soy jacks. Whatever you want to call them.
Soy jacks.
That's exactly what they are, and it shows. And it's like it's like one big virtual signal that a lot of people are not falling for, especially with the Sweet Baby Inc. Detected page existing and all that. So people are more aware of what's going on. A lot of casuals or a lot of like people who want to be like the centrist, who's also like really into gaming, want to just ignore it and act like it doesn't exist, but it does.
Well, I want to say something real quick about this because I don't, and Melina, you could give me your opinion on this after I say it. If you have these characters, right? Like for example, like I was talking earlier about Batman, how like I like him as a character. Like for me personally, I prefer him over Spider-Man, even though I like both. But one of the things I mentioned is because you can like be inspired by that character, so take yourself to the next level. Be the best version of yourself, have willpower, whatever. It's like an idealized fantasy, right? And I think with women, there's a bit of that too, where they play a character like Eve from Stellar Blade or Melina, where they like feel like it's a power fantasy to play as this like sexy, badass character, right? And a lot of these activists, they try to like pretend that every woman, like every female gamer, has to have these characters look like them. Like they can't have an idealized view on these characters and be inspired by them or get a kick out of playing as these like characters like Bayonetta or like 2B or whatever. So I think that's a part of it as well. I think that I think it's just a lie, right? Because like a lot of these people, they say this, but then when it comes to male characters, they wouldn't have like this like fat 50-year-old bald man as the main character. They wouldn't tolerate it, right? They like their Edwards, they like their like Damians from shows like Vampire Diaries. They like those kind of characters, yet that are idealized male characters, right? Like these good-looking like masculine characters or whatever, right? Even though I think they fucking suck specifically, but I'm just using it as an example. They see that and they're like, oh, I like that. That's attractive to me, but when they see like a female character that's idealized female or appeals to like males, it pisses them off because it's not about a true equality. It's about taking control and shifting things to what they like, what their preferences are. It's not really about like being fair or realism, right? Because how can you go, I mean, like you could say this isn't realistic, but look at like real supermodels, look at real actresses, like I said, I'm an athlete. If you ever met like gymnasts or, females that train that train and like they're in good shape, they look closer to something like Catwoman than the fat Tumblr feminist. You get what I'm saying? So really, what is real realism? Especially when you're playing an action game, this character is supposed to be badass, and it looks like they can't run 3 blocks without fucking passing out, right?
Like Homer Simpson's running on the sidewalk.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if you guys know about that.
Um,
Oh, but real
I don't.
quick, let me answer Neozoic's question real quick. He
Mhm.
posted this a while ago. I'm glad Larry Fink is having a meltdown because a lot of people are aware of what's going on, which is definitely needed. It's about time people are, you know, aware of the shenanigans at play from all these companies, all these investors, and it's him having a meltdown is no different than the developers having meltdowns over the last month or so, especially the GDC, them screaming outside and shit. It's like the what was I scream for help or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm definitely glad Larry Fink is having a hard time right now because he's a fucking scumbag. All the people involved, ESG, DEI, all these different like little firms like Bridge.
They think they're God. That's what it is. They
Yeah,
think they're God. They think they can tell everyone how to think and how to live their lives. And they're just a bunch of rich guys sitting in ivory towers. They don't have to deal with real life like normal people
yep,
do. Melina, what were you gonna
Like
say
literally, like
before
they're
you got cut
losing
off?
some control. Yeah, sorry
Oh,
about that.
oh no, you're fine. I was gonna say, cause man, I don't know where to start. This is something I've been waiting for to give my 2 cents on this part of like the topic. I I want to say first off, it is a lie. It is major insecurities, and it's really disgusting to have a bunch of women that uh, that aren't too confident within themselves, inward and outward, that they have to yell at the top of the mountaintops for anybody that would listen, just to have like their representation and force their ideas onto everybody else. Like that is this is the norm. I personally, honestly, um, and I'm hetero. I love seeing female characters with the skimpy outfits, big breasted, thick thighs, thick peaches. I always loved that growing up. As you can see,
She's
Melina is
spitting,
my favorite
spitting
character.
facts.
Yes, like I love that very much, and
She
I'm
really
not
is.
even. I'm just someone that admires, like I love women and I admire them. So if I see a beautiful looking woman, I'm all for it. Like I did not know that Stellar Blade was getting so much heat because of the like I didn't really go into the news on that to know, but until I saw you guys' video on it, that I'm like, oh wow, really is getting this much smoke, because I'm excited for Stellar Blade. Like I told my BF that I really wanted this game because I just love the main character. I love the graphics. Not too sure what the story is. I could tell by their names. It's like biblical or something like that. I guess I know it's post-apocalyptic, but I'm into that kind of stuff. It gave me the vibes of Bayonetta, which I love Bayonetta. And I love the Eve. Like she's gorgeous, she's stunning, she can kick ass. That's all, like that's everything in one package, that I need. And it seems like it's going to be a very great game, and I really truly do want the best for its success, and I want it to be so successful that it make all of these woke, like it makes everybody uncomfortable and upset and boohoo and cry. Y'all can boohoo and cry all y'all want, but I want the best for Stellar Blade, and I want more games like Stellar Blade and bring this back, because I'm tired of the women being ugly in video games.
Yep.
Honestly, they are, because I swear to God, when I watched my dad play Spider-Man 2, and when I saw Mary Jane for the first time, I said this out loud. I said, why is she so ugly? I'm like, what did they do
Right?
to her? Like, she
Why
was,
she got Brock
now,
Lesnar's chin?
like, seriously, I was like, what is wrong? And then Peter, which I loved how he looked originally. I don't know why they changed his face to make him look more like Tom Holland.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't really give me Spider-Man. Like, he's okay. He's a good Spider-Man, but he doesn't have the face like Toby and Andrew. So when they changed
Oh
his
yeah.
face, and he looked like more of a baby face, Mary Jane looked like His mom.
Like his
to
mom,
me.
yeah, like his mom.
Yes.
Exactly. It was creepy. It was really creepy. He looked like a 15-year-old boy. This guy is, meanwhile, he's like 27 or something like that. It's insane.
Hell, Miles looked older than him, honestly.
Yeah, it was really
I mean,
weird.
it's very, very weird. And I was just so appalled. Like every time I saw her on screen, I was just so disappointed and so upset. And I can't help but constantly say, why is she so ugly? And she had Laura
Yeah.
Bailey, one of my favorite voice actresses, voicing her, and she's stunning and gorgeous. And I'm like, her voice doesn't even match her face. And it's just,
No.
and I'm like, why is there so much focus on her? Because
I think she looked bad in the PS4 game. In the original game, I thought she looked mid, and then in the sequel, I was like, "Holy shit!" That made her look like, they made the first Mary Jane look like a supermodel. And I thought she looked fucking weird. I was like, "Jesus Christ!"
No,
Like,
yeah, exactly. Like, okay, I will say for Spider-Man 1, Mary Jane, I felt like, even though it wasn't completely true to Mary Jane, because she's always been depicted as super duper gorgeous, like supermodel, and I figured for Spider-Man 1, like they were going for like a cutie pie because, her face, it was very rounded. She looked very feminine. She had a ponytail. I hate that her hair wasn't as red, but I figured they were going for a cutie pie. So I gave that a bit of a pass. But 2, they had let her hair down. Her hair was more red, but then her face was so strong. And I'm like, oh my God, what happened? And I saw her model, her face model, and looks so stunning and gorgeous. And you can see
beautiful.
Just a tiny bit of yes, very beautiful. And you can see a tiny bit of resemblance, but they made her manly. And it's like, as a voice, not voice actress, face model, I would be highly offended, and I would want to be removed, because how dare you, I would hate to see myself like in a way on the big screen, on a AAA game, and I'm ugly. Like I would be very offended.
Well,
the thing about those, well, go ahead, Dan. I'll say what I was going to say after.
The thing is, I saw somebody compare it. Mary Jane, in certain shots, she looks like a Bella Ramsey from the fucking Last of Us TV show. She looks like she has.
She looks like Rocky Dennis, bro.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Who's that?
Look it up when you have a chance, and I think anybody who doesn't know, look up Rocky Dennis, and you have a great laugh. I'm just gonna leave it at that. But because if you don't know who it is, you don't know. But look it up, you'll laugh. But yeah, Dexter. Man. But I want to say that yeah, definitely.
Jesus Christ.
Attraction is not negotiable. You cannot. No. That's the thing. It's like they're trying to convince people that ugly and this like version,
it's a new beauty standard.
It's a new beauty standard. You cannot. Because
it's the new normal.
Because anything that has value, right, is hard to obtain, right? The reason why beauty or masculinity stands out is because it's harder to, like, for example, build a body in a gym, take care of yourself, hold yourself accountable, have respect for your body, carry yourself with dignity. Is harder than just being like an angry person who eats donuts all day on Tumblr or Twitter or whatever. It's harder to try to fix the flaws that you have than to be, to just, I don't want to say accept yourself, but like more so just try to convince everybody that what's the word I'm looking for? Like a version of yourself that's like basically as low as you can go should be the standard for everyone else. You're not going to convince people. You can't. Beauty and attraction is not negotiable. You can't convince. You can't like a person you're not attracted to cannot convince you that they're attractive by telling you why you should be attracted to them. Right. That makes sense. And I think that's really what a lot of this stuff comes down to, right? It's like the same with a man, right? Like if some guy's like some worthless, nothing of a dude, doesn't take care of himself, has no money, obese, right? I'm not going to go after people that are bald because they don't really have a real choice, but like obese or whatever, like all these things you can change, and you're like the lowest of the low in terms of how you respect yourself. And then you're expecting beautiful women to want to be around you. That person's just as delusional, right? So, right. So I think that's what it is. It's like everyone's trying to convince people, well, you should, I'm like the trans people, right? Like you should like me. I know I'm a man and dressed like a woman, but if you don't like me, you're a bigot. It's like, you can call me a bigot. If being a bigot means I'm not attracted to men, then I guess call me a bigot then. I guess that's what I am then. You
Yeah,
know?
that's what we are. See, because the thing is that they know. I'm gonna hurt so many feelings, but I don't care because y'all ruin a lot of our games because of this tomfoolery. And the thing is that
Yeah, let them have it.
the thing is that they know that they're not the beauty standard. They're very what they're the thing is they're very well aware of this. As much as they're gonna try to bullshit you into thinking that they're not, they know that they're not. And why? Because then why do you have to have when you finally get your representation? Why do you have to convince us so hard by making it seem like you're so badass? The oh god, I'm so tired of the stereotype of the strong, independent woman that don't need no man. Why do you have to go that route to convince us that you're beautiful and you're badass? Because it doesn't. It makes you seem inferior. You're making us look bad. You're making us look very, very bad. You look goofy. You look silly, and you're being a laughing stock. So it's like they know that they're not. They're not really attractive. They don't have it going on like that. They know they don't get. Not to, because I'd be very blunt. I'm trying to be ladylike, but it's hard
they ain't
not
get
to.
no ass. I'll say it for you. They ain't get no ass.
They ain't getting no ass. They're not getting no dick. They're not getting none of that. They're very well aware of that. So they have to go to spaces like this, even though they can't play none of these games to save their goddamn life. They can't. So to make up for it, they have to rah, cry, boo hoo, and be like, I want, female characters should look more like me and this and that. And then to prove it to you that I can, to prove myself that I'm one of the guys, I gotta be a guy, but not be a guy. Be a guy, but with a vagina instead of a dick. And it's just like, be
a guy, but I also hate men, but I want to adopt the traits that I consider masculine. Yeah, it's bullshit.
Right?
It's absolutely BS.
Hey, I'm gonna be a journalist, but instead of writing about games and being objective, now I'm gonna come on here and write a bunch of articles to be a victim and make it about myself and my insecurities to project on it.
And they're not real gamers.
To project them onto you.
They're not.
Yeah,
they're not.
No, they're not real gamers. Even
the thing is,
the Twitch dogs, they don't. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say they see it as an activist project. That's what it is. It's like an activism. It's like oh, the next thing that like it's like I'm gonna go into the mindset of these people. It's like as a feminist, the next thing I need to go out after is these fucking games because they have these women looking like this. It's very anti-feminist. I don't like it, so we're gonna go into that space. We're gonna go into comic books. We're gonna go into. They don't really care about games. They don't give a shit. It's not about them wanting to be accepted into space. They're just trying to change it because they don't like what it represents and what it's putting out. They don't like the content that's coming out of it. So they don't care about it, but they want to change it for Yeah,
that's exactly it. Like they are like extremely insecure, and that's more of a them thing. Instead of coming to spaces like this, gaming, anime, comic books, and putting their influence into something. And it's like, why are you putting all this energy into something that you don't even care about? You just want everyone to agree with you, to follow you or else. And that's not how life works at all. They managed to be successful thus far, but I really wanted to come to, I really do want this to come to an end because it's not fair. Just seeing how being a young girl and I pick up the games like that my dad plays. So I played like Mortal Kombat at a very young age, and Melina is my favorite character, and I just gravitated towards her because of just not just like her sexuality, just like she's different, and and it's like she brings something different to the roster than she's half and half of Edenia and Tarkatan, and even though
for the record, she's my favorite female too. She's my favorite Mortal Kombat female character as well. Revenant knows this. I've been telling him. He knows. He's played Mortal Kombat with me.
Yeah,
I would say.
Yeah, I remember in 9. I like her too. Yeah, she's a good one too.
In 9, I used to abuse people with her. I'll put on that outfit
remember,
with the bandages.
Yeah, and 9, right?
I would just abuse people online with her because I just like playing. She was like my favorite. Like her and Jade were like my favorite females in 9. I liked her in 10. 11, and she wasn't in 11. Oh no, she was in 11. But MK1, I never bought that game. So I never bothered playing MK1 because that game's fucking ass. Excuse my French. I have a pretty dirty mouth, but it's ass.
It is. I hate that. I regret getting the game because I didn't know. Like, still to this day, I haven't played the game due to life, and but just recently when I had watched you guys' video on pretty much the ending, and I was like, are you shitting me? Are you serious? They did another reset. And then they're pulling the multiverse. Like, I was discussing this yesterday that I'm so tired of that. But I hate that what they did to her character. Just really all the female characters, because I love all of the female characters. It's just seeing how the evolution of the female characters just shows like how bad it got. Because I don't understand. Like, I never once felt bothered or intimidated or insecure about seeing a female character's like breasts on display, the jiggle physics, the thick thighs, and even the scantily clad outfits, because I love that. Like, it was, in a way, that's empowerment to me, and I personally, my body is not like nearly on the scale as theirs. I will say, if someone were to ask me, the body type that's more relatable towards me is Sheva from Resident Evil 5. I'm more along the lines of that, but the ones that are more like exaggerated.
I like Sheva though. That's why I'm saying because like I said, Revenant's put up with my shit for too many years, bro. Like he's heard me like just go crazy, like fucking saying dumbass shit while playing it. I'm like, oh, Sheva, she's fucking beautiful. Look at that, and like he's looking at me like I'm retarded. Like, but
yes. I love me some Sheva. She's another one of my favorite female characters, but it's just to like humble myself, like to be realistic, because it's like, like I give both. I love the exaggerated and I love the realism. But when it comes to the policing the women's body and the ugly female characters, it's just a travesty. I love seeing beautiful characters. I don't see what the problem is. It's like, first of all, you're out there, and there's plenty of female like role play, and I played a lot of them: Tomb Raider, Bayonetta, Blood Rain. I don't know if anybody knows about that.
Blood Rain. Blood Rain was sick.
I love Blood Rain. You know what, I don't even want that game to be remade, or Resident Evil 5, because Resident Evil 5 is I'm a minority on this one. Resident Evil 5 is my favorite. No chance of surviving.
That game has no chance of surviving a remake. From the fact that you're fighting a horde of Africans, to Sheva, to Chris being a strong ass white, literally a strong ass white dude. Like, there ain't no chance that game ain't getting worked to hell in that remake.
What's the fun part of Haunting Ground?
Hold on, are you saying, Christian?
I was saying, same for Haunting Ground, that no way it would have a remake.
That's
no way.
That's another
no
one.
way. That's a good game too.
Yeah.
I never played it. Right. I always wanted to play that game, but I never managed to get it. It was like a rare game, and it's just hard to find a copy now.
I was like so excited because I had bought a copy on, I think it was eBay. No, it was Amazon, and I thought it was the US version. I'm like, oh great, I finally found a one that's at affordable price. It's not over $100. And then I get it, and it had like the box is blue, and I'm like, oh fuck, I got the European one. And I can't play on the PS2 because
it's region locked.
It is region locked. Yeah.
Not, Haunting Ground almost got a PS3 port outside of Japan.
Damn, that would have been really cool if they actually followed through on that.
That would have been great.
Yeah. But back to the subject, I want to say something, because you brought it up about how that's empowering, because people, like, I don't understand why, like, a lot of these like feminazis, as my friend Yusef would say, they don't understand that men and women are different. It doesn't mean one's better than the other. They're just different, right? Like you said about
about these sexy female characters. No matter how much a man tries, he cannot be a character like you said, thick thighs, big breasts, badass. Like and not even just like the physical aspects. Like a woman brings something to the table that a man can't. You do a disservice to women by trying to make them act like a man, and you do a disservice to a man by trying to make them act like women, because it's just a parody of both things. That's what it becomes, a parody, a mockery. You know, like Tolkien says, all they can do is warp and change and destroy, but they can't create anything new, right? You can't you cannot go from one to the other. You can only be a mockery of it, a parody.
Exactly.
So that's why I find it funny that they talk about all this desexualization, but then you have Game Award shows where you have like this inflated balloon tits trans person, highly sexualized, you know, doing this PSA announcement, crazy makeup, shaving her beard. Shaving his beard on camera, on like showing us this, and it's okay. So to them, it's okay to hypersexualize a trans person, but if it's a female character, then it's egregious for some reason, right? So and also those people that are doing that, they're playing, like I said before, they're playing a parody. They're doing a parody. They're doing like a mockery. It's like I would be if I was a woman, I would be insulted.
Oh yes, I'm as a woman, I am very insulted and I'm disgusted by these other women that really need to go take the time to look in the mirror and heal from their insecurities. Because I mean, a lot of them that are these journalists and that are actually making these are along for the ride, making these games. I'm thinking they got money like that. Why don't you go fix it? I'm just saying, like, go take care of that. Nothing's stopping you from fixing it to make yourself feel better. Because I'm pro surgery. That's that. I mean, if you want to, that's you. Just don't be dishonest about it. You know, like anything to make yourself feel better. It's just the fact that you have to improve yourself, but don't come into spaces that were perfectly fine on its own. Like I know, like women, like in the early 2000s, like with the scantily clad outfits and all that stuff was more so for the male gaze. But I mean, for me, as a woman, I get the best of both worlds. I get very muscular, nice, well-built men, and I have my sexy female characters. So it's like, you know, because that's like Batman being, you know, like fat, overweight, got a beard, you know, and he over here going around Gotham City, gliding all around the place. Like everybody would.
Hey! Let's not go after beards.
Over that.
Let's not go after beards. Beards are badass. It just depends how you carry it.
They are.
Just gotta say
it. How you carry it. It's all how you carry it. Oh yes. Oh, I love some beards, but just just to add on to the, like if it's not like Kratos.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Like a homeless looking motherfucker. That's what you mean. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, that doesn't look well kept. Unkept. Like men would have a problem with that. So why can't I have a problem with women that aren't, pretty? And then on top of that, y'all make them more masculine. It's making nature, you're defying nature. You're making it out of
idealized.
Yeah, yes, it's very idealized.
We like idealized characters, even if they're not necessarily like, even if it's hard to achieve it, it's still idealized, right? And like, to your point, like, even if you're like, even a person who, I'm gonna give you an example. Like, let's say you have a woman who's in shape, right? She's not like per se busty. Maybe she just doesn't have the genes for that, right? But maybe she's like not that like particularly pretty, but she has a feminine personality. She has a good personality. She's good to be around. Sometimes that can mitigate the whatever she's lacking physically, right? To some degree.
Yes.
Obviously, there's levels of that. But if you act like a douchebag feminist and you're hating men and you look like that, it's like you're getting like a double slap of bullshit, right? And the same thing with a man. A man could be like, all right, he's whatever, he's an average dude, whatever. But hey, at least he has he's confident, he's masculine, he's funny, he has whatever. And I'm sure as a woman, you'd be like, all right, that's also an attractive trait too. So I think people are so focused on trying to change the world to fit how they appear, like to project onto it. They don't realize that just by being a better person, they're going to mitigate those flaws that they're insecure about.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's all about on the inside and how you carry yourself. That's why I say a lot of these women, so-called women, because really they're male identified. Like you can't call yourself a woman and you're sitting here, you're doing manly things. So first, you're not even a woman, you're male identified, and those are the kind of women that that are dangerous, that I stay away from, because it's not even just in the gaming community, it's also like in real life when it comes to like other serious topics. But of course, I don't want to get into that side, but it's oh, I almost went brain dead.
I get what you mean. I get what you're trying to say though, because like
Yeah.
even with men, right? Like when I talk to people in the real world, I pay very close attention to what they say, and they'll say certain things. I'm like, all right, I know what you're about, and like there's certain traits that I don't trust in other men. So I know for a fact, like, all right, this guy, like, I might not have any animosity, but I'm like, this is a guy that I can't trust, that I can't like rely on. He's like, you know what I'm saying? Like certain things, like little things that they say can give that away. I think that also applies to women, right? Like where women give like little clues about who they are, and it's almost like a little warning sign of like, all right, maybe I shouldn't like associate or be around this person all the time.
Yes, you don't, because it's very toxic, and the more like, I mean, it's in a way already like normalized. That's why it's just time. It's a time for where real gamers, or like whatever space that it is that these woke people have poisoned or like has some very toxic influence in, need to get it back, because it's going to constantly stay like this, and then they're constantly winning, and then they're going to think that it's okay, they're getting exactly what they want, and in a way, I hate to say it, but we are enabling them, because they've been able to get away with it for so long, and then have managed to convince other people to join in on the shit show, the circus. And while some of us are quiet, too afraid to speak up or say anything due to the amount of hate that we could get from it, but I mean, if we all just like sit together, I mean, we honestly can't go wrong. Everyone has their own like fan base or whatnot, so if we're all friends and we stay true to each other, nobody else could really tear you down. Only person that could tear yourself down is yourself. So
Exactly.
That's why I just like preach and encourage people to speak up when it's right to do so, especially when there's so much negativity and just wrong going on. I mean, I know at the end of the day that's still their perspective and their opinion, but it doesn't make it right either, because it's not like, see, it'll be different if they were doing this in their own space and they had made their own game. No, they're taking IPs, they're working with like Naughty Dog, like already established game companies and video games, and they're putting their influence in it, and it's and they're tampering with characters and hijack them, and I can't stand that. And I hate to constantly bring up Melina, but not as a because I'm definitely not a toxic Melina fan. Oh my god, but just like she's a good prime example because of the whole teeth, her cotton teeth. The way I looked at her back then, or when I got older, I always looked at how Melina's a good prime example of, now she's never been like masculinized or anything like that. She's just, if anything, more sexualized than the rest of the female characters. And I find that the reasoning for it is because she has her cotton teeth. Automatically that's seen as ugly or no.
And she's trying to compensate.
And yes, exactly.
As
so the
Shrek would
scantily
say,
clad in her features are to exaggerate, or I can't get the word. Show up, put more on display of her features to make up for the fact that she's not really beautiful in the face.
Yeah, and that kind of helps give her character a little bit of depth.
Yes, and it makes sense because, I wouldn't want Melina to be the female character that is aware that she doesn't look like her sister. She's not as pretty and she's just always like moping and insecure. No, I would want her to be confident. Like, yeah, I don't have like, the full package in the face. I don't look completely like Katana, but I do got a banging sexy ass body to make up for that. So, and as a way, usually, even though a woman can't take a man on in a fight realistically, but women have more of the agility and her features, or like her body, to where it could, I think it was like back in old times, where a woman could get an advantage because of her body. So in a way, that's not unrealistic. It is still in a way realistic because she can get an advantage in a fight. So
Well, I'll give you a little funny thing that I've actually read. Damn, I was gonna say Christian Freddy say what you said because we didn't hear you, but he left. Hopefully, when he comes back,
I'm
let him
sorry.
know. No, that's fine. It's okay.
Oh
So
yeah, he's back. I'm gonna add him back in now.
so the thing that I found that was interesting, there was a study that showed that female characters being like, in their like skimpy outfits or whatever,
Mhm.
they actually provide a little bit of an advantage when you pick them because it can distract the other player. So like if you're playing a fighting game and you pick like a sexy female, it creates like an extremely small percentage of a distraction that can actually like
Yeah.
help. I mean, it's minor, it's very minor, but I think it's funny that there's real like there's like evidence of that even like in competitive gaming.
Yes.
And,
But,
as far as women, I just want to say this before Christian Freddy says what he was going to say. As
I
far
was
as women
going
go,
to say about what you said about Melina compensating. I was gonna say in Shrek's voice, you think maybe she's compensating for something.
uh,
I should remember that part. Yeah.
yeah. That was a good one. That was a good scene. But basically, like women, I'm okay with women beating male characters in fantasy, like something like Mortal Kombat, because it's not depicting like real life. My problem is more like in a game like The Last of Us, where you expect me to believe that Ellie is, it's much more of a grounded world, and I'm expected to believe that Ellie can beat like 230-pound grown survivalist grown men who have nothing to lose. I'm like, all right, now you're this is a stretch. This is unbelievable. I don't
It's
buy
pushing
it. Right?
it. Yeah.
Just
I love
pushing it. Or
Ellie,
even
but
in
there's
Prey.
no
It
way.
really is.
And
Yeah.
Prey.
She
And
couldn't even hold
remember in the
her
movie-
own
We're supposed to
against
believe that
Abby.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
now
buy
she's
it.
able
And
to
also,
take out a whole faction of like men twice
Her
twice her
size.
size.
fully armored and shit. And then also you have like guard dogs and all that, and it's like I'm supposed to believe she's
It's
able to take these
bullshit.
guys out.
It's
Yeah.
BS.
It's complete
It adds on
bullshit.
to
But also-
but Nathan couldn't hold his own against Nadine. Like I
Nadine.
love
That
Nadine
was a
too. I don't care
horrible-
how trained she is, but the fact that he couldn't hold her own, and we've seen like the beginning of Uncharted 3, where Nathan took on that big ass British dude in the bathroom. Like, come on, but he can't take on Nadine. Okay.
He fought that mercenary
in the
dude,
beginning,
and he fought that badass mercenary
Yetis.
dude with superpowers and shit. Like, I don't buy it. It was clearly like
Yeah.
a heavy-handed
Yeah.
feminist approach. I also want to say
He was
that
out there fighting
moving on,
Yetis in past games. But
Yeah.
also, which also
and
made no sense.
and he was with his brother, and he was with his brother.
Yeah, and he was with the
Sam.
brother.
He was with
Yeah.
Sam.
Well,
So
Uncharted
Crazy.
was
Like both of them couldn't do anything.
well, I
Oh,
want to
sorry,
let's shift. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Christian.
Speaking of Naughty Dog, I was able to make inside jokes about Jack and Daxter and say why it's better than The Last of Us, and I even did a recreation of Daxter reading the whole terms and conditions, but I slowed it down to make it easier to understand what he's saying.
Nice.
And I'll show you guys right now.
Hereby agree to give True all proceeds from race earnings, endorsement fees, broadcast royalties, syndication residuals, vehicle sponsorships, small appearance fees, collectible card assets, fast food tie-ins, use of likeness rights, talk show deals, clothing lines, all print rights, including book, novella, comic, pamphlet, ticket tape, neon sign, and bathroom graffiti designs.
I slowed down his breathing for comedic effect.
Yeah. So, so moving on a bit, let's go back to Final Fantasy, Dan, because
Mood rings, game rights, vitamin endorsements, city kickback movie deals, and of course, all death and dismemberment accident insurance claims.
My favorite part is where he yells game rights. I made it whole black and white, and the subtitle says game rights.
so let's go back to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, because I know, Dan, you like that game a lot.
While you guys talk about that, I'm gonna try to get the page to show on StreamYard. It should show the sales, so I'm gonna try that.
But I know you like the game a lot, right? Or was that also like trolling?
What? As in, like, I think the game's fun.
Like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Do you like? I know you said that you think it's better than the original.
Oh, somewhat. because I am experiencing this version of a story for the first time. With 7, I was already spoiled, so half the shit that was supposed to be surprising was already a thing. So I think it's more of a generational thing. The reason why I don't really care that much for 7 wasn't the thing that got me into JRPGs or Final Fantasy or whatever. I think that's mainly from, I don't want to call you old, but that's from your guys' time. So when I'm replaying the game, I'll be like,
Hey, I ain't that old. I'm in my prime, baby.
I can like these 7 games. And it's just like when it's just like the last act. This when it all jumps to shit. Overall, I like the final act. I like when Zack and Cloud team up, but I can definitely understand why people dislike it. My problem is when people are attacking people for just liking the damn game. Like what they did to Maximilian. Like how people just straight up attacked him. Even though I still think Maximilian is kind of cringe because he was going to name his child, if he had a boy, after Cloud. You should never do that. You should never name your kid after
Cloud
a character. I'm sorry. You should never name your kid after a fucking video game character. That's the only thing I
There's
don't
nothing wrong with that.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine though if like the person really likes the name, but it is but it is a little cringe depending on what the name is for sure. But if you really like the name, I mean, to each their own, right? To each their own. If they like the name Cloud, Squall, like if that's their personal decision. But
your kid gonna be if you name him Squirrel. Well, I'm sorry, your kid's gonna be.
I mean, if you name your kid Squall, you're setting him up for a bad time. But as a parent, if you like the name, like I will knock the parent for naming their kid that. But you are setting them up, right? But
at least the middle
at least name your dog that.
You know the last. You ever heard the last name Gaylord? Let's say like your last name's Gaylord and you name your son Richard and they call him Dick Gaylord. It's like, why would you do that to your kid, bro? I'm just saying. But anyway, but to your point, I'm glad that. I'm sorry, what you were gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say I actually went to back in high school. I actually had a classmate. His last name was Gaylord. That's all I was gonna say.
Yeah, Gaylord's a real last name. That's what I'm saying. If your last name is Gaylord, why would you name your kid like Richard Gaylord? It's like Dick Gaylord. Why would you do that? But whatever. Anyway, it's a stupid joke. But the point is that if you're like, so I'm glad you clarified, right? Because again, like I said on X, it's hard to get like true clarity, like with like posts, because obviously character limits. If you're not like a fool who pays for X, I mean, it doesn't make you a fool. I just won't do it. But anyway, you have that character limit, and so, it's hard to convey ideas, but I would say that it is definitely a generational thing. But I think that newer fans have to accept that the series has been around for a long time. And I feel like while it's the newer players' rights to like the newer games, they have to understand that there are going to be people with a stronger and more nuanced perspectives because they were around from the beginning up till now, right? It's not like that they only played the old games and the new games, like they skipped all the new games. Like they've been around for the entirety of the series. So I think that the problem with Rebirth specifically is not even that the gameplay is necessarily bad outside of the padding and the absolutely egregious shit of cutting the game into 3 games. It's horrible. Like I can't believe people defend that. But again, from a newer generation that never played it, they might say, well, I don't care because I haven't played the original, right? Or I haven't watched or at least seen the story of it. But from a person who played basically all the Final Fantasy games, I think the only one that I didn't like play through fully or like play through like that was 16, and also maybe 14 and 11 because I don't play the online games. But regardless, like you have this story, and the way the story was told it's not a new game. It has like a legacy and something to be compared to. So people like to say that it's not a remake, it's a reimagining, it's a rehash, it's a different take. It's like, yeah, that's all fine and dandy, but in the end, it has the name Final Fantasy VII behind it. It's intended to be a remake. And so many of the scenes in the game were, in my opinion, absolutely botched compared to the original, right? Like, so you beat Rebirth, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So you remember the scene with Dyne Steph, right?
Oh, okay.
So
okay. In defense of that scene, Japan has a really big problem with suicide. So I don't think I could say that word. My bad. But I feel like that was more or less.
It doesn't matter. Don't worry. Just speak freely.
Self-destruction.
Auto delete.
Whichever works.
Auto delete.
Yeah, auto delete. They have a big problem with auto delete. So I feel like them censoring it will like them. I feel like something that they have to censor it because things have changed since. It's a bigger problem now. So I feel like them doing that. I think they have like a law against. You kind of you can't really because it seems like you're promoting self deletion. So I don't blame them for censoring that scene because they might get in trouble with the government. So that's to me that one is kind of like.
I think that's somewhat speculative, though. I have to say that's speculative. I mean, obviously, we both don't know for sure. But the reason why I say that is because Dine's death in the original wasn't like a blatant, like, you know, auto delete or self deletion. He dived back into a hole, and that would be considered more of like a vague death, right? Which Japan is usually okay with, right? They're more hardcore about like really like explicit, stuff like that. So I think even then, like.
But also,
but it's not just that though, because
in the
Mhm.
in the flashback with Barrett, you know, when he was getting shot at, you know, that's how Barrett lost his arm. We thought he was already dead by then too. So, you know,
he also got
it can also be like, you know, all right, well, he falls off the cliff and auto deletes himself. You know, we're led to believe that, but you know, other people can interpret it. Well, maybe he survived, and maybe he just decided to live somewhere else, possibly.
Usually when they do those kind of deaths, it's kind of like usually with deaths like that, it's usually done to like possibly keep the character around. Obviously, that's not the case with Final Fantasy VII, but you see so many cartoons and movies where a character falls into a chasm or whatever, like Palpatine, and like obviously we know he was supposed to die. I'm not going to go in on Star Wars, that's a whole nother thing, but I think you understand what I'm saying. But my problem with Dine's death is not because they changed how he was killed. It was like his portrayal. Even like the way he was characterized was obnoxious and like piss poor, because in the original game he was much more stoic. He had like stoic sadness about him. He was like very like sad and like it was a very introspective approach, while in the Rebirth he acts like the Joker. And I'm thinking like I'm looking at this scene and I'm like, why is this guy like acting like a stereotypical cartoon anime? Look at me, I'm crazy. Let me like fake, like portraying fake crazy, when the original character wasn't like this like crazy unhinged guy. He was more unhinged in like in a darker way. It's like a guy with nothing to lose with how he was portrayed. So things like that is why I say Rebirth is a bad remake. You know, a lot of people get mad and they'll say like, oh, you know, there's nothing wrong with it, it's fine or whatever. It's like, let's look at the full picture. They took one game, cut the story into 3 separate games. They added a shit ton of padding to justify that. Then they take scenes like that are iconic and they just make them into like this goofy spectacle. And I'm like, you know, you're taking like serious moments and making it a freaking cartoon. And to me, that makes it a bad remake. I think it just loses the tone. It's kind of similar to Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes, right? Where like in the original game, like Snake is more of like a grounded character, but in Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes, he's like dodging bullets and like flipping through the air. And I'm like, what the hell is this? You know? So I think there's a way to do a remake, and a good example of a good remake is Resident Evil 2 remake, Resident Evil 1 remake, where like they added to the story. It's not the same story, right? Because people always say, oh, well, you just want the story to be the same. I don't want the same exact story. You can add and change things, but keep it true to the original. Keep it consistent. So things like Dine's death.
Another good remake is Near Replicant. That's another one.
Yeah. So just keep it consistent. So when I say that I don't like this remake, people think that I hate the game because I think it's a shitty game. It's like, yeah, the combat looks fine. It's serviceable. It doesn't suit my taste, but I won't say it's automatically bad, right? Like I can't say it's objectively bad. And I wouldn't say the graphics are bad. The graphics are obviously better than the original, but as a remake, it's ass. It's a bad remake. And I think that you can have all the production values in the world, but if your story and content is not like respecting the material that it's based off of, it in nature is in a lot of people's eyes and at its heart is going to be seen as a bad remake. And I think that me and many other people fall into that category. So remember in Final Fantasy VII remake came out, the game was fine for the most part up until the end, where they started adding this goofy fan fiction stuff, and then people were like, all right, well, this is a bad remake. I don't like this. I don't want them to go in this direction. And it makes sense that the sequel wasn't selling as well as the original because a lot of people still had the bad taste in their mouth. Because I couldn't imagine a lot of people could get past the game being chopped into 3 games, but but the whole like altering the story like that, I think is what was like what's it
The
called,
Death Note.
the nail in the coffin for a lot of fans. So I'm not going to tell anybody that they can't like the game, but they also have to respect that a lot of OG fans of the series. I sound so old. I'm not that old, man. Come on, man. But anyway, OG fans of the series, they're going to notice this and they're going to say, well, no, I don't like this. And their opinions should be respected because they love the original. And I guarantee you, Dan, there's games that you love now that if they remade it 10 years from now, 15 years from now, and start doing dumb shit to the game, you're going to have a reaction to it. It might not be like the strongest reaction, but you might say, all right, I don't like this. It doesn't reflect the material. And I think that little bit of nuance is what a lot of the people that are engaging in the discourse are forgetting.
I have a quick question.
Sure,
No,
Melina Chan.
Yeah.
Are the ones that are going back and forth with you, do they, if not play the original Final Fantasy VII, do they at least know the story for them to get on you and be like, oh, you just don't like it because the game is not like, do they know the original source material to even give an opinion or to like be a part of the argument? Does that make sense?
I think it's like either or.
Yeah, because some of them will actually say like, oh, I played the original, and they may explain certain events and how they feel like it was done better in Rebirth or even Remake. Well, specifically with Rebirth, but you can tell by a lot of people who this is their first Final Fantasy or their first like real experience with 7 in particular. And I think it's a lot of it, whether if it's people who are new to the series or familiar with the series, especially with the original 7. I think a lot of it comes down to recency bias, where it's like, all right, it's the new game, it's the new thing, it's more fresh in their head, in their minds right now. And also they may just look at it like, well, everything new that comes out is better than whatever came out, like years prior. And
Okay.
I do think a lot of people are basically like lying to themselves, trying to prop up this game like it's something like great and amazing when it really does a disservice to the original 7, and how like certain events play out, like with Dine's death, or even how they handle Aerith's death, and it's all this other convoluted unnecessary shit what they wanted to add. And
Oh man.
realistically, a lot of people did not want any of that. Like when they showed the tech demo on PS3 years ago of 7, I think they were using Unreal Engine 3 at the time or something, just like showing it off, like what it would look like. No one was, you were not going to find a comment or anyone making a video at that time, or even a couple years after that, saying, oh, you know what? I hope there's multiverses. I hope there's a portal that opens up. I hope Zack is still alive. I hope, they try to subvert all these expectations, and Aerith's a part of this world, and she can see Cloud even though she's dead. I'm sorry, Cloud can see Aerith and communicate while everyone else can't.
That was egregious. Dead. That was so egregious, like, bro. That was horrible.
It's so unnecessary, and it's like no one really wanted that, but so many people are just willing to accept it because because brand loyalty,
yep,
or just which is like Phoenix has been up and down for years, so it's not like they've been putting out quality games like consistently.
And consider how many people have been waiting for it.
Yeah, people were waiting for a long time, and now like you gotta have this third game, which is gonna be like 6, 7, or 8 years until then, and who knows how that's gonna end up, because again they blew their load with Rebirth, with the bosses towards the end, because again it's like, since it's chopped into 3 games, they have to compensate now because they have to make the ending seem like a real definitive ending. Like in Remake, they couldn't just end it with the boss fight in the highway. And they added the portal, which just fucked everything up. And just so you can have this fight with Sephiroth, like it's like looks like they were trying to recreate Advent Children with that fight. And then the Arbiters of Fate, which I believe are the spirits, and now they made it seem like, well, the spirits are gone now, but turns out in Rebirth, they're back. So it's like doesn't even matter what you do. So long story short, it's just a big mess, and no one really wanted that. No matter what people want to tell you, like here's the thing. I enjoy the combat in a remake for what it was. I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was better than the action oriented combat in 15. And after playing the demo of 16, I definitely think remake had the better combat in terms of that. But other than that, they kept showing stuff off early on. I didn't like that. It's like they kept trying to allude to the original game, that the events had already happened. They're kind of aware of it, and they're trying to, I don't know
It's very corporate. It's a corporate product. That's what it is. Because in the end, it's like, all right, let's milk the series. We got to make 3 games. Now we have to alter the content because we have to justify 3 50-hour, 60, 70-hour games based on a much thinner story that can justify that amount of sequels. Like there's so many problems with it that I understand
mini games.
I understand the perspective of someone like Dan who likes the new stuff
going on.
Like I respect it. I get
delay on my part.
It's fine. I was just saying that I respect it. I get the new fans. They're like, oh well, I get to experience Final Fantasy VII with better graphics or whatever, and they're not going to have like a really focused perspective on the older games. But at the same time, like you cannot negate the fans. You cannot like negate their opinions because it's not a new IP. There's something that this is based off of. There are people that like the story, that have attachment to the story, have attachment to the characters. So when you start warping that to all hell, there are going to be people that don't like it and they're going to voice their opinion. And honestly, I think that opinion holds a little bit more weight. I mean, it's all subjective in the end, but to me, the opinion of somebody who has played that game on release and not retrospectively or retroactively rather, who played it on release, not like playing it because they want to see what it's about years later, and then playing the newer games, they're going to have a much clearer and much heavier perspective on it. And I feel like that holds more weight. Again, anybody can like the remakes, they can like Rebirth, but to me, it's just not. It's like you could like it, but you also can't say that the people who don't like it and think it's a bad remake are wrong. Because I feel like those people's opinions they just hold more weight. It just does. It's just reality. It's like if I could give medical advice, but the doctor's opinion is going to hold weight. We both have opinions, but his opinion is going to have some more validity. It's not to be disrespectful. It's not to high side or like talk down to anybody, but it's reality. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. I was wondering because I do notice this, and I get tired of people that don't know the original like source material, and they get to experience like the remade or like remake version of it, and they're like, oh, this is great. So this completely shits on the one in like the early 2000s or 1998, and it's like, but you don't really, not to be rude, but you can't really speak on that because you didn't even play the original source material to even give that opinion. I just feel like you're not really a part of that conversation unless you've, if not played it, because not everybody can get to play it, but if you at least like know the story and the source material, then I feel like you're welcome into the conversation to give that opinion. But to outright basically tell someone that knows what they're talking about, that knows their stuff, that, oh, your opinion is wrong, you don't know what you're talking about, like this is great because look how great the graphics are. And that's always the first thing they always want to point out, the graphics this, the graphics that. It doesn't mean anything if the story is shit. I'm sorry, point blank period. Like there's so many games because I guess you could say I'm a nostalgia whore. I could whip up RE5, Ratchet and Clank, Crash Bandicoot, like the original like games, and still have a great old time with it. But I'm not too busy worrying about how it's so old and outdated and this and that, because there's plenty of stuff that have came out that's like new and updated, just pretty, but it has no substance. It's just shallow. It's all about looks. There is no heart. There's no soul into these games.
Last of Us,
and everybody's worrying about that.
Exactly.
Well, good thing I'm an advocate for backwards. Good thing I'm an advocate for backwards compatibility, and most of the Xbox games I buy are backwards compatible.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing about Xbox. That's actually a benefit that's like a really good
Blood Rain, I think.
Yeah. It's a good that's a good thing about Xbox. Xbox is kind of like dog shit overall, but like I can't lie, the backwards compatibility is probably the best you can get on a console. because even Nintendo's
Mhm.
backwards compatibility is locked behind like a billion paywalls. So
And speaking
Mhm.
of Tetsuya
That's true.
Nomura, what's he gonna do next for Kingdom Hearts 4? He'll have Pumbaa from The Lion King as the villain.
Yay.
Probably
that's a
will.
game I will not be buying. That's a game that
Yeah.
I need toilet paper, and is that game lying around? I mean, it might be a little jagged, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Spit that
Yeah.
joke.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
I
just
just
very unfortunate.
I just want to say something real quick. It's kind of unrelated. I saw a comment talking about AI. I think AI is fine as a tool. Like, I think even like coming up with concepts, but I think to have AI create art and like literally or like straight up create your writing, create your story is egregious, and I think it's a bad practice in my opinion. I don't really care for it. But AI is a fine tool like for information. Like I use AI to like learn language because I'm trying to learn how to speak Russian. So I use it. It's very useful for things like that. I don't like it for creating art and for like writing stories or whatever. I think that it's just not like, I just think that it's a slippery slope and it's too easy to abuse, and you know the temptation is always there if you're constantly using AI to like just have it do everything for you. So I think it could be a good tool. I don't think it's inherently bad, but I think that like there's like a very like slippery slope to when it becomes egregious. So I try to avoid using it to like make art or anything like that. I just use it for like learning things because it can like explain it in detail and stuff like that. For example, if you want to like, you can even ask it simple things like, oh, my PS5 is not working and this is a problem. The AI can actually like instantly pull up the information for you and stuff like that. So it's a great tool, like almost like a pseudo Google, kind of like a more like faster acting Google search or whatever. But or for learning language, but for art and shit like that, it's just not. I just don't think it's good. I think it's just too much of a slippery slope, and it's destined to be abused, in my opinion. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that because I saw it in the comments.
But I was trying to get the my other tab to show on the screen, but StreamYard's giving me trouble with that, saying it can't load it or something. So let me just pull up the sales numbers for the Rebirth. So as of right now, it's at 314,415 copies sold. This is from 7 days ago. And what this game came out last month or a month before, right?
I believe so. Like 2 months ago,
So,
right?
you know,
Dan, do you know?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I believe it was a month ago. I believe.
Okay.
So, you know, that's pretty bad when you think about it. And that says a lot. You know, a lot of people saying that you know, people who give it valid criticism that you know, we don't know what we're talking about, but then it's like, why are people not buying the game?
Yeah.
Because the initial sales for remake on PS4 did way better than this, and that was during COVID. So, you know, like stores, like physical stores like GameStop or Best Buy and all of them, they were closed for like I think almost the entire year, depending on where you were at. So a lot of people had to get it either digital, but also keep in mind, you know, a lot of people were laid off and just like people were like struggling with money for the most part,
Yeah.
and people still ended up getting the game. So
Yep.
over Rebirth, and we're way past COVID. There's no lockdowns or any of that shit going on. So why is this game not doing well in sales? And it's very similar to 16. I mean, I'll get to that after we're done talking about Rebirth, but I think it shows that people didn't like the direction of remake, and they decided not to bother with Rebirth.
Well, I always look at it this way too, right? Like if your game sells 1 million copies, right? And then your sequel sells only 500,000 copies, then that means that half the people that bought the original didn't buy the remake. I mean the sequel, sorry. So obviously a lot of the like you said, a lot of the people who bought the original game fell off and decided that that they don't like it, because like it's different if the sequel like made the same amount as the first one, but it just had like maybe a little more or a little less. But if you're like less than half, that's kind of like too significant to ignore. You know, you can't really like it's hard to bend that, you know, and make it and spin it into a positive.
But if we, like
Yeah,
us gamers,
I mean,
like are
because
able
yeah,
to figure that out
well,
and like we know
yeah,
what the problem is, but these developers that are literally got the degrees and actually work for these companies can't figure out for themselves, and that says a lot about them than anything. Because it's like I don't know. I just feel like they're slow because
Slow.
yes, that's
It's
what
like
I'm
you're
the
moving
nicest
in
way I'm gonna
slow
put it.
motion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Jackie
Yes.
from Virtua Fighter.
Yeah, Virtual Fighter. Remember, you win a fight with him. He's like, you're moving in slow motion. But no, but yeah, like
Yeah.
it's one of those things where like people, like the average person can easily figure this out. I mean, it's common sense, right? It's like it's not
Yeah, it's
even like
common sense.
you don't need to analyze that much data to see that like, all right, it's selling less than half. That's not good, you know? So but I think also you have these executives, right? Or like these not even the executives, like them too. You have these guys and these investors, they don't know anything about gaming. They just know gaming is popular and they want a piece of the pie. So
And pie
you know,
right.
so you have like Take Two, maybe you have the head. He's like, oh, we need this game to do well, but he's not like doesn't really know about gaming. It's just another thing in his portfolio. So it's easy for like a game company, not a game company, but like people within the game company to lie to them and say, yeah, don't worry, it's just let's blame these straight white people and let's blame these people. The game's doing good. People want this. People want whatever, and it's easy for them to take their advice and take their word because they're looking at them as an expert. They're like, all right, these are the guys in the industry that are actually like developing the games. We're just people investing in it, right? So there's also that aspect of it as well.
Well, I want to add to what Silver Fang had wrote, where people use the excuse that it's exclusive to PS5. The thing is, PS5 has been out for a couple of years now, and a lot of people have their hands on it. A lot more people own it than say an Xbox Series X or whatever the fuck the other one is called, S or whatever. So, you know, and then it has Final Fantasy as a brand. It has 7 as a brand. So there's no excuse as to why this game is not selling well. There's a clear indication as to why, and it's because of how remake was handled. People did not like it. They were basically bamboozled by Square Enix, me included, because I thought, based on the interviews and the way they were marketing it, that it was going to be a remake with additional shit mixed in there. I mean, well, not to sound nasty, but additional like features or expanding the lore and all that, kind of like with the Resident Evil 1 remake, for example.
Yeah, which is that's probably one of the best remakes of all time. It's so well done.
Yeah, no, it really is. And like they didn't do that. When you playing through the game, that's not the case at all. Especially towards the end when really once that portal opened up, I knew it was like some was gonna happen and just sour the whole experience for me personally, and I think that was the case for a lot of people.
Not to put you on blast, but not to put you on blast, but I warned you. Remember before it came out, I was like, dude, they cut into 3 games. They're gonna do a whole bunch of stupid shit to it, and then and lo and behold,
I learned my lesson. So. I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt, which was stupid of me. I'll admit that. And now it's like, especially after that, I'm like, nah, Square Enix will do anything to try to convince people that it's going to be something more than it actually is. And I think a lot of people caught on to that, and that's why, again, repeat myself, but that's why they didn't get Rebirth for that reason. So I mean, people listen. You can like the game. I know Dan likes the game, and that's cool and all.
Yeah, you could like it. Like whatever you like. I'm not the thought police, bro. I'm just giving we're just offering our perspectives. In the end of the day, everyone has one.
But I am curious, like, what his take on it as to why he thinks the sales are not very good.
Oh, before he does, may I say something right quick to add on to what you said, Revenant?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think that you shouldn't feel bad or feel like it was naive or stupid of you to think that you wanted Final Fantasy VII to be great, because you should expect that, because it's like that's like for me as a huge Mortal Kombat fan, like I expected M1K to be better than MK11, X, and then it turned out to still be a disappointment, to where it had to take that for me to be like, all right, you know what, I'm done. I'm just gonna stick to being a loyal fan of the true MK in its glory golden days, from the original first one all the way to Armageddon, and that's it. From 9 is okay, but from 9 to M1K, no. So you should not expect the best out of what you love.
You should expect them to be great.
Yeah, you should expect them to be great. And it's not like there isn't an example, because we literally have Resident Evil 1 Remake as the best top prime example of a remake is possible and it can be successful. So there's no excuse as to why Square, and that came out in 2001. So there's no excuse, and we're in 2024, why a lot of these remakes, Final Fantasy VII, can't get the picture and actually put some thought and care into making a good Final Fantasy VII remake. Because if that's the case, they should just did a remaster just to be safe, not do it at all.
I agree with Melina. Like what she's saying is true. So like when I say that, like I warned you, I'm just saying that because like I had my spider senses were tingling, not to like make make you to say you should feel any type of way. Like obviously, like you should expect these games to be great. It's a remake. I know. I'm just saying. You should expect it to be a good remake. I'm just saying that like I sensed it, bro. I just sensed it. I kind of like I almost wish that like that you didn't have to go through watching that ending. Like, that's all.
Yeah, that's all on the developers because they know better. They're the ones making the game. We're just
they lied,
and the ones playing it, and they lied. Right, they lied to us.
They lied.
Yeah, and that's a stab in our backs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean, the evidence is there. You can go back and look at the dev diary videos, and you'll see.
There were a few games actually that in reverse where I wanted them, and Revenant was like, "No, bro, like look, pay attention to this." And like, I'm glad he warned me because then the games come out, I'm like, "Oh shit, he was right." So it's also like it goes both ways.
Yeah, so you wouldn't get your hopes up, and you would be like more heartbroken than you already are. Like you were because I was prepared for M1K to fail. I didn't want it to. I love that game. I want the absolute best for that game and every other game that I love dearly, but with today's day and age, I can't put anything past these developers to pull some stupid clownery shit.
Yeah, I'm super jaded now with these games. I'm very skeptical, and like it's kind of sad that like I hear remake, I hear whatever, and I can't even really get excited about it. I have like a wait and see approach to all this stuff. I forgot what game it was specifically, but there were a few games that I was considering getting, and Revenant like showed me stuff, and I was like, oh shit, all right, you're right, bro. Thank you. I was like, yo, bro, thank you. I would have been pissed off had I paid for those games. So you know, sometimes I feel like sometimes you do need a friend to be like, bro, I'm warning you. Do what you want, but please heed my advice. Sometimes we all need a little of that.
Yeah, that's the honesty you need. Yeah.
Christian, what were you saying before?
As I was saying, there was this comment saying that Insomniac's Spider-Man 2 sold this many copies, all because of brand recognition, and it's a PS5 exclusive. I thought
I agree.
I thought it was lame.
Yeah.
I mean, you attach Spider-Man to anything, you'll sell.
Yeah, that's people don't understand.
I feel like when people compare sales and they use like Spider-Man or like Batman stuff, you can't really do that because Batman and Spider-Man will always be bigger than any other brand in gaming. I'm just sorry. I'm just saying. Spider-Man is such a big brand. Everybody knows. So when you use Spider-Man sales, you can't really do that because it's like using Hogwarts Legacy as an example. Hogwarts Legacy, Harry Potter itself is a bigger brand than most video game brands. So that's why it's so true.
So that actually shows. Go ahead, finish what you were saying.
That the original author, she's getting lots of royalties from that game.
Oh yeah, she's making bank off that.
Yeah, because she's attached to it. Yeah.
But that shows you, Dan, right there, why Sushi Squad is so bad. Sushi Squad killed the Justice League. It's so bad because even with all that brand recognition, that game still did abysmally. That should like be like, that's one of those things where like it's absolutely pathetic that you have those you have characters like Batman, Superman, Green Lantern, Flash, and the game sells like that. You know what I mean? And like it's crazy. So
it's high hopes for that game.
I had no once I saw Deadshot and then they said I was just gonna say once I saw Deadshot and they said it was in the Arkhamverse and then they showed Harley and they showed like the gameplay, I was like, hell no. I was like, this game is dead on arrival. Ain't no way this is gonna be good. Especially with Arkham Knight, the way it ended, and then like I found out Batman like went evil and stuff. I'm like, all right, so you took a very like vague ending that could have led to so many possibilities, and then like you're like, nope, we're gonna throw it all away. He came back, he's a bad guy. shoot him in the face, game over. I was like, and I just saw like the promotion for it. I was like, my channel was like has a lot of Arkham content on it, so I'm like, that's one of those series that I know like in and out like the back of my hand, right? Like, and just seeing that, I was like, this shit is not it. I'm not supporting this game. I even had like my subscribers. They're like, oh, you're gonna get the game, or you're gonna play it. I'm like, and I'm trying to be nice because like I'm like, I try to be cordial with like the subscribers or whatever, and I'm like. And even then, I broke down like, nah, bro, it looks like dog shit. I just can't do it, man. Like,
and what a disrespect to Kevin Conroy's last performance, too, by the way.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
To quote a certain Joker hallucination, "What? You survived everything I ever threw at you only to die now like this?"
Exactly.
Exactly.
I actually made an edit of that. I have a video up that's an edit of that specific thing. It shows him get shot, and like you get the game over screen. Like I just switched it over to that. Like it was pretty funny. But
real quick to Neo Zo's question, I think there is some remake fatigue, just like there's like that superhero movie fatigue, but it's not even so much of that a fatigue at the fact that there are remakes going on. Or even with like it's like the same thing with the superhero movies. It's not so much because there's a bunch of superhero movies. Exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Fatigue.
Yeah,
a strong guy would say.
It's dog poop fatigue.
It really is. That's the problem. Is that the writing is bad, and just the way it's being handled. Because then you start cutting content, you start censoring shit. You again, you want to subvert the audience of something that it should really be. Here's the thing with these remakes: they should be intended first and foremost for people who play the original, and then if new people come along, then so be it. But it shouldn't be a matter of how many new people can we get into this game, while also trying to lure existing fans of this.
Especially since casuals are going to play it anyway. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work. That's stressful. You're catering to two types of people, and that's damn near impossible.
And the casuals are going to play it anyway. They're going to play it anyway.
They're going to play it anyway, yeah.
Because, like, all right, it's like Melina said, you were playing your dad's games and you got into them, right? So, like, if the game is good and it's a remake, like, let's say, like, your dad bought Resident Evil 1 remake, right? And he's playing it, and you see that it's good, you're going to want to play it too, even if you didn't play the original. They didn't have to like cater to you specifically or like try to make it for newbies or people who never played it. People are just going to say, hey, it's a new game. It looks good. I'm going to buy it anyway. So many people that bought a Nier replicant never played the original Nier.
Right.
And they ended up still buying the game.
Just like me. I had gotten the I had gotten the original, but I couldn't at first I think it wasn't backwards compatible, but I think it is now or something. I don't know. I went to try to play it before replicant came out. But I never had a chance to. So, but
yeah. And Resident Evil 2 remake, look at how that did. It was a game that was more geared to people who played the first game, but at the same time, it was such a good game that people, and it made people that never cared for the series come in to play it. Like you saw so many like streamers like that were new to Resident Evil jump in because it looked so good. So I don't think you have to cater to those people. Just make a good game for the people that were there from day one, and everyone else will just. If the game's good, everyone else will gravitate toward it.
But that's the problem. They don't want to listen to us because the majority that just get into games just because are more than the ones that have stuck around. Like I had this conversation like with my dad, and he said that he can't get into anything that like movies, like because I'm into superheroes as well, and I had this conversation with my dad since he's older. And I'm me being his daughter, so I'm on the younger, going towards like in the new day and age to get a perspective. And I had a great conversation with him because it really just goes to show. Like he said that he can't really get into today's day and age games or like the Marvel or DC movies because he said a lot of these like the Suicide Squad, like a lot of these heroes or the bad guys, he said he don't even know who the hell these people are. Like, and he said, I don't know why they're getting so much focus on something. He said, that's just for the new people. I can't I only know Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, and the Flash and all of them. And they can't even make good movies with them, let alone bringing in a whole bunch of other characters, which I don't too much mind, other characters like getting their shine. I just feel like they're not being executed correctly.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a whole bunch of individual movies to focus on that one villain or that one good guy character that, you know, that was in a minority group of comic books. And, you know, even when it comes to video games, now he didn't have too much input on video games because he didn't get to be much of a gamer like that, I guess, after, you know, working and like being a father and stuff like that. I just, you know, got into the games. My love for video games is because of him, and the games that what he had is, you know, all that I had. And that's how I'm a huge fan of, you know, because I was like, well, you know, you're such a huge Sub-Zero fan, and, you know, and he's like, well, I just played as him because he was cool, you know, but he doesn't have that passion, you know, love into it like I do.
He's more casual. He's more casual about it.
Yeah, he's more casual about it. So he gave a great perspective on, even though he's a, you know, older man, but it does go to show like even the old heads can get jiggy with, and they're the original ones, like with Transformers. He said, I remember seeing like I'm about to say a whole bunch because the Galactic.
Unicron?
Yes,
Unicron,
Unicron.
right?
There we go.
Yeah.
Unicron. You know, like he's disappointed, he said, and about it because he knows the original source material and it's more catered towards, he said he didn't like Thor Love and Thunder. I hated that movie too because it was too much of a joke. That was trash. I was like, what kind of joke parody movie is this? You know, it's just like it's
they took Thor and made him into an idiot cuck, bro, which is insane.
Yes, that's the nicest way to put it. And I'm like, I can't take these people seriously. Like, you are the god of thunder. You know, you're not supposed to be making silly jokes, butt booty naked in front of a whole bunch of people just to break out. Like, it's, oh my God. I just don't know what's happening. And honestly, I kind of, a little bit of a side note, because it's just something to add on to the remakes. At this point, it's a cliche. It's something lazy, like another form of a cash grab. And if I have another type of story where they bring in a multiverse, I'm going to lose my effing mind, because I am so tired of seeing that. That is also a cliche that I'm tired of. I didn't know they introduced that into Final Fantasy VII, but at that point, that is lazy storytelling, because just because Endgame, it's garbage. They're not even doing it right.
Yeah.
And like, it is so convoluted. It's overdone.
All they do that for is because they know that this is why they do multiverses, because they know that the things have like an audience. They have like a strong audience, right? And then what they want to do stupid bullshit to the characters. I'm sorry, I talk like a sailor, but they want to do a lot of BS to the story, and they need a way to justify it. So they do a multiverse, right? Because even M1K is a pseudo remake. Like, it's a reboot, but it's also kind of like a pseudo remake as well. And multiverse are just a lower stake. So it's like, all right, we want to have Zack interact with Cloud in the main story, but we can't do it even though he's a fan favorite. So let's make some multiverse shenanigans to make it happen and give cheap fan service. But at the same time, it ruins the story. It ruins the integrity of the story. And most multiverses have that, you know, they have that kind of a thing where all the stakes are removed. You don't care anymore because there's 1,000 versions of Spider-Man for it. Like Spider-Man, like why should I care when there's 100 Spider-Man? When everybody's Spider-Man, nobody's Spider-Man. You know what I'm saying? So
it's just, and I didn't like how Miles trying to replace Peter. I hated that so goddamn much.
Yeah. I honestly think if Miles was an original character that was introduced in Spider-Man's universe, I think that he would be much better received. I think that the reason why people don't like him is because he's literally like, hey, this is your fresher, blacker replacement, Peter. You know?
Yeah. Like, and I'm one of those people that don't like him.
Which is crazy. Meanwhile, but here's a caveat. Meanwhile, you have characters like Blade and Spawn, actually legitimately good original Black heroes, but we get nothing. We get nothing.
Nothing. You know how sick it would be? Spawn would be a more hellified version of a Batman game. You know, like there's so much potential. I love Spawn. Like,
Yeah,
and they don't
Spawn
get
and
near
Blade.
enough love and attention. And Blade too.
Imagine,
Yes, I love Blade.
Yep.
Imagine
imagine an open world game where you're playing as Blade, like hunting vampires and like traversing the city and
Yeah.
doing whatever. That shit would be badass.
Yes, that's like
Oh,
Blood Rain.
you,
Blood Rain too, but with different breeds and stuff like that. Like that's
Yeah.
amazing. Different ways to
Yeah.
kill them. Like.
That being said, the
But
Blade games all
but
kind
you
of
already
suck
know
though.
that.
I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Blade
You already know
2
that
was I.
Blade 2 was Blade 2 was the best one.
But you already know that the Blade
the game.
Oh, the game. I was about to say.
Yeah.
Can you blush?
But
Wait, what did Blade say? And Blade says something, and it makes me think of like the woke ideology. Motherfuckers always trying to ice skate uphill. That
I
to me
believe
is
that
like
was improvised by Wesley Snipes.
that line is like perfectly surmises like woke people. Like instead of just doing what works, they trying to ice skate uphill. You know what I mean? Like makes no sense.
Hot take: Blade 3 is better than Spider-Man 3 from the same Raimi trilogy.
I like Blade 3. I'll consider that blasphemy, but I'll let it go because I also like Blade 3.
Well, without it, then Ryan Reynolds wouldn't have done the Deadpool movies.
That's
Deadpool
true.
would suck. I'm sorry.
I like Blade 3. That when he turned into the cool like demon ass
I like
that was pretty sick,
I'm not
bro.
gonna lie.
There
It was
even
sick.
there was even an alternate ending with a werewolf.
Midnight Suns.
Most people don't know they were
wow,
going
I
to
didn't know
introduce
that.
Morbius. They were going to introduce Morbius in one of them, and it was a cut scene, but they just decided not to go with it.
Well,
Which is
I'm
sad,
aware of
'cause
that.
Yeah. That was really cool, man. That was a great. That would have been awesome had they actually like executed on that.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you guys know. There's a Blade anime.
Yeah.
Really?
I saw
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
The X-Men anime is
They
good
did a
too.
couple. They did one with yeah, that's a good one. I actually have that one on DVD. I need to get the Blade anime, and I also want to get the Wolverine one. I think they also have Iron Man as well, where I think Punisher makes an appearance.
There's a Punisher and Black Widow one where they team up, and that movie is underrated. I thought it was pretty good. So, it's an anime. It's an anime. I don't know. I don't remember if it's a show. I'm pretty sure it was an anime movie about Punisher and Black Widow. They team up. It might be a show. I don't remember. I know I seen it a while back, but it was really good. It was really cool.
What
I just
platforms
want
are
to
they
let you
on?
know.
okay.
I just want to let you know that today is Carmen Electra's birthday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Do you guys know what these shows are on? Like the platforms? Are they on Netflix?
I think you can only get them on DVDs or something like that.
DVDs. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I think so.
I own a Blu-ray of the first.
They're pretty
scary
cheap
movie
on
she was
Amazon.
in.
Yeah.
Okay.
What movie was that?
She was in the first Scary movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, as
Wow.
Ghostface gets her by the chest in this silicone thing.
Oh, I think I remember now. Yeah. I didn't even know she was in that movie. But I was gonna say earlier because I know you guys had mentioned the if they made a Spawn game or a Blade game. The Blade game by Arcane Studios that did Dishonored. I don't know if you guys remember that was announced a couple months ago, I think.
Yeah, I remember. I remember hearing about that. I have no faith in that. Screw them.
That's gonna be ass because
I mean, it's Arcane, bro.
Was it Death Loop or people call it Death Poop? And what's that other one? Oh yeah, Redfall or Red Fail, Red Flop, whatever you want to call it. That shitty ass.
I mean, and they made Dishonored too, right?
Yeah, that too. Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie.
Pissed me off.
I hate that game.
You could be creative with what you do now. You won't be penalized as like the first game. And I'm doing that, and then it's like turns out it's a fucking lie. And then what was it?
Pick Corvo, get the bad ending.
Corvo, there you go. That's what it was. And also the director. I don't know if he's still there, but he was like praising Anita Sarkeesian, and I'm like, fuck. I wish I knew
never pick the straight white male character again. Never do it, or else bad ending. Oh, Melina, and Dan, anybody here you feel free to say whatever you hate about whatever game. You could just say you hate them. You don't have to be so. If you hate it, it's fine.
I mean, Dishonored 2 was just okay. I didn't like the daughter character. I thought she was just fucking annoying. But overall, I don't think it was a bad sequel. It was kind of a letdown from the first game. But I think the only bad Dishonored game was like Death of the Outsider. That's the only one I think that was absolutely worse.
Neozoic says, Remnant and the crew question, how do you feel about the counter argument? What about characters such as Terry McGinnis, Batman Beyond, Wally West, Flash, etc. are replacement beloved by everyone? I love Terry McGinnis because I watched a few episodes of Batman Beyond and the Return of the Joker movie, and that theme song is so amazing, you know.
Yeah, it's badass.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's so
Alright,
iconic.
okay.
Man.
This is
Yeah.
gonna be a hot take. I don't care that much about Batman Beyond, honestly. I think Batman Beyond was fine. I think that shit was overhyped. And it's mainly because all the canonicity with the comic books. Because I think some of you guys know about why Batman is by himself in the future is because apparently him and Batgirl hooked up, and I don't know why they did that. When I found out, I just couldn't get back into the show. I think that core reason of why Batman destroyed his own family, that to me was stupid. So I just don't care that much about.
It's a little weird. It's a little weird, but you know, I'm gonna say this though with like Batman Beyond, and what was it? What was the other one? Batman Beyond and
Wally West.
I think you said Wally West.
Yeah, Wally West. Yeah, I don't mind them as much because in the end of the day, those characters they weren't like made for political reasons. Like for example, like Miles Morales was specifically created because of the Obama administration. A lot of people don't know that.
Really? I didn't know that.
Thank you, Jim Patrick. Thank you.
So Miles Morales to me is just he's more like he's not. I know it sounds
side character.
It pisses people off, but Miles Morales isn't a real character. He's just Spider-Man with black.
He isn't. Why would that piss anybody off?
Terry McGinnis was built to be a continuation of the story within that universe and actually has substance as his own character. Like everything interesting about Miles Morales is because of Peter Parker, while everything interesting about Wally West Flash or Terry McGinnis is based off the way the characters were portrayed and becoming likable on their own. So it almost feels like a thing where like Miles was just. I mean, that's what it is. He was literally created just to be Spider-Man with a black face, and I find that to be like. I find that to be egregious. I personally think it's disrespectful.
That's very disrespectful.
Can I say something? Here's the thing. I agree with you, but I'm gonna say this. You're gonna get cancelled, homie. Because I always say this. For me personally, I'm gonna be real. I like Batman Beyond and Batman. At least Terry is more good in-depth character more than Miles Morales.
Well,
that's how it is.
I mean, I agree with you.
You're
just racist.
Dude, my family. I have family members that are darker than Miles Morales. They could kiss my ass. Literally, I don't give a rat's ass because it's reality. You know what I'm saying? Like if they were doing this with white, if they made Blade white, I would be angry as shit. I'll be equally annoyed. So
thank you, bro.
So to me, it's like they actually made Spawn white. They replaced him with a white dude in the comics, and that guy fucking sucked. So it's not a thing about like his name. What was his name again? You guys remember his name? Yeah, they replaced him with. He was a cop.
Yeah, he was a cop. He didn't last that long.
He sucked. So it's like, all right, like it's not about the race. It's like you either suck or you don't. But in the case of Miles Morales, he's just Spider-Man but black. He acts like Peter Parker, but he's just black.
Exactly.
And if you take him away from Peter, would he get that same love? Really though, because
his villains are worse.
It seems like he can't stand alone by himself. Yeah, exactly. He would do worse.
He can't stand against Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z. He cannot stand against Vegeta around Dragon Ball Z.
Spider-Man's rogues, like Spider-Man, it's like he's too iconic. It's like the reason why Batman Beyond works is because it takes place in the future, so you can accept that the villains of the past are gone. That's another part. That's another part of it. Because like, all right, you're in the future. Bruce Wayne's old. All right, there's no Joker. There's no Mr. Freeze. So you have new villains. You have like Ink. Who, in my opinion, Ink is an amazing character. That's one of the best. That's characters underrated. You guys know who Ink is, right?
No, I haven't heard of that character.
She's basically like a
Yeah.
kind of like a Clayface type, and she was an excellent character. You had a Max
Yeah,
Powers
she's
Blight.
amazing.
That was
Character. I like it.
that guy.
I like
That
it.
guy looks fucking sick. He's like a green, like he's like a he's glow. He looks like a irradiated ghoul, and he's a powerful businessman, and like he's like constantly trying to like mask his condition and stuff. Like there's so many cool characters in Batman Beyond it. It's not like I don't need the Joker there. I don't need Bane there. I don't need Mr. Freeze there because the character stands on its own.
Yeah,
But when you look at Miles Morales,
so much, bro. When I was a kid, I used to like that series, bro. I used to like it. When I was a kid, bro. I really do. But the fact, like, let me say this: when it comes to Spider-Man and Batman Beyond, those are my type of series, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Even though with the Batman movies, yeah, I do like it. But the fact, like, hey, can't speak to jump at you. When it came to Spider-Man 3, maybe around the 2026, we all know it's not gonna do well. Since they removed Peter Parker out of Spider-Man 2, they want to push Miles Morales. But
if they switched it wouldn't do as well? You saying if they switched it wouldn't do as well?
Yeah. So what do you expect for like next year? How they gonna develop Miles Morales' character?
I honestly don't care about him at all. I just don't give a shit. I'm not even a person that goes out of my way to hate on him. I just think he sucks, and I just don't care. Like I literally don't care about the character. I don't know how like any more direct I can be. He's boring. He's just a lazy race swap. I don't like him. You know what's a good? You know what? I'll give a good example of a race. A good example is, speaking of Justice League, is Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart, Green Lantern, is a good character. I like that character. He's great.
But even then, the Green Lantern mythos allows you to have
exactly because it's a mantle. It's not. It's not. Anybody.
Like, so specific. You have to be bitten by a radioactive spider. You can't just be walking down the street and get bit by a radioactive spider. Well, you can walk down the street and be chosen by the Green Lantern Corps. It's like why I'm okay with multiple races for Ghost Rider, because the power system allows for it. And if you look at Miles, like people want to use Wally West all the time. Wally West, with his powers, he is still a speedster. In the comic books right now, Miles Morales is literally becoming a fucking Super Saiyan. He is shooting energy blasts. He's making lightning swords. How is this spider related?
It's not. It's bad writing. It's hack writing. That's what it is.
Yep.
It's really forcing it to make him like him more.
And to your point, and also it's another stereotype, black character with electrical powers, which is another fucking. They're just like not even aware. They're not even self-aware. I mean, I think it's fucking cool. Don't get me wrong. It's cool, but it's a stereotype. It just shows you that they're not self-aware. You know what I mean?
It's so played out now.
Originally, his venom powers worked like actual venom. Like he actually had to touch you. It's not like a giant lightning blast. He just like shocks you.
But now he's throwing Hadoukens. So.
Now, like shooting fucking Kamehameha and shit, and there's people out here defending it, being like, "Oh, his powers are evolving," but he's Spider-Man.
People will defend anything,
got
bro.
No argument, bro.
Yeah, defend
you got no thoughts, critical thinking.
There could be people. I said this in the last stream. I said there's people that can walk around and claim how eating shit is healthy, and they can go around like picking up dog poop and eating it, and there'll be some people defending it. So I don't. Yeah. I'm never surprised, bro.
Hey, Jumpers, can I tell you this? Don't forget, remember, your family members too. We came on movies. They say, "Hey, let's watch a Marvel movie. Let's watch a Marvel movie." You gotta tell them, you gotta say no. But say, "Oh, come on, you."
Dude, one of the dumbest things. Speaking of that, I had this girl convince me to watch that movie Megan with the android with the AI.
Yeah.
That movie is one of the wokest pieces of crap movie I've ever seen in my entire life. I couldn't. I felt like, why? I was like sitting there. I'm like, wow, man. Am I really? And did I really get like roped into watching this? Like, it's just fucking bad. Like, I'm not even gonna give you the summary of it. Just look up like a Wikipedia stuff. When you read the plot, it's like it has like a strong, independent, single woman like BS. Like, oh man, like it's horrible.
Hey guys,
like it's so bad. It's so bad. I almost considered it a parody. If you watch it as a parody, it makes sense. If you watch it as like a serious movie, it's like, dude,
tolerable.
No. Yeah. Hey guys, I'll say this. Let me tell you this. The most dumbest shit I ever see for horror movie. They want to what is it? A dear survival horror, and also what is it? Winning the Pooh as a killer. I said to myself, what the fuck is y'all? Is y'all's gonna make these type of shitty horror movie like one of these horrible STW horror movies so people can watch it? Really?
Yo, I just want to say something. Apollo Patriot, yes, that's one of the best Marvel games ever made. Period. If anybody who's played that game knows how great that game really is. The first game, Marvel Ultimate Alliance on
X-Men Legends
PS2.
is good too.
Yeah.
X-Men Legends is great too. They're like similar games. Yeah, they're both great.
Hey, like Jimpachi, have you answered my question before? Or
What was the question again?
no, basically, right now, nowadays, horror movies, they want to create this type of some sheer idea. They want to like make and survive horror, right? Basically, reindeer is basically killing humans. And right now, they want to create a movie where Winnie the Pooh, no, like Winnie the Pooh is a serial killer and he like to kill people. And I said to myself, really? That's what you social justice warriors, retards want to create these type of things?
I don't think it's even just social justice warriors. I think that they're just like dog shit movies in general. I think they're just like, I don't like horror movies. Like horror movies are like it's like a 1 in 4 chance it's good. Literally, like that's like literally the probability I'd give it. Like you watch a horror film, like I don't watch a horror film for Shakespeare anyway, but like most of the time they're like really, really, really bad. Like you have like the few outliers that are good. So I mean, like with horror films, it's like, and the thing about them is they don't have like a really like heavy barrier for entry. So anyone like with like even like a smallest budget can make one. So there's so many that like I'm not even shocked that they made that Winnie the Pooh like horror film or whatever. Like it's like it's not, to me it's not surprising. Like I wouldn't tie it to being woke. I would just say that it's like they're just bad. In fact, horror movies a lot of them are usually anti-woke. It's more of a recent thing that they've become really woke because back in the old days you had like Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street. They'll show like tits and like all kinds of crazy stuff happening. So I think that's just more of like a thing in the last like 10 years.
So
I would say,
I
would say like the most like when it comes to woke horror movies, probably from Jordan Peele.
Yeah, Jordan Peele's are really woke. I mean, what was Get Out about? Literally about white people wanting to be black people really badly. Wasn't that like the whole premise? Like,
yes, pretty much.
Guys, can take this basically. So what do you think of Stephen King movie? Right now, majority of people saying Stephen King is being, a jackass.
Stephen King's excessive drug use and acid and LSD use over the course of his life has turned his brain into mud.
He has Trump derangement syndrome.
Dude, that guy has done so many drugs. Allegedly. Yeah. Let me say allegedly for legal reasons. But allegedly, he has done so many drugs to come up with these ideas for these things that I would never trust him to have any form of logic. Creative, for sure. He's 100% creative, made some cool stuff, but I would never look at him as the voice of reason. Yeah. Like, you want to hear how this guy's mind is? Read the original It books, Stephen King's It. If you read the book and then watch the movies, you'll realize that the movies did a lot to focus his ideas, because those books.
For what he was.
Well, no, because he has a lot of like crazy shit in those books. Yep. Like, so you'll be surprised at how much like he's reined in by these studios and these TV film writers or whatever. So. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Stephen King's work, but I would never listen to that guy. He's like typical, like liberal. And then like he allegedly, he fucking destroyed his brain with drugs, allegedly. So I don't know. I don't take him at the grain. I take him at a grain of salt.
I'm more of a.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say I read like the original It book, fucking batshit crazy, but I'm more of like a. Even now, I'm more of like a Goosebumps type of thing. I just prefer Goosebumps over Stephen King's shit.
Yeah.
That TV show was pretty good though. You guys remember
Stephen King woke as hell, but he wrote Kid Gangbang in the book.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah. I like a lot of those people that are woke. They're not self-aware. So I don't really listen to them. It's like the people were saying the same breath. sexualization bad, but then praise bear sex and goblins licking toes and stuff. And I'm like, so why is one not
Both
good
speak
and
to
why is
me.
the other bad? It's like, dude, like they have no awareness of what they're actually saying.
Yeah,
So
like
that's why I don't take them seriously.
Yeah, hey, Jim Patrick, can I tell you this? Even though, because on Monday I gotta go down to, learning center where I do college, but you got some, what is it, degenerates want to talk about maybe something about what's going on with Trump and also the trials, da 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 da. Like he want, like this type of, he want to plant bombs on the type of things, whatsoever type of
I,
conspiracy,
I don't know about that, but I'll say that like when it comes to the truth, it hurts a lot of people's feelings. So in the end of the day, like people will say whatever, like it doesn't, it kind of almost becomes a thing where it doesn't matter what the truth is anymore, because it's just going to be what the general consensus is. And like,
Yeah, like the
and
degenerates.
as long as a certain amount of people agree with them, then it becomes like, to them it's true. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like it's like almost like the truth only matters at the level that you're able to defend it. So if these people are like, if like, for example, with Trump, he has all these people that are like trying to like screw him in New York. New York is a heavily Democrat state. They're gonna like do whatever it takes to. They're gonna do whatever. They're gonna do whatever.
Neozoic says, which decade was the last one where movies were good?
Yeah,
I would say,
yeah, Jimpachi. And Jimpachi, right now, even though I'm gonna try my best to like probably receive
I
my
would say the
qualification,
2000s.
but to
I
be
think
honest,
2000s as well.
yeah,
I agree too.
But
Like
but
2000,
but back to my point though. I just want to say this because Christian cut me off there. If it like they're all against him, so even if the law is in his favor, it doesn't matter because the judge is biased against him. You know, he
time.
has to deal with all these people trying to get him out of office and stuff like that. So when you have like all of that being one-sided, it doesn't matter what the truth is because the whole organization is against him. The whole system is against him there.
Just like
So
Tate. I'm not being disrespectful,
Yeah.
even though
yeah.
it's same thing like Tate.
And I'm not saying like I don't
I'm
really.
not Tate
People could be
supporter.
on whatever side of the political aisle, whatever. Like, you know, you don't have to like Trump, whatever. You don't like. I'm not. It's not necessarily about Trump. I'm just saying that like in general, if people are all against you, it almost doesn't matter if you're speaking the truth or not because they're gonna like. It's kind of like you're getting suffocated because everyone else
Yes.
believes in the lie. That's why we have to prevent a lot of this shit from being normalized. Because once they normalize it, it's too late.
Yeah, prevent
Say it in the three of us,
prevent from
Say it in the
being
three of us,
smothered
me,
by
like
all the lies and
Jempachi, like
disingenuous
rap with me. Say the
arguments.
most. Same than us, bro. We got like deal with.
But I think the 2000s, between like 2000 and 2010 was like up until 2010-ish, I think that was like the best era. Then after that,
Yeah,
that's when you started
exactly.
having all kinds of BS happen.
Yeah,
Not the
Yeah.
best era, but like, you know, it's when it was the last time it was
era
good.
I miss, bro.
Yeah, like
Best
consistently
era.
good.
I think
Yeah,
After that, it
consistently
was
good, bro.
kind of like not
Yeah.
very. It was like kind of like rocky, and then started getting political and a bunch of bullshit happening. So I think 2010 was pretty good for what it was.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. Everyone's
So
great.
shifting gears, we're going to talk about Stellar Blade, right?
Yes. So let's do it. I need to talk.
Yeah.
About
All right. Yeah. So, all right, I'll let you go first on this, Dan.
All right. This is going to be kind of crazy. I think Eve's design is kind of generic. That is it.
All right, I'm booing you out. No.
All right. Let's meet him outside the bar and beat him up.
Yeah.
Look, here's the thing, though. You know what they're saying about Eve now is the same thing they were saying about 2B and Bayonetta. And now 2B and Bayonetta are being used as examples of good characters that are like, you know, sexy or whatever. So it's like the goalpost has just shifted.
Yeah,
but
I was about to say now they're trying to change. Okay.
Yeah, now all of a sudden 2B and Bayonetta are great examples.
They're trying to bring
But how
back
are they
the
any
first
different?
Hey, but guys, could say this right now. And what is it? Yellowfast call. What is it? Maybe Kotaku being a cock around this type of game. Cup. Like, what Yellowfast, hold on. Because I watch his videos. He called one of the developers being, you know, what is it? A cock. Hold on. Yeah,
Well,
some game.
I mean, there's so many cuck developers to choose from.
Well,
Wait,
look,
wait.
all right, look, let's be real, right? I'm not trying to insult anybody. If you're in game design, I mean, like, I don't even mean this like in a negative way. It's going to sound negative, but a lot of people that get into game design and programming are not the most social people. Not all of them,
Oh,
obviously,
clearly.
but it's clearly they're not very social, right? And what do people that are like not social do? They white knight, right? Because, like, excuse my French, they're hoping that if they like play ball with the feminist stuff, play ball with the, you know, the liberal stuff or the woke stuff, that they're gonna get asked from these women because they're gonna be like, oh, look at him, he, you know, whatever. He's like, they're virtue signaling to try to, like, you know what I mean? Like, look good, like white knight for them, whatever. So that's why you have these people saying like, oh, a male gay is this, or you need to like stop wanting to wank off to these characters or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But it's just them projecting, trying to look good for like these other people, right? So
Yeah.
Yep.
when you have these people in development, you have to accept that they're going to be like, and it sounds so bad because it doesn't apply to everybody, but like the kind of personality that gets really heavily into that is just not a very strong personality. So I don't blame them. Not that I don't blame them. I'm not surprised that they play ball and bend the knee to these people because they're seeking that acceptance. They're seeking that like that
Validation.
yeah, validation. Yeah, that's the word. Like they're seeking a validation. So like, you know, you have a guy who's been, you know, a programmer or like a, you know, or whatever person in the industry, of course they're going to play ball because they think it makes them look good. It makes them accepted. It puts them into this social circle, you know? So it doesn't shock me that they act like cucks. And when they say certain things, I'm like, I'm not surprised.
But I also wouldn't have no respect for them because you just play the field instead of just just following the beat of your own drum. Like, I can't stand that. Like, just be your own person. Stop trying to be like a groupie and do what everybody else is doing. Do what the F you want to do at the end of the day.
I agree. And yeah, that's why I don't respect them. That's why, like, these people say these things and I'm like, I'll say it straight up. Like, I even had interactions with some of these people where I straight up will tell them like that they're acting like a cuck or they're being like whatever. Like, I'll just say it. And you'll be surprised how many of these people will just block me because they don't have an actual retort. Like I went so hard on Suicide Squad that I didn't even realize that a lot of the people that worked on at Rocksteady actually blocked me. And so I clicked so I like clicked to like read information. And I saw like it says you're blocked. And I was like, oh crap! Like what the hell?
Well, crazy because they knew you were right. They knew you were right, and they can't retort that.
I just think it's funny that I've never interacted with them personally, but then I see that I'm blocked by them. That means that my post, they've seen my post, or check people that I follow and just auto block me.
Jim Pachi, at least I archived the Arkham Insider video series onto IMDb, so aspiring developers who like the Arkham games can learn something new.
Yeah, it's good that you're preserving that because.
Yeah, so then people will know, and
it has to be done.
Yeah,
it has to be done.
You can appreciate.
And I even bring up quotes from deleted scenes, like how I listened to the audio files of Victor Zsasz cut side mission, no pun intended, and put them in the quote section. And they'd be like, "No way! I didn't know Zsasz was going to have a side mission."
Yeah, and also, you know, people read that and they see how great those games are. It makes them want to play it. So what you're doing is good. You should keep doing it, man. Because preserving this stuff is going to keep it around for future generations. But back to Stellar Blade. So, you know, Stellar Blade gets a lot of hate, but I just find the hate disingenuous because I feel like a lot of the hate from like, I'm not talking about like the anti-woke people, but I mean, a lot of the hate that it's getting from anti-woke people it's like, oh, well, I don't like how people are reacting to it, whatever. It's like, it's just a contrarian approach. Like, it's just like, it's popular now, it's getting loved and praised. I'm tired. They're like, I'm tired of seeing it. So now all of a sudden it's bad. So they almost become no better than the leftists or the woke people that they're against. You know what I'm saying? Like, they'll say things like, well, I like Stellar Blade too, but I'm tired of people only talking about her sex appeal or whatever. But the thing is that there's nothing wrong with people doing that. The fact that it's getting hyped and praised and people are loving it, it just pisses them off because it's like, it's just a human phenomenon when people like something. So when a lot of people like something, even people that also would be on that side of things will start to hate it because they don't want to be part of the group. It's like that contrarian mindset. That's why I can't take those people seriously. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and if you played the demo, if people who've played the demo her sexuality, like, you know, she doesn't act like a Bayonetta. She's beautiful. She
No.
has like these like intricate animations, the tight bodysuits and whatever. But within the context of the story, it's never brought up. It's never like a point where like you have these characters like commenting on it. Like it's literally just that she just is beautiful, is sexy, but the game has a pretty rich plot from what I've seen. Right? Because when you play that story,
she's all business. She's kind of like 2B, where
yeah,
it's like it's about the mission, getting things done. She's not shaking her hips.
Yeah, she's not like a Bayonetta or like or even a Lara Croft.
Her weapon around the air. Yeah.
Yeah, and on top of that,
you know,
she has a
the way that she does, and that's really about it.
And it pisses people off.
Like,
it pisses people off.
Ass. Oh wow, shake those hips, girl. You know.
Like, don't get me wrong,
because then people can't use that as feel like, oh look, she's doing this, she's doing that. No, she's just acting like
she's just hot.
A character.
She's just hot.
Like a hot character. That's it. Like, you know, all right, she jumps in the air, she drops down, and she's on one knee or whatever. Okay, so many other games do that featuring male characters. It's no different.
Metal Gear Rising.
Exactly. So there's nothing she's doing that's really like in your face.
So
like she's not like, you know what I mean?
There's a lot of hate for that character, and it's just, in my opinion, unwarranted. It's just the thing where. I'm sorry, what you're gonna say, Dan?
I mean, the people who are hating on it, I just think her design is just kind of generic. I feel like I've seen her design hundreds of times. I'm not trying to say she's ugly or anything, but I'm just trying to say her design is just mid. But
yeah, okay.
But,
I'm sorry, continue.
But the same people who are hating on her are the same people who are praising Aphrodite's design in Hades 2, which Hades 2 looks like it's very much all over the place when it comes down to the character design. Like Hephaestus to me is like the biggest, like, okay, they definitely do this for ESG. Because why the fuck is the guy who can create automatons, human beings out of fucking fire, in a wheelchair? Like,
for inclusivity.
Oh my god.
Like he also has like he has like one missing leg, but he made a prosthetic. So why is he in a wheelchair? It just doesn't make sense. And also, why does he look Hawaiian? He's supposed to be Greek, but he looks Hawaiian.
You gotta check those boxes.
Well, it's the same way that Wonder Woman, instead of looking Greek, she looks South Asian.
Yeah.
In Sushi Squad, if you look at her, she looks South Asian as opposed to Greek. And don't get me wrong, I know not all Greek women are like mega white, but like she straight up looks South Asian.
Oh yeah.
So,
hey, Revenant, I studied in Discord. I find it. I really find it. Here is Kotaku simping for Hades 2. If you type in the game Hades 2, then you might see it. That's Kotaku.
I saw that.
Yeah, they were simping. And they all spend time bashing Eve.
Yeah, I saw that on that.
Well, Ahigal made a point. He said that her design is tame. I agree. I think it's tame. It's just she's just hot. Like it's like when you see a woman in the street wearing regular clothes. She could be a beautiful. She could be a beautiful woman. Oh, she's attractive, but it doesn't mean that she's pretty modestly designed. As far as you go, Dan, like that. With what you said, I just want to say this. It's okay if you don't like the design. It's fine if you don't like the design. My whole point with it is that a lot of people a lot of the discourse around her is about her looks, period. And like, from my perspective and a lot of other people, they're going to disagree with you there. Obviously you're right. It is subjective, but in the end of the day, like, I don't think her design is generic. I think she does have like a look to her that stands out and is somewhat iconic because she has like unique features. Like you could pick her out as opposed to other games. Like there are other games that have sexy female characters in it, but I wouldn't go as far as to say they look exactly like Eve or that they're like, it's a similar design.
Nah, I don't do that bullshit, bro.
I mean, one little thing that no one talks about her design that I like is that she has like these two like strips going down her back. They're somewhat transparent and they're almost like a cape, and they kind of look like wings. They almost look like
fairy wings.
Like fairy wings. It almost looks like fairy wings. I think it's really cool. I haven't seen a lot of female action game characters like that. And usually, actually, most female games where they have like these kind of like action heroine characters, they look more like they're actually less covered up than she is. So she's actually like, in my opinion, she has a design that I think is like stands out and looks good and has features and things about it that are unique to her. Again, it's your opinion versus mine. So in the end, you don't have to like it. But I personally can't see how her design is generic. I don't see it, you know, and like I think a lot of people would agree with me there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I
Real
agree.
quick, with
Wait.
Y2, we didn't talk about the layoffs yet. That's actually the next thing we're going to talk about.
Yeah,
But
true.
I wanted to point out for anyone who didn't know, the CEO for Shift Up, and I don't know how many other people who are currently at
What?
Shift Up used to they were in a different development studio where they made the Magna Carta games, Magna Carta 1 and 2. If you see the characters in that game, especially the female characters, they have like more like they have more like a body to them compared to Eve. Like they look, it's like it's more exaggerated because it's not like obviously not modeled after a real person or anything like that. And obviously, the tech is more primitive compared to now. But it has a design to it. I can't remember the name of the art design for it. Where like they have like really like exaggerated like wide hips and wide shoulders. But of course, like
Yeah.
they have like legs to them and all that. They got ass, they got
Magna
tits
Carta
and all
too.
that.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, or Magna Carta 1.
yeah. I'm sorry,
But
Magna Carta
just
one.
so
Yeah,
people know.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, even Magna Carta 2, it's the same art style too. But it's not really the same with Stellar Blade. So, people talk about her design or whatever. I guess they completely forgot about Magna Carta was a thing.
You know what? You know what Eve looks like to me? She looks like a glam. Like when you take let's say you took a model, right, and then you put her through like a filter that gave her like anime features, and you know how it kind of has like this hybrid human like anime look to it. That's how she looks to me. She looks like an anime character with like human textures.
She does.
That's what I could describe it as. Like,
Yeah. Mhm.
so I like the style because it's surreal. Like I love this like surreal art styles. I love how they look.
I'm tired of that art style. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Me too.
I mean, realistic art styles or surreal art styles.
I'm just like kind of both. I miss when games actually had more of a different art style, because now it's just like it's either it looks real or it looks photographic real. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but
I just feel like that.
you know what I mean by surreal though, right? Like you know what surreal is? It's like kind of like dreamlike, like almost like unreal. Like
yeah.
But
yeah,
it's
so
real.
yeah, like real and unreal. It's like when you look at it, like if you saw a 3D model of like if you saw a character from GTA 5 walking down the street, it would look surreal because it's like yeah, it's a realistic model, but it doesn't like necessarily mesh with the world around it.
Yeah.
Also, I hate the anime. I'm tired of that.
So that yeah, I mean, but that's gonna be all Japanese RPGs and stuff. Like that's just like Final Fantasy 16 and Rebirth both have that as well. Like if you look at actually that's a great example. If you look at Tifa, Aerith, and Cloud, they have that kind of like similar thing going on that the characters in Stellar Blade do, where they look like anime characters with like human textures and shit like that. So I think like I like that. I think that style looks cool. I mean, obviously it's your subjective opinion, my subjective opinion, but I like it.
And you put it
think
nicely, Jinpachi.
Yeah, I thank you. I just think it works for Stellar Blade, and I think it's a beautiful like art style. And I'm an artist myself, so I just think it looks really good. I think it's appealing.
Oh, if
It doesn't give like
quick,
uncanny
Y2
valley.
Viral,
It still looks nice.
you can join the
Yeah.
stream if you want.
Exactly.
I just want to say if I
Y2 Viral, you can join the stream because we're going to talk about the layoffs. Anyway, what were we saying, Dan?
Oh, I'm just trying to say, if I like drop out of the call, my power unit went out, or my internet went out because it's about to rain, and when it rains, I get best. So.
All right, man. Well, Dan, thanks for coming in. I appreciate you coming on here.
No problem.
Yeah.
And also,
thanks
it takes a lot to go into like a space and talk about something that you might agree or disagree with. I know it can be like, it takes like guts to do that. So I appreciate you coming on, and I hope you have a good day if you don't come back.
You have a good one,
Yeah.
Dan.
If you come back, I'll definitely bring you back on.
Yeah, in a future podcast, you're always welcome.
Gotcha. I enjoyed my time. Nice to meet all of you. Nice to meet Melina Chun.
Nice to meet you too.
And yeah, see you guys later. Take care and have a good conversation.
See you, man. You too, bro. Have a good one.
Yeah. Take it easy. So
Melina,
what can join because I know he wanted to talk about the layoffs, but
sure. But before he joins on, yeah, like in the meantime, Melina, give us your perspective on things. Like what do you think
on Stellar Blade?
Yeah, like the design, the art style, the discourse. Like I know we talked about it a little bit earlier, but like since we're like for people who are joining in late who may have not have heard you, just give your like your take on things. You know, like basically what I said: the design, the art style, how you feel about the game, the discourse, all that good stuff.
Oh, sure thing. Thank you. Um, well, I didn't know about the hate Stellar Blade was getting. I didn't know until I had watched a video of you guys talking about it, and because I was just going in thinking that, oh, everybody else like loves it too, because I was very, very intrigued and like very intrigued and interested in playing the game. I'm very excited for it. It's nice. It's a breath of fresh air. It's nice to see, you know, in a way, like back to the basics, but in current day of like Nier and Bayonetta, Blood Rain, Lara Croft, like female lead games that aren't doing this whole woke stuff. So it was a breath of fresh air. Love the graphics. I love the main character. I love how she looks, and Jinpachi, you said it perfectly, basically, because I was trying to figure it out myself, like the best way to put it of how she looks in the face, basically like an anime character that became realistic, you know, not like still an anime format, but like 3D like Naruto and Demon Slayer, but just like a humanoid anime character. Well, basically the way you say it, because I still can't say it, but you
Yeah,
put
like
it perfectly.
a anime character with like human textures, like realistic textures and whatnot. Like, you know, they like exist in like a real world format. It's like, yeah, I get what.
Yes.
Yeah, basically.
Yes, and it still looks great to where it doesn't give me or you know like or hopefully anybody else an uncanny feeling. So it's just right. And her body type is unique, which I like. Like it doesn't I can't think of an example of what her body type, and I know I can tell it seems like, and I can tell she seems like on the taller side. I'm not sure as tall as Bayonetta because I know she's 7'7". But it's nice to see that tall girls get some representation, and that and you guys made a very good point how like most female lead characters usually have more skin showing, and she really doesn't. It's just a full bodysuit that just hugs her features very, very well, and especially since it's and I feel like the trick to it is that they made her bodysuit her bodysuit shiny. Like there's a lot of shiny textures to where it really emphasizes her features, which can be a little trick when you're doing textures and graphicing, which is really, really nice. So they did a good job doing that. As far as the story, like I don't know too much about it because I'm the kind of person like I don't want to ruin the experience for myself. I want to wait till I get the game so I can play it for myself. Like for an example, like Final Fantasy VII Remake, I have not played the first one. So I don't mind that you guys like spoiled it because now you guys gave me a perspective to where I don't even want the game. So I don't care if I do get spoiled.
Oh man, sorry about that.
Oh no, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. I had already watched your previous videos where you discussed about Final Fantasy VII, and I was like, oh, this happened? Well, that's unfortunate. Well, I don't want the game anymore. That just ruined it because I figured that it would be the same, but today's day and age experience of Final Fantasy VII. I know it said it was a remake, but I didn't know that they were making these really big changes and they aren't really for the best.
Yeah,
that's why I would just prefer just a remaster instead, because I never grew up with Final Fantasy, and Final Fantasy VII is my favorite. I end up knowing about it and knowing the story through just watching a walkthrough on YouTube or just watching like the cutscenes to understand the story, because it's like that's how I usually do. Like any games that I never had growing up that I really like and I'm interested in, I wait till I got older and grown to where I can buy it and experience it for myself. Or if not, then I'll just watch a walkthrough on YouTube to where I still get the experience. You know, I just won't ever get to play it. So that way I can still be a part of these conversations of talking about video, you know, certain video games, and I'm knowledgeable of the story. You know, I won't know the gameplay true enough, but at least I'll know the story because I'm more of a story person. Like, mind you, I still do like gameplay or a good gameplay. I really, really do. But you know what really gets me reeled in is the characters and the story. So I'm more of a story based person. I'm very heavy on lore. So
Yeah.
you know, it's like, but since if I'm gonna do the Final Fantasy VII remake, and it's kind of not pretty much a 1-for-1 or just slightly altered of the original source material, I just find, and it's not really for the best. I find that there's no point in playing it at this point. You know, I'll just watch it and from a distance, but to waste $70, and then the fact that it's going to be 3 individual titles, no, thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So
that was the thing that was like to me the worst of all was that they chopped it into 3 games. I think like that, like it's not only like the story being bad, it's like
that was pretty fucking stupid.
the story being chopped like that. I mean, like the story being warped pissed me off, but chopping it into 3 games is straight up like greedy, like straight up like corporate greed. I agree with you there with what you said about watching the games, because I refused to buy Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So I actually sat there and watched long ass streams of like the full story so I could have a clear perspective, which in itself is kind of tedious because, you know, watching a 40-hour game is much harder than actually playing it yourself. You know what I mean? So there's like a little bit of like a chore, but I looked at it like almost like a job, because not like a real job, you know what I mean? Like just like something like a chore, right? Because I wanted to have a clear perspective on the story and didn't want to talk out my ass. So I sat there and put up with watching it, but man, that was hard. It was hard to sit through watching those scenes.
I'm pretty sure. I know it was very hard to get through, but I appreciate that because I rather not waste the money to play it, just like how I did with M1K. I rather not just like, I'm very, especially since this game run for $70. Yes, I'm going to be penny pinching when it very, very selective when it comes to these games, which is why I'm excited about Stellar Blade. And to wrap up, yeah, don't believe because I don't even know. Like if there are people that are like speaking, well, I'm pretty sure the woke women or like the feminazis are like speaking for all of us or generalizing. They can't speak for me, not I. They can't speak for me, and I'm pretty sure there are other women excuse me. There are other women out there like me. My words. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure there are other women out there like me. So don't believe, I know you guys didn't anyway, but just like for everybody else, like don't believe like those women don't speak for a woman like me, because I don't mind and don't care. And if anything, I love more than anything. So to see it being stripped and taken from me, you know, I'm just as mad as guys are. And, you know, if they can say the whole, oh, well, you just want to jack off. I mean, you know, I'm a woman and I'm not even into women like that. I'm not gay or bi, but I admire and I appreciate a woman's body and a figure, you know, so, and there's nothing wrong with that, you know, so don't let their insecurities warp your mind, because that's really all it is. They just need to take a deep look within themselves and better themselves, because, you know, it's unfortunate. Yes, and they need to take accountability, because I'm all about you. They do. They have to hold it. They have to hold that with their chest, because it's not everybody else's fault for their insecurities. That's their problem. So don't let them influence you. Don't let them back you in a corner. They don't speak for all of us women. There's plenty of us out here that love like beautiful, sexy women, and we have no shame. I have no shame in at all whatsoever. I'm proud and open to speak about it, because I can't lie to myself. You know, I like what I like, and
that's what we like to hear out here. We need more. We need more of that. We need more people like you speaking out, because like it's like you said. Like I never thought that they spoke for all women, female gamers. I don't think Revenant did. I think most people don't. But those people need to learn that they could scream and cry, but they're the minority. They're not the majority. And there's people like I said, like you. I mean, like you and like Cassie Cage. And other people that I've seen on X that are not for the BS, and you know they're not ashamed to speak out.
And I definitely want to give that perspective, because I haven't seen too many women like give their perspective. Like I know they're there, so I don't want to say that there isn't, and like I'm the only one in this and that. I know they are. It's just, you know, they're like we're out here and we do exist. You know, like you don't have to hassle Revenant, Jinpachi, you know, Christian, you don't have to hassle them because I'm the living proof. I'm right here. You can take it up with me if you want to. You don't have to give them as much smoke because now if you're going to give that to them, then what you're going to say to me? Because I'm living proof of that, and I have no problem having a debate and squaring off with you, and you can't change my mind whatsoever because I know what they've been doing all these years, and I haven't bought it. I've noticed it, and I haven't bought it, and it just made me infuriated the more and more as the years gone by. Just seeing how it was for me as a kid, and I'm able to process and understand what was going on with, you know, sexy females and stuff like that, or very masculine men, like. And here it is today, and just seeing how much of that has changed due to a whole bunch of really just the insecure older women that want to sit here and just take something that they don't. And the thing is, you really don't need to take their opinion, like their words for a grain of salt, because they don't even play these games anyway. They don't care. They don't play it. They talk all this talk, they have all this influence, and at the end of the day, they don't even play the games.
Yep,
that's what's even worse about this.
And they don't sell. Then they ruin the games, then they don't sell. So it means that they're not even there buying them.
Yeah, they can't back it up.
No, they can't back up. So don't let them ruin it, because all they're gonna do is leave their stain on the community and then move to the next thing until they basically just infiltrated everything and everywhere. And just like a whole entire world, like it's just, and don't let them push you in court, because what's the worst they can do? Cancel you again? You can only cancel yourself. They
can't cancel. You know? They can't cancel me. Yep. I'm uncancelable. Because
especially if you're truthful.
You can only be canceled if you have something to hide, or if you allow yourself to be canceled. If you allow yourself to be canceled, whatever. But remember, like, your fan base is like, they could try to cancel me or they could try to cancel Revenant, but the people that watch this channel aren't going to stop watching it just because a bunch of angry feminists want to throw out a billion terms at people like me, you, or Revenant, you know? Or whoever else.
Because that's the worst they can do. All they can do is block you. They don't have a rebuttal. They can't do anything. So you've already won, and they're very well aware of that. Don't think that they don't know. They are very, 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 very well aware. They're dumb, but they ain't that dumb.
Eric July is a great example of a person they try to cancel and it failed, because he still made millions and he's still talking about this stuff. So he's laughing at them. And I think it's hilarious.
He's laughing to the bank.
It is hilarious. Because there's nothing to expose if you've been truthful and you stay true to yourself the whole time. Yeah. There's nothing to expose at the end of the day.
Personally, I don't care that much about Isom. I don't really like the design, but I like that Eric July created an alternative, and that they try to cancel him and he said F you and made his money. So even though it's not for me, it's still badass that he did that, and I respect him for it.
Yes.
Same.
Yeah.
So, that's why.
Yeah, me too.
Melina, you're always welcome to come on the podcast and talk about this stuff. Like I said, it's good to have like a perspective of like from a female point of view, just because like, I hate to say it, but sometimes it takes people seeing that to realize that, hey, maybe they're the problem, not like the gamers themselves.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's why I wanted to come on here, because I know that it will make more of a difference, basically like hearing from the horse's mouth. So you guys can like take a breather. Like, I'll take the smoke, because I'm the living proof of what you guys speak on. And I appreciate you gentlemen speaking on the women that do exist out here that don't mind and are unapologetic about when it comes to the woke stuff. Like, I really, really do appreciate you guys very, very much, and bringing me on here, because it's just like, it just felt like it was time to go ahead and speak out, instead of just, you know, like watching it, like getting my 2 cents in and speaking for all women, you know, on that. And not even, again, not just a woman, because at the end of the day, I'm still a person, and I'm still a true, like, passionate gamer, and I just want everyone to like get along and enjoy their passion, not get ruined or have to feel like the next installment is like what virtue signaling are they gonna do this time. You know, we shouldn't have to think that. We should just buy the games that we love and play. We shouldn't be hesitant. We shouldn't wait to see someone buy it.
We should be able to see a Wolverine game get announced and get excited and be happy that we're gonna get a badass Wolverine. We shouldn't have to worry about it being made by woke Insomniac, for example.
And don't be afraid to like, no one should be afraid to have the highest expectations for these games, because we love these games. We grew up with these games. We have an attachment to them for a reason.
And so
these developers,
Yep.
What did you say?
No, I was saying that they're charging $70 now for it. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
like $80
you should
$70
expect
for it.
better
DLC
from them because
or
yep,
$100 season battle passes or season passes. Shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's
But thank you. I
crazy.
appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate
Yeah,
that
I
you guys
think.
are welcoming me back on here. Thank you so much.
Well, I think that it's important that we also. I
absolutely.
said this. I mean, you've seen the previous podcast, so I always say like we have to talk the truth and speak from speak honestly, even if it means getting flack. Because if sometimes it takes people seeing other people being brave or being willing to like speak about things for them to feel strong enough to stand up and do it themselves. And I think like if you speak the truth, like in the end, the truth always wins. You can like lie to everyone, you can lie to yourself, but in the end of the day, like well, you can't really lie to yourself because in the end of the day, deep down, it's BS. That's why you see like a lot of these people have like they talk all this crap, and then they have severe mental health issues, they have severe confidence issues, they have like all these things going on because deep down they know they're operating from a lie. Right? It's like the person like I'm not to make this example again, because I do a lot of like fitness stuff, but like a person who is overweight, they can talk about body positivity, but then when they actually get in shape and feel good, I've seen it firsthand, and they feel good, they realize like, wait a minute, like no, I feel good. I actually feel good now. I don't feel like this shame, and like I don't have to convince everyone else to accept me for things that I even personally find shameful. I feel better. I'm in better shape. And I feel confident. It's like a real confidence. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, it's not a fake confidence.
It's not a fake confidence. It's not from a lie. It's not because you convinced all your friends to be like, oh yeah, body positivity or whatever, but because you feel good. You worked hard, and you not only do you like feel good physically, but mentally, it makes you stronger to overcome like whatever flaws you have.
Yes, because if anybody has to prove themselves to you, like whatever it may be, like like as a man, you have to prove you have to show out and show everyone and tell everyone that'll listen that I'm a man and this and that, I'm strong, this and that. Then you're not a man. Just like someone says like, oh, I'm a nice person. Like I'm a nice person. I do nice things. This is the last thing I did that was nice. They're not a nice person. So if a woman that says that I'm not that I'm not the best looking, but I'm worthy. I'm worthy of the approval and the validation, and I'll show you. I'll show you by doing what a man can do. Then she's not a real woman. She's male identified.
Yeah.
She's male identified with a vagina. Because why can't you be content with not being the best looking, like appealing? Because either way, everybody finds love out here, so it doesn't matter. So it's just how you see yourself. You don't love yourself. So if you have to convince everybody that, instead of just being true to yourself and still being feminine, then you're not a real woman. So, anytime when someone says that, they have to tell me verbally and do things to convince me that, or what they say that they are, they're the exact opposite. They don't practice what they preach. They're not truthful. And that's why I have no respect for a lot of the shills and bandwagon like propaganda hoppers and all that, the terms for them. I have no respect for them because you're very well aware of what you're doing. You know what's going on out here, but you choose to for a check because you don't want to get hate, because you don't want to get to go to these special events that these developers, they don't give a
Sphere Hunter.
Like they don't give a damn about you. So what? Oh, because what matters at the end of the day, for me, I'm big on integrity, self-respect, and truth. So if you don't have none of those things, you would never have my respect.
Show, don't
especially
tell.
If you've been
that's
in
what
here.
It is.
Yes, show and tell. Especially if you've been on here longer and you gradually changed due to fit these certain narratives, so you don't get canceled, so your bags don't stop, so that you can stay close knit to these developers. You're a joke.
Well,
you should be ashamed of yourself.
You know Angry Ho, right?
Angry Ho?
Yeah,
you talking about Angry Joe?
Angry Ho.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Angry Ho. He used to be against all the corporate BS, and what he did, he became the corporate shill that he despised the whole time.
Because of money.
That's
it. Because of money.
Long enough to be a villain.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like Jim Hottie had
just for
mentioned,
money.
Spear
Like,
Hunter, people like that. You know,
yeah.
all these
To
people
be
that get
broke
involved
and
with like
not
these
get as much
companies.
money in than to sit here and lose respect and my integrity from my beliefs and what I know what's right if I'm seeing something that I love fall apart right before my eyes. You know,
Yeah.
and then because in a way we're like it's being enabled. You're allowing them to overpower the ones that truly do care about the source material, that truly do love these games, comic book
Mhm.
characters, anime characters. Like we're giving them the power to not. I'm not saying us, but just those who are playing along, like playing the fence and playing along with it, and like it's they're being enabled to keep doing what they're doing. That's why they have been getting away with this for this many years, and there
But
has been no change in sight.
you ever seen Fight Club?
The movie, it's been a long time, but yes.
All right, so you remember the guy in the street where he was walking around and they were trying to convince him, he was trying to like get him to fight, and the dude would do anything in his power to avoid fighting because he didn't want to be uncomfortable, basically. Like he didn't want to like engage with it. Like he was so afraid that he would allow anything to happen to him. So the guy was pushing him around, like basically harassing him, and he just refused to fight back.
Yeah.
That's basically how like most people are. It's like in terms of like even like ideologically, because it'll be like they see that this stuff is happening, they don't like it, but they're so afraid of conflict that they'll just allow anything to happen to them because they don't want to avoid they don't want to deal with like the conflict that comes from standing up and just saying no, right? And I think that applies to like a lot of gamers or like a lot of these people where they're shills and they say like, well, I want to make sure I keep getting those review copies. I want to get these review copies. I want to make sure that they keep whatever. Yeah, exactly. Or I don't want to fight with these people by disagreeing. So I'm just going to go with the flow. I know it's BS, but maybe it'll just go away if I stay silent and just keep and not deal with it. And the problem is that if people don't speak up, it won't go away. It will only go away if people fight back. If people say, no, I don't like this shit. It's terrible. You're wrong. Because you know what? There's this argument that people make that all sides are created equal, and sometimes they're not. You know, sometimes people are wrong, and we have to like accept that as reality. So I just hope more people can just not be afraid to say what the truth is. For sure, there are some things that are subjective, but you can't go around. Nothing changes if good. It's like evil wins if good people don't do nothing. Not to be pretentious and say, "Oh, we're all good people; they're all evil," but it's just the stance that if you don't take a stand against oppressive forces, then nothing will change. It'll just get worse. And it just makes it harder for everyone else,
Yes.
So
you're exactly right.
Right on point, bro. Yeah, this is like crazy. Like you see, like the people that you used to follow and shit on like YouTube or anything like that, just turn to corporate ass kissers. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, it broke my heart that a lot of the content creators that I used to follow that I followed at one point, I had to unfollow them because they changed for the worse, and I'll be a hypocrite if I stay supporting them just because what they used to be, but they're not that anymore.
Yeah.
So basically like you are what you eat. Your partner is a reflection of you. Your friends is a reflection of you. So who you follow is also too a reflection of you. So I don't want to follow nobody if they don't. It's not even just agreeing with what I agree with. It's just standing 10 toes in what you believe in, even if it's different from mine. As long as you stay true to yourself and you don't let money or free access have you wrapped around their finger, then I will ride with you until the end of time, until you retire or whatnot. But just having to follow a lot of people, especially when it came to M1K, because I follow a lot more Mortal Kombat content creators, and having to unfollow them because some of them aren't speaking
there's a whole
up.
lot of them.
I appreciate Dynasty had finally spoke up about like Mortal Kombat since he's the more well-known Mortal Kombat content creator. So I'm glad that he kind of like finally spoke up about it. But the
Yeah, I
Other
think
ones like Uncaged Games.
yeah.
He said he
Un-
spoke a little bit about it, but he didn't go too into it. Like he was kind of tap dancing, tiptoeing around it, and it's just like, God dang it, say what you
like
mean.
teasing.
You see
Say it
this,
with
you
your
know
Yeah,
this.
chest.
Say
Say it
it
with your
with your
chest.
chest.
yeah. Like
So it's like
there's
I can't follow
Underdog
that.
Gaming. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Underdog Gaming. Oh my God,
Um,
I haven't I didn't
No,
follow him, but
I
I
He's a
just
show.
watched him through. Yeah, he's a
yeah.
definite shoe. And everyone talk
Um,
about the sales. Who cares about the sales? They don't mean anything because the real ones are the ones that the loyal ones that have been playing these games, that know the material, that have been around for
yeah,
decades. Those are the ones that really matter. So this whole competition of other games like, oh, Mortal Kombat still doing better than Tekken,
And plus,
and
it's a
like,
huge brand. It's Mortal Kombat is an innovator of violence
yeah,
in video games, basically. So of course, it's like Spider
yeah.
Man. I would argue Mortal Kombat is up there with Spider Man and like stuff like Batman as a brand. Like
Hmm.
I would
yeah,
say the
yeah.
brand is even bigger than Final Fantasy. So it's like those games, they would have to make like 4 consistent flops in order for that series to die. So like
Yeah.
when people talk about the sales of Mortal Kombat, it doesn't really mean much to me because it's Mortal Kombat. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah,
Like
exactly. Like
It's like,
they
of
of
will
course it's
buy
course
gonna
it
they're gonna
if
sell.
you
do
put
good. Yeah.
like if you slap Resident Evil on like anything on it, like even mayonnaise, they will buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leave him in it.
Because like look, here's like the thing too. It's like let's say you're a channel dedicated, and I experienced this myself because even though my channel isn't like solely Arkham content, that's what a lot of people come to my channel for. And like when Suicide Squad came out, I was and Gotham Knights, right? Both those games are popular or whatever, and I refuse to like play them or talk about them because I think they're both trash, and especially more. I mean, they're equally bad, honestly. But so when you're making a certain kind of content, there's pressure on you to continue that content with the newest thing in order to keep your fan base and to make money.
Hmm.
So when you have like a account like a Mortal Kombat channel or a Mortal Kombat like whatever, like a Mortal Kombat channel, you need the Mortal Kombat game to be good because if it's bad and you bash it, that's less viewership for you. So a lot of those
Yeah.
people will sell out because they
Ju-
are Mortal Kombat channels and they need to keep the momentum of the new Mortal Kombat game. It's
yeah,
just
and this
pathetic,
was
in my
even.
opinion.
Oh, sorry
It
about that.
is.
There was even a point that the some of the Mortal Kombat channels was wanted to like have the censorship um to the series, like because the whole demonetization bullshit. So they wanted like this option for like Mortal Kombat to like turn the blur off and all type of shit. And they basically trying to like DOA it, like how there are a lot of pro players trying to censor, word down the series so it could be esports or family like or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, yeah, and keep negating the fact that it's Mortal Kombat, right? So it's like, all right,
Yeah.
it's Mortal Kombat. Like, why does it need to be censored for like audiences? It's like people watching that game should be able to say, all right, if I watch this, it's mature content. The greed of these fighting game tournaments and like things
Yeah,
like Evo or whatever, and them wanting to be able to monetize these things, it kind of trickles down
yeah,
into the game, obviously, because it's like, all right, well, our game is M rated, clearly explicitly violent, but we need like
yeah,
casuals to watch it. And we need, and honestly, most casuals don't even care. It's really the advertisers that care. They're like, well, all right, let's
Mm.
yeah,
make a mode where we nerf the
yeah,
blood, and then
yeah. But that's the
that way we
thing
could
though.
get the ad revenue.
But that's the
Well,
casuals actually like the fan service of those games. Like for like example, like they love the blood and gore. And the advertisers really don't like that. Um um you know the agitators or the DOA goes. The advertisers may not like that, but casuals do because
Yeah, so
that's
so when you
what the
remove it, they won't want to watch. It's like, all
Yeah.
right, like, oh,
yeah, exactly.
I
Like
like the bloody violent game. You take away the blood and violence, all right, I don't care anymore. You know what I mean? Like, don't get
Yeah,
me wrong,
it
Mortal
loses
Kombat has
its
some
appeal, and then you
it
drive
has some
away your
good
core audience, and then there's barely any fucking like casuals or new people coming in to
Mhm.
really keep the game going and supporting, and then end up, all right, we're gonna put this series on hiatus like they did with Dead or Alive because they wanted to cater to the wrong people instead of their actual audience.
And don't you find the hypocrisy amazing? Where you can say, don't get me wrong, Mortal Kombat has some good mechanics, but like without the blood and gore, it wouldn't have the popularity that it did. But
It wouldn't. It wouldn't stand out
It wouldn't.
compared to Tekken and Street Fighter. It wouldn't.
Well,
I was playing.
Wait, hold on, Dan. What were you saying?
Sorry about that.
I was just I was about to talk because I play a lot of Mortal Kombat 1. The mechanics in Mortal Kombat 1 are dog shit. Because
Yeah, most definitely.
They
it sucks.
designed Mortal Kombat 1 in particular to be for casuals, but the gameplay is so bad that casuals don't want to play it, and now we're just left with a shit game.
Well, you said you disagree or that you agree.
Oh, I just want to say, you said Mortal Kombat has some good mechanics. I say
No. I said that Mortal Kombat in the past has had decent mechanics. Not Mortal Kombat 1. Mortal Kombat 1 is dog shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like,
it's bad. I think it's the women are uglified. It's censored, and the combat mechanics are bad. It sucks.
I think,
so just to be clear, I thought you disagreed with my premise before.
Tanya, I don't know why people defend Tanya still. She is ugly. I just hate it.
It's just word down bullshit. That's what it is.
I wanted to make a point though, because my point with this is that, all right, you have like there's an extreme level of hypocrisy where you have like someone like Ed Boon saying, well, we tone down the females because it's indecent. Meanwhile, this is the same game that you can rip all the skin off somebody's body and like.
Right.
So is there a hierarchy of this? Is sexy bad, but extreme violence bad? If you have such a moral high ground, why don't you remove the violence and the sexy women and then see what happens and see what happens to your series? Same with The Last of Us 2. This guy can talk about how he's blue in the face about like female portrayals, representation, all this stuff. But in the end of the day, the game is still extremely gory because he knows that if he takes out that part of it, the game will fail. So it makes you wonder, all right, so are your ethics with the violence, with the sex appeal, what bothers you more? And in the end of the day, if you really dig deep enough, it turns out that they're hypocrites, that there's no answer. They just are playing ball with agendas and they don't actually care.
And why stop now? You were already doing the early 2000s. Why all of a sudden you too good to now you want to do breast reductions and flat asses and slim thighs? Like, why do it now when you already done it? And it was no problem then, but you want to listen to everybody else. And if you just you made a very good point. Yeah, like
they're trying to
ruin her. Terrible.
Just ruin her.
Tell me in that video that me and Jim Pachi did about it. Like, we don't know if later in the story she changes how she looks or whatever. And I'm like, I know they ain't gonna change nothing, and then turns out they didn't change anything. She looks ugly. Looks like she smells shit 24/7.
Agreed.
She looked like Devore. She looked like Devore, bro. Like
Devore, yeah, exactly. And she's a complete and utter downgrade from her design in what was it?
Deception. Yeah.
In Deception, she was one of the best looking characters, ironically, which is hilarious. And like,
she gave very graceful, angelic for a demon, and that's why I love. That's why when I say I'm a fan of MK, I mean I'm a fan of MK1 to Armageddon. That's it. You know, any from when it was reprised in 2011 forward, no, because that was the heart. And then the lore was so deep. It was the characters were diverse, even for Liu Kang, and he's basic. You know, he's just, the Bruce Lee stand-in. Even he brought something, different. And it's like, they're not the same anymore. And it's just, they're just, even the same for Melina. I hate what they did with Melina, especially, I knew that her character was ruined when the way they did her in X when they killed her off. That infuriated me to this day. I cannot. First of all, I already can't. Like at first, I didn't mind. I'm sorry, excuse me, because this is where I refer to her. I refuse to refer to her as her actual name, so I refer to her as Bug Bitch or Roach.
Devore, that nasty hole Devora.
Yes, that thing. At first I didn't mind her.
Baraka is one of my favorite. Baraka is one of my favorite characters, and they killed him off like that. I was like, oh my god, man.
I was so upset. Like, how could you come in and like you weren't about reducing women and like covering them up fully and reducing them, but you can't even get the story right. Like you're bringing in new characters. And you make them try to shove them in our faces to kill off the old characters.
But I want to make a point real quick about that. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second, and I'll let you speak, Y2. Because Devora
no problem.
exists to be a feminist stand-in.
Oh,
Devora
yeah.
is a feminist stand-in. So the story takes a back seat to their agenda. Same thing that happened in MK11 with Shao Kahn and Kitana and even what's her name, Sindel. The story was
Yes.
changed and warped because of their agenda, which is why the story suffers. So I've had people in comments saying things like, "Oh, why you're just bashing the wokeness? It's the story that's bad." I'm like, yeah, the story got screwed because they forced the wokeness in. That
The
forced them to
wokeness
have
in
to.
it.
That may be a logic.
Fucking
There may be a
exactly.
logical
Like,
writing in the first place. Anybody who thinks Kitana killing Shao Kahn makes sense is an idiot. I'm sorry. That shit was horrible.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was.
Come on.
that shit,
Especially when you think about it, because
like,
this is supposed to be
Bonus.
Katana from Mortal Kombat.
it was ass.
How is more Katana
I like
from
that.
Mortal Kombat being Shao Kahn? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh,
No.
Apollo Patriot,
And
what's up?
let's not even talk about what they did to Kano. Is my so being straightforward. Kano is like, I have 3 favorite characters in Mortal Kombat. Actually 4. It's Raiden, Sub-Zero, Kano, and Scorpion. And what they did to Kano in MK11 is an abomination. They disrespected
Yeah.
that man like crazy. Like crazy.
I was laughing more at him than taking him seriously.
And I'm like, they did this to Kano, and I'm like, it can't get much worse. And then the movie comes out, and I'm like, damn, they really made him worse.
Wait, hold up.
how?
He carried that.
They practically made him like a henchman at this point.
They
Like
made
a
him a
jobber at this
bitch.
point.
They
You know
made
what I
him
mean?
fodder. He became a jobber.
Yes, he's not even a
Everybody's questioning yours,
henchman.
Zoe. That answers
He
your
was
question.
just a
Zoe.
joke.
Once Warner Brothers got involved, they fucked it up.
Okay, I
Anyway.
disagree.
Yeah.
I disagree with that.
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat 9, from a gameplay standpoint, Mortal Kombat 9 and X were good. Everything after that was dog shit. But that's
Well, I'll
Mm.
say Mortal Kombat X, I love the combat of, and I was really good at that game. MKX
Yeah.
also was woke because of Cassie Cage, Cassie Cage, the character. That
Okay.
game was was also feminist bullshit. But gameplay wise, I did like that game, fighting mechanics wise.
Yeah.
But MK9 was the Mortal Kombat game they wanted to make because they knew that they were possibly going to die before Warner Brothers saved them. So basically, that was like their last chance to save Mortal Kombat. So instead of like playing ball with all this shit, they said big titties, thick thighs, crazy violence, a non politically correct story, because it's like they had nothing to lose. You get what I'm saying? They knew it was like their last hurrah.
Yeah.
As soon as
That's really sad.
as soon as MK9 saved them, then MKX is like, all right, it's time to start doing woke stuff because now we're safe. Warner Brothers has faith in us. They're going to keep investing in these games, so now we could do whatever. Now we'll make like the woke, politically correct Mortal Kombat, and it started with X.
Mm-hmm.
It did. It started with it.
Apollo,
Yeah.
what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was going to say is one of my most favorite Mortal Kombats would be on the PlayStation 2. I forgot what it was, but like they had its campaign modes, third person, like
Shaolin Monks?
roam around like the maps. Yes, that one.
That's
and
an
then
awesome
after
game.
that Mortal Kombat game.
Oh, yeah, that's a classic right there.
Yeah,
Yeah, that game is
I
amazing.
played a hell of a lot of that, and then I like the other
Mhm.
Mortal Kombat. It's a
Oh,
long, huge campaign mission. Like you fight like
Armageddon?
Cyrex, military,
And-
crap like that.
and
like,
it's cool. And you can unlock
Armageddon?
Scorpion and
crap
Sub-Zero.
no.
in that game.
No, he's talking about the Shaolin Monks.
Oh.
Oh no,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
you can create your own character.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
Armageddon.
and
That's Armageddon.
other Mortal Kombat,
That's
you can
Armageddon.
create your own character.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
thinking. All
Armageddon,
right,
that's
sorry,
one of
I'm
my
sorry. You're
personal
thinking about
favorites.
Armageddon. Yeah.
It's one
Yeah,
of
that
my
game was
favorites.
good too.
I think he was talking
Oh
about
yeah,
both of
that's.
them.
Yeah, I like both of those
Yeah.
games personally. I
Yeah.
like them.
I like him
I
I
too.
think
wanted to
that's the
say
last
something
time they
too.
ever put in effort.
Melina,
I wish we go back to that.
my favorite characters, I
Me
forgot
too.
to mention, my favorite female characters are Jade and Melina. Those are my two favorite
You said as far
females.
as female characters?
Those are my two favorite female characters, Jade and Melina. And because I mentioned my favorite characters, but I actually forgot to mention those.
Oh no, you're
But-
fine. My favorite is Melina, Jade, Sindel, Katana. Dang, are all of them honestly. Serena, Ashra, Lee May.
Like it's like they're not bad.
Like in order.
They're
Yeah.
not all like I kind of like all of them, but like if I had to
I
pick
don't
a
think-
favorite, like you know what I mean? Like,
Oh
I'll pick
yeah,
those
yeah.
two.
I don't think people talk about how ugly Selena looked in Mortal Kombat 1. She
Oh
is
yeah, that was
butt
that
ass
was that
ugly.
was that was weird. And what they did to Jade in 11 pissed me off too. They ruined Jade as well. Oh my
Yeah,
god,
They
they
I was
got
covered
like,
her
what
covered
happened
the
to
fuck
her
up.
beautiful dark skin?
they made Jade into like Jade was the ultimate feminist talking piece in that game. Because
Oh
like
man, Scar
you
looked
remember how
terrible in there
you remember what
with
they
the
did to
Muslim
Kodo
costume and shit.
Khan.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
She
Yeah, they
beats
cut them.
they
Kodo Khan.
just
She beat
Well,
Kodo Khan, which led to him getting destroyed by Shao Kahn. So all that fancy talk about ethics and shit led to like just led to him being screwed over. Like they just like it's horrible. It's
well,
horrible. I just hate what
I
they did to Jade.
I would have
Well,
to
I'm
say
fine because I didn't like Kodo Khan anyway.
I mean,
I
Kodo
I
Khan
didn't like him as a
sucked,
character.
but Kodo Khan sucked. But I just didn't like that Jade. They made Jade like I didn't like that they made her the dumbass that got him killed. That makes sense. It's not so much about Kodo
Yeah,
Khan. It's
yeah.
more so how they characterize Jade that pissed me off.
Yeah, it was because of her that it led to that. She didn't beat his ass. Which somehow, by the way, she beat his ass. Like, come
Which makes
on.
no sense. And then her whole reasons were like bullshit, like ideological reasons, because they decided to make Tarkatans a stand-in for like a minority race, which is horrible.
Yeah.
Instead of the
Yeah.
berserk monster, what made Tarkatans cool is that they're berserk monsters. That's what makes them cool.
yeah, and now
And you
both of them
take
they're like
yeah,
tragic people with a disease, and I'm sitting there like,
yeah. It started with
first of all,
11.
it doesn't even make sense. Why is Tarkatan a disease? But they were the ones helping Liu Kang save the fucking timeline in the last game. So Liu Kang committed genocide. It was just so happens a fluke happened, and why Tarkatans are still here. The moment I heard
Yeah.
that, I was like, why would he do that? He literally did what Koda Khan did, and that was supposed to be an allegory for racism. So Liu Kang
Yep.
is kind of racist. I ain't gonna lie.
And I have another question, and that's true. There's actually a lot of things at MK1 that make Liu Kang look incompetent as well.
Yeah,
But
right. He's
with like
supposed
how
to
he
be
did the
this, like,
timeline.
well, what is he, the fire god or whatever?
Yeah, Fire
But
Girl.
but
Yeah,
check it
and then
out.
he's like doing all this like nonsensical shit that is like, all right, how are you no better than what's her face from
Yeah,
before?
Chronica,
Or even
whatever.
Shang Tsung, whatever.
or
Whoever
And
the
and
fuck.
and my
Chronic
question is, and here's my
because somebody
question
must
though:
be hiding making that character.
in Mortal
Yeah,
Kombat,
for real.
in Mortal Kombat 11, how the hell they expected me to feel bad for Tarkatans when they kill innocent Outworlders and eat them? Like, why would you even go that way story wise? Just to make,
Right.
Because they
just to have Jade virtue signal. Like that's like the thing
all
about
it
it
is.
yo Japachi,
that gets to me. It's
let me
like
say something real quick.
Yeah.
they had Jade. I just want to finish my thought. They had Jade virtue
All right, go
signaling
ahead.
just to pull some feminist, bleeding heart bullshit with her, ruining her character. That led to to Kodo Khan being killed, which I didn't care about. But then it also retconned the Tarkatans into being some sympathetic race when it killed everything cool about them.
Yeah.
So
But honestly, though, that's the best Baraka will ever get, though, as a character, because all he was just a jobber. He never really got that much shine, and I love
Yeah.
Baraka. He was one of
Yeah.
my favorite male
Oh, yeah.
characters, and like this is the most he's ever gotten.
well, in Mortal Kombat,
So
but just because he got more screen time, don't make it good. I'd rather have obscure Baraka
yeah.
that we don't know nothing
That's
about
the thing
than
about NetherRealm.
woke Baraka.
But they never did anything with
Armageddon
him
Baraka's better.
being like Shao Kahn's more favored race, and like they didn't really do anything with him with that. And then with this, that's what I'm saying. Like they're giving him more, not more to do. They're giving him more story. More
More
lore than
screen
besides
time.
just being
but
more
it's not
screen
Yeah.
good.
like in a way. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
But
not
it's not
good,
good.
but
But
So that's why
I
NetherRealm,
wish
I'm
they would have
like,
did better.
yeah, they should have
Yeah,
did better.
yeah, I thought so
Yeah.
too.
And
And
also, I mean, Baraka was the only guy to get smoked in his own Mortal Kombat 4 ending. I was like, damn, this is sad, bro. You're not even. Oh,
Yeah.
was it Reptile? I think both
Yeah,
Reptile and Baraka, right? They both got slapped in their own
yeah,
endings.
yeah, they did.
So,
yeah.
that's the thing
I
about
mean,
NetherRealm.
Mm.
Okay. That's the thing about NetherRealm's games. They're very inconsistent. Like they will say something in one game, and but then in the next game they just retcon that casually. Like the whole Sindel situation. Sindel was supposed to be a kind, caring mother. Now she just now she is because they had to fix her fuck up. But they retconned the entire story of Mortal Kombat up until Mortal Kombat 11, saying, "Oh, that was all a front." She actually killed her husband and fucked Shao Kahn willingly. Like what?
Yeah,
Man, I'm passionate when it comes to Sindel bringing that up. It's like, I don't even know why they even green light that damn idea in the first place, because they knew goddamn well that everybody that's a real fan that loves Sindel, that knows who Sindel is, was going to hate that. So they had to backtrack them, because why? Because NetherRealm can never commit to their new ideas. That's why they backtrack on Cyber Sub-Zero.
Never.
Yep.
For instance, that's why all the NetherRealm games seem like they're their own part. They seem like they're their own standalone universe. Each NetherRealm game feels like that for me.
Yes,
Yeah, because
it's a hot mess.
Because they have these powerful writers that can't write for shit.
Like, think about. I'm sorry. Finish what you were saying. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Because they got all these writers that have like political views on shit and trying to bring it into a gaming spirit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that's why most of these shits are terrible. The sales is plummeting, and all these. And I'm gonna get to it later on about the whole layoff thing. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that with Sindel, it was just an abomination, because like they took this character that was like had a tragic story, and you made her like into like
a whole, basically
a whole villain. And in the end of the day, when you think about it, it's only because they didn't like her. Like, you know what it is? Because they don't like Sindel as like this like feminine, like loyal wife. They got corrupted. They didn't like her sexuality. So the second they got to the second they got to retcon her, they totally changed her. Like basically, it's okay for her to be good as long as she's a feminist. Unless she promotes as long as she promotes feminist bullshit, then she could be a good aligned with good characters. That's why MK1. You know, they had her like be more of like a girl boss character, and all of a sudden she's retconned to being good, back to being good.
Like, look how she treats Shao Kahn in Mortal Kombat 1. She's telling him what to do all the time, and it's
Shao Kahn, the cuck.
Well, now he's no longer Shao Kahn. It's General Shao.
Yeah.
General Shao's chicken.
Shao chicken.
Shao chicken.
I like the original look of Shao Kahn. Looks way
They
better.
ruined him.
Like Mortal
you know what
Kombat
it is?
9, Shao Kahn.
Yeah.
I didn't like the dragon shit they gave him on his face, like the dragon features.
They ruined him.
It looked better in MK9, but in X and 11, they gave him that weird ass like Goomba from Mario face. Remember the movie? They had like those Goomba people. That's what he looks like to me.
Oh yeah.
Well, they still but like in Mortal Kombat 1, Shao Kahn's face, it looks so off-putting. He low-key looks like a RoboCop when he doesn't have his visor on. Like when you
He's like a Diablo character.
Yeah. What was that character, Revenant? That character you told me? What are they called again?
Dragon Age Inquisition. The
yeah,
Qunari.
yeah, that's what he looks like, a Qunari.
Oh yeah, he does look like him.
In Inquisition, his name is Bull, the bisexual.
The Iron Bull.
Right?
Yeah. He looked exactly like him.
Yeah. But you know, but like I was saying, like they shifted the power dynamic, like they're like feminist writers. Feminist writers are okay with changing shit if it suits their narrative. So, for example, if you have a character like Shao Kahn being this like meathead, like masculine, like badass character, not saying that he was good, he's still like an evil character, but they don't like it. They don't like what he represents, even if he is a villain. They don't like it. They don't like these villains putting out these traits. So what they did was, the second they got a chance to change it, they made him a cuck. Same thing with one of the scenes that pissed me off the most was in they made him like a Trump. He even said make Outworld great again. I was like, come on, this is pathetic, man.
Yeah.
But
like, damn, bro, like you could keep that shit out. The game was already
but there's
bad
a scene.
enough, you know what I mean?
Jack
there's a scene, but I want to talk about this scene in MK1 that pissed me off to no end. Melina and Jade, Melina and Tanya try to kill the cast. It's 3 characters. Johnny Cage calls her a bitch, and then these guys are scolding him about how, you shouldn't say that. That's out of line. They're looking at him like he like says something crazy. I'm thinking like, these people are trying to kill you, and you're upset
Yeah,
that he
like what?
called one of them a bitch. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, when I look at the writers when I think about the writing of some of these things, I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking
That's
about?
one of the worst scenes in
What
the
kind of
game,
logic
bro.
is
Like,
this?
I only laughed at that scene.
These are
But
the same writers.
look at Spider-Man. The first Spider-Man game on PS4. Mary Jane is like, Peter, you can't go in there because if you go in there, you're gonna get these people killed. So what's better? Her sneaking in there where she's powerless, can't even save everybody if shit goes wrong. And then Peter saying back, I'm like, who the fuck wrote this? Like, how does this make sense? What the hell?
that shit is retarded,
You
bro. What
can't
the
help but
fuck?
laugh at that because it sounds so stupid.
I'm like,
Oh,
I'm like,
You can't go in there, but you can't go in there. But let me go in there without no weapons or anything like that. Like the fuck. Oh
bro,
man.
Spider-Man
Makes no
could
sense.
has
Feminist
Spider-Man
writers
could have better
don't
stealth.
don't care about continuity or logical sense.
Yeah.
They don't care.
It's all
They don't
about
care.
pushing their agenda no matter what. They
Look,
don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how
Spider-Man,
little sense it makes, as long as they can put it in and sell it to people.
let's look at this from another angle. Spider-Man can cling to ceilings. He has like an incredibly elastic body that allows him to do like insane like stealth feats. The guy could web swing out of the building, has super strength, and can save multiple people at once. He shouldn't go in there because he might alert the guards. But the reporter who has to walk on foot, floor by floor, who can't save a single person, 110 pounds soaking wet is the better choice to go in there.
I don't like
And then,
Like seriously,
and then,
Spider-Man
like,
is more well within his rights. Like he makes sense to be. He can be.
And the
Him
worst
being
part is-
Spider-Man also asks like he makes sense for stealth, but the reporter.
and
That's
then
the thing
on
about,
top of
it's
that,
like-
about like Mary Jane and Spider-Man. They made her more like she's a more annoying version of Lois Lane. Like the whole.
but Lois Lane actually makes sense. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, she does.
It's like Commissioner Gordon telling Batman to not get involved into saving those people that have a bomb in like a hotel or something, and so he goes in there instead. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, it's crazy
And bro,
because Commissioner Gordon would be more capable than MJ.
And Peter, and the worst part is that Peter agrees with her. Every second that he gets a chance, he agrees with her. I'm like, and I be thinking, I think about men and women in real life, and I'm like, any woman that was with this version of Peter would hate him and think he's a bitch and would leave him or cheat on
I
him.
would.
I can't imagine that.
Yeah, he on some cuck shit.
So
Like,
the way
you know what I mean?
I grew up, the way I grew up, the way I was taught is that a man's supposed to act like a fucking leader and actually be worth his salt. If you're gonna bend over backwards anytime this girl,
that's why she was treating him like shit in the game.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, this woman would consider him the most unattractive man in the entire world, and that's with all the superpowers that he has. I'm like, ain't no way.
Yeah.
Like,
That's the thing. We don't have leaders nowadays. We got followers.
Peter Parker is like that meme, honey, come bring your boyfriend and look what's on the TV or some shit.
my wife's boyfriend bought us dinner.
yeah.
Me and my fiance, I was playing Spider-Man 2 again because I was bored one time. She came in and we played it for like a few hours. We got to a point where Peter ripped off the black suit and he was fighting a Mary Jane Scream or whatever. So my wife looked at me, not my wife, my fiance, looked at me and was like, why is Mary Jane so upset at Peter when Peter wasn't in control of his own actions? I was like, you're right. Because throughout the story, Peter keeps apologizing, but everybody knows he wasn't in control of his own actions. But when Mary Jane gets in control of it, it's okay. You were in control.
But not on a deeper level.
It was on time.
On a deeper level, though, she's complaining about like how he held her back from her dreams and he took the spotlight. I'm like, bitch, he's Spider-Man. He's using his powers to save people. Like you should be totally accepting to the fact that, of course, he might possibly get more popular or get more attention than she does. And also, how does him being Spider-Man prevent her from following her dreams when those are entirely on her shoulders? Obviously, she didn't care because she became a fucking reporter and was did her own thing. So clearly, nothing Peter did really stopped her. It's just bullshit feminist writing.
Yeah, like one of her dreams would make her a bigger target. If one of her dreams make her a bigger target,
My thing is like, what they're struggling for money so much. Why not just have Mary Jane interview Spider-Man on occasion? Be like, oh, that's the only person I will interview.
Clark Kent and Lois.
Right,
if you're
right.
gonna fucking Superman, just do it like that. That's a problem I don't understand about like adult Spider-Man. I understand he's relatable because of money issues, but this nigga is super smart. Give him a tech job and he'd be fine. Like, I don't understand why Peter in this world is so struggling for money. You're in New York. Go to big tech, get a job, and you can work from home.
And you know what it is? It's also a bit of a flanderization.
Yeah, he has
of the
to
character.
Be the doofus male character.
But also, it's a bit of a
in order to prop up Mary Jane or Miles Morales or whoever.
Yeah. I mean, he was there to put them over. He basically was like in wrestling terms, he did the job. You know, he was doing the job for them.
He got job
but,
done. Yeah.
But
he's
doing
the JOB.
But here's the if we're doing the JO, you gotta Y2 you should watch Ring of the Hawk. That shit is hilarious, bro. But
I watched that.
He's like, he did the JOB, but like
yeah.
But the thing is that this Peter is flanderized because
every night,
in the comics they made him when Dr. Octavius took over his body during Superior Spider-Man, he made him a tech giant. Because of his skill and his knowledge, and like Peter took that, and the fans hated it, so they reverted him back to like not having any of that stuff. So even though logically he should be a genius and be making money, like I think him working for Otto Octavius was a good step in that direction. In the first game, they dropped it because they need Peter to be like the down on his luck struggling dude. So even outside of like the feminism, it's also a fault of the writers being afraid to take actual risk with the character that don't involve like promoting some agenda.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like just like, oh, Peter has to be the down on his luck poor guy when it logically doesn't make sense anymore.
Oh, this just came to mind. Did you guys hear about Mortal Kombat? They're gonna make a Cyrax into a female.
What?
They're gonna make Cyrax.
Yeah, I heard about that a long time ago. Like,
bro, that game's dead.
I did not hear about this. Oh my god, no.
Yeah, that's something.
Like one bad decision after the other.
Right after another. Oh
don't be surprised if they make Melina. Don't be surprised if they make Melina a gay man named Manlina.
Man, they already tried to. somewhat. Because of the whole Tanya ex Melina thing, I was like, y'all are really pushing to look for anything y'all can insert y'all fan fiction into. Because as a quick question, please tell me, gentlemen, did any of you find that like the interaction between like the intros between Melina and Tanya and MKX give any indication that there was something there? Because I fucking didn't. And then all of a sudden a whole bunch of people started talking like, oh yeah, I think Tanya and Melina are a thing because the way they're talking to each other. I just figured that Melina finally got a friend.
Or they try to ship characters and shit, or they try to make a character trans, like a trans stand-in, like a Link or even Bayonetta.
Oh my god! Thank you. I'm glad I'm not the only one, because I wish someone would call me homophobic because it's like, oh, you just mad because clearly that Tanya and Melina got a thing going on. No, if they don't, I just looked at it that they were allies, and that's just how they talk to each other. Not the fact that they were giving away that Melina could be bisexual.
It's contradictory too, because Melina has always made advances at men. She's always like tried to like seduce men the whole time that she existed up until like recently, and a lot of people they're going off just based off a throwaway ending in MKX. Basically, MKX had that throwaway ending, and now people are doing like retroactive mental gymnastics to say like, oh wait, there were always signs. I always saw it. It's like Robin when they made Robin gay in the comics. They made Tim Drake gay, and I'm like, dude, I don't know if he's still gay. I think it's a fucking abomination. Whatever. Like, I don't have any gay people could be gay. They could do whatever they want. I don't have anything against gay people, but Robin's not gay. Tim Drake's not gay. They shouldn't have made him gay. He's dated.
I don't mind gay people like
I'm
that.
I'm a huge Batman fan, though. I'm a huge Batman fan. I've been reading the comics forever, and over the course of my entire run, he's dated of like reading comics. He's dated women. He's been interested in women. He's actually like a normal a standard college kid. And like I don't know where the hell people are saying like, oh, there were always signs. It's like even like Iceman. Iceman, they made him gay. I'm like Bobby Drake was always a ladies' man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was
so. I don't know where you're getting this that he was always gay from. There was never a sign or indicator. Yes, but people will do mental gymnastics and say, "Oh, he shook hands with Spider-Man too long. Clearly, he was interested in him."
There were
some shit like that.
Word. He was closeted. He was a closeted gay man. Okay, you can like women and be gay. That's the fucking argument that they always use.
Like he was ice skating. You know, gay people love ice skating or some stupid shit. I don't know.
All it has to take for them to talk to each other, and all of a sudden they're gay. Like,
here's my thing on this, though.
That's kind of ironically homophobic, but you know, why can't dudes hang out? You know what I mean?
You remember?
Here's what I gotta say about this, though, real quick. I'm gay. I don't care about the characters being suddenly like now they're bi, now they're lesbian, now they're gay, now they're transgender, whatever bullshit. It's retarded, and it takes away from the continuity and what you built of the character of an existing character. And all it's meant for is to pander, all for ESG, DEI, whatever it is they can to benefit off of it as far as like profits. But it's also to get like a new crowd of people who seek validation for the sexual orientation, or it's the same thing with race swapping characters. They need validation for their race, or even if you gender swap, they need validation for that. And instead of people actually appreciating the characters for what they are, when you start changing characters, all of a sudden now they're gay or some shit, and then people call it out. People are not being homophobic over it. They're just annoyed because they see exactly what they're trying to do, and they're not falling for it. And it's like cheap pandering. It's shallow, and it doesn't enhance the character in any way, shape, or form.
It actually takes away from them.
Yeah, exactly.
It takes away from them.
Yeah, it diminishes the character entirely, because now you're just using like, oh well, now they're gay, so there's so much more depth to this character now. Now all these people can be inspired by this character or whatever it is their motive is, when all they can do is make a brand new character, but they won't, because they have no faith in it, because they know it will fail. Just like they start hijacking existing series like Mortal Kombat. Look what they did with Saints Row, or they're doing with all these other series that have some recognition.
I can't get over that game. That game was so bad they had to close down Volition
shortly after. And
but the thing is, though, Mortal Kombat already has their representation. They had Kun Jin. He was a bit of an a-hole, but he wasn't that bad. And the way they told us, the audience, that he was gay was a nice, subtle way of doing so. So I don't know why people all of a sudden coming up out of the blue, oh yeah, Melina's bi. Like, and it's like, I figure if anything, they would make Scorpion Melina thing because of the challenge tower. Like, they hinted at that. If that's the case, then they make Katana and Jade lesbians because they're best friends. That's like saying that, it's just like, I hope I didn't offend you, Revenant, by saying that. It's just, I don't mind at all. I love who you love, be who you want to be. I just don't like the forcing in my face and down my throat, and then doing it to an already established character. Make a new character, and then at the same time, if I were gay myself, like, I wouldn't want to be poorly represented by having a character, like, you create a brand new trans or like gay character, and that's all their character is based around, is of their sexuality and what they are, instead of just they're like, say if they're like in space, like they're, or like I'm just throwing a game out there, Dead Space. You're fighting necromorphs, you're surviving necromorphs. I shouldn't have to hear dialogue like every 2 seconds of something regarding their sexuality. If that makes sense, you get what I mean? It's just like, you shouldn't do a character like that. Yeah.
It reminds me of Mass Effect 3, where you meet that character Cortez, and the first thing they tell you about him is that he's fucking gay, and then he starts hitting on you and doing all kind of weird stuff. I'm like, you could just
the same thing with Bull in Dragon Age Inquisition.
And also that's why I respect Kevin Conroy, because Kevin Conroy was gay and nobody knew up until around the time he died. that's when it finally became like really public and more people knew because he led with his talent, not with his sexual preferences.
Right.
So
That's how it should be done.
You know, you can make, honestly, I think what would truly be groundbreaking is if you have a badass character that's just badass, you don't introduce it, and then you reveal he's gay, but don't make a big deal about it. If they actually did that, I think that would do more for gay people than you know, just constantly trying to shove it down their throat.
Yes, that's the best representation you can give.
I mean, like Revenant watches stuff with me. He whenever we watch something together, he rolls his eyes more at the gay shit than I do. So I don't think he's offended at all.
Yeah.
He gets more annoyed than I do because I mean you got to think like you're being represented by some like flamboyant bozo, and that doesn't even account for for how most gay people actually are and live their lives. You know, my uncle, you know, he's gay, but when I was younger, I never knew because he was just a businessman. You know, he's like I believe he was a doctor, then he became like the hospital like lead guy or whatever. So he was always like just like a strong role model. I never even fathomed that he was gay. I just like looked back at my life and like, oh shit, he's gay. You know, like, oh, he was gay the whole time. I didn't even notice. You know what I mean? So I think it's one of those things where like just because a character is gay, bi, or lesbian doesn't mean you have to shove it down your throat every 3 seconds.
And that's
because it takes away from what they're doing.
That's what a lot of people want. A lot of Twitter people just want the character just to be gay, and that's it. And so when you have a character who is gay but actually has a character, they don't see that character as actually gay because the character is a character. Have you like no I can't speak today. Notice that?
Yeah.
It's like you want this character, you want a gay character, but that's all you want is a gay character. You don't want a gay character that has a character. And it's
then it's not a character.
Yeah.
That's not a character.
And I feel like that's the same thing with like, that's actually what you stated now is why I don't like Miles Morales. It kind of comes full circle. It's like Miles Morales isn't a real character. And
yeah, he's just there.
He's just there to be Black Spider-Man, which is to me like super insulting. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
That's why
if it comes to a point where like if you analyze a character with like and they're with the rest of their fellow cast of characters, if you come to the conclusion of if you take them away and nothing changes, I find that that's a failure of a character. Because if I can go through the story, the rest of the characters, and if I can pick apart that, I feel like pretty much the story, like the individual, or could be another development towards another character. Like if I find that they don't really provide anything at all, then I find that there's no point in being there, and they are a useless character. I'm sorry to say that, and I know that he's representation, and even though I'm Black, but I don't like Miles because of that, and I find that very highly disrespectful. And every other person that's Black should find that too, because it's just, and even though he's not even fully Black, he's mixed.
Yeah.
So it's like
I'm Latin. I'm Latin myself. I'm not Black. I'm Latin, right? And I find it incredibly insulting when they claim to be about all this inclusive shit, but then they get the Cuban flag wrong.
Oh wow!
And I'm like, damn,
the Puerto Rican flag wrong.
Yeah, that's what
isn't he half Puerto Rican? Oh, he's half Puerto Rican and half Black, but then they put the Cuban flag instead of the Puerto Rican flag. And my thing is like, damn, you're virtue signaling about, and this character's unfortunately, most of his identity is about his race, and you can't even get that correct. Like you can't even make that. Yeah. And it's like, you know, and also one thing I also don't like about the character. One thing I don't like about him too is that he's half Hispanic, and that they act like the fact that he's also half Black somehow negates his Latin Hispanic background as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like why don't you have him love both?
Touch on that at all either.
Yeah, it's like, dude, like I hate them. I get really annoyed by the misconception that just because if you're Latin, you just fall under Black. A lot of people think like that, and to me, it's like that's a disservice to the rich cultures that Latin people have. And same with Black people. It's like Black people have their own culture. They have their own cultures.
I got a lot of people who say in my family.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, I just didn't like that.
or if you're a black person and you don't like it, you get called mad racist shit, like Uncle Tom's, Coons, all this type of shit. If you don't like Miles or anything
Oh
like that.
yeah, I'm ready for that. If someone want to say that I'm not black because I don't care too much for Miles, or say that I'm not a woman or I'm a woman hater due to my views on the the feminazis agendas and stuff like that, that's cool. That's fine. Y'all know I'm right. So that's all y'all gonna say. But at least I'm fighting for actual women here, while y'all are just pushing insecure agendas, and that's really all it is. And if you want to say that I'm an Uncle Tom and I'm not black and I don't know what I'm talking about, okay, sure. we can roll with that, because at least I know what's best for our people by not sitting here having some lazy representation, and they're not fully fleshed out. And if I can take them away and they don't provide anything to the universe, like the Spider-Man universe, the lore and all that, he's just there to be a replacement, then you should not be okay with that. You shouldn't be getting mad at me. You should be getting mad at these developers because they're poorly representing us. Whatever group that it is. But you're directing your hate towards us that are going to hell and back defending what's right, and we're calling the bullshit out, and nobody wants to take accountability on it. It's easier to pick and point the finger at us instead of these developers.
I get that a lot too, though. I get that a lot, like especially on X, where I'll post stuff and people say, "Oh, it's just because you're mad because we're going after white straight males and other people like you," and I'm like, I'm not white. Like, just because I think this way doesn't mean that I'm white. You're assuming that I'm white.
Right. Say I'm homophobic or something. And
yeah, that says a lot about them. That says a lot about them more than that says a lot about you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And I think about some of my favorite characters, like wrestlers or whatever, and like things like that. And I'm like, it doesn't matter so much that when they bring so much attention to it, it just reflects on how that's all they think about. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes, it does.
Paula, what were you gonna say?
Yeah. Okay, so I wanna spill the beans. So BlackRock. So it's the main boogeyman and the source in the gaming industry. BlackRock is the main head. And I just heard, like I was saying, and seeing the comments, BlackRock CEO is crying that because he's losing a lot of money. So it's a good sign.
It's a good sign.
Bull crap, like 2 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, and it's a sad seeing how all these things are going bad. But hey, we got the Russian and South Korean stuff we gotta look forward to.
Dude, Metro Exodus.
Because Russia came out,
It's thriving right now.
Atomic Heart.
So
Atomic Heart.
Yeah, the government. I think it was the government or a handful of these Russian companies are saying, "Hey, we might make the Russian games by next year or 2026." It's like all kinds of
and you remember Putin, right?
Like Atomic Hearts.
Like Atomic Heart, or like I said, if you guys haven't played it, play Metro Exodus. It's a great game. But
this is game.
Games.
Sorry about that. But this is game that's called Wanted Dead. It's made by I think by Swiss people. I think it was made in Switzerland. It's a pretty good game. It's like a that game Wet. It's like that.
Isn't that published by Konami or Koei Tecmo?
No, it's published by but I think the person who used to work on Dead or Alive worked on that.
Okay.
Worked on the game.
I know which one you talk about. The box art is like pink, right? Something like that.
Yeah. It's made by One Industries.
I wanted to say in reference to Russia that you remember what Putin said about avoiding like the LGBT stuff or whatever. So the easiest way to control that is for them to develop their own AAA game industry, so that they can protect their people from the propaganda. I think that's also what China does too. China really curates content as well. Korea, obviously China is like dubious. I'm not going to go into detail about that, but they got their own a lot of bad shit going on. But it's just that they're trying to protect their own people by basically creating a counter industry. And honestly, if they have the money, the programming skill, and the drive, I think that a lot of these Russian games are going to become very popular. You know what I mean? In the next few years. South Korea too. And Japan, sadly, Japan's been playing ball. So since Japan has been behind. Yeah, Japan better learn, because what's going to happen is South Korea is going to become the new Japan,
they've
basically.
fallen.
Yeah, they're gonna
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
dominated.
Yeah, South Korea. Yeah, I would love
Russia's
to see
gonna
a
take
South
over
Korean
the Western games as well.
like zombie games, and yeah,
That'd be
like
yeah,
I
that'd be
would
good
love
too.
to see some Battlefield shooter games by Russian devs. You know what I mean? Like I'd
Wait,
be
wait,
all up for
wait till they
that.
start
Like
making single player shooters. Wait till they
I mean,
start making third person
oh
single
yeah,
player
third
shooters.
person,
Like
third
if you
person
know
open world.
anything about
Oh yeah.
yeah, because if you know
Mhm.
anything about like Russians, right? Like you have Russian friends, you know, like they're very like like a lot of like the what's the word like what's the word, like gray area, like
Mm.
crime drama and crime lore is very popular in Russia. So
Yeah,
you know, once you start seeing
So
games like
we actually
that,
have a friend who's really into that stuff too. We have a Russian friend who's like really into
yeah,
like the military games and all that. He
yeah,
actually
that's like very
showed me a
popular over there.
video. Like he's like I think he was like in Manhattan or somewhere, and he's like showing me a building that like, oh, it's like from Call of Duty. I forgot which Call of Duty it was. And he's like talking about it. So yeah, they're really into that.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's very popular. So like I think that a lot of like good action games are gonna come out of there because of that. Because of like the love for like more like hard nosed like masculine characters, like hard boiled guys, badasses. That's gonna be really, really cool. I'm looking forward to seeing what they come up with.
There's a game on Steam, Caliber. It's made by Russia. It's made by Russian devs, and it's a freaking good game. It's better than Rainbow Six Siege. There is no grenade cooking. Game is good. Isn't woke, and it doesn't even have your typical pronoun flags, crap like that on there for calling cards. It's the best
Thank
game.
God.
You know, it's good Russian. It's a good Russian game. It's third person. Now they did a cool update. First person as well. Press down J, and there you go. Like Caliber is a good game made by Russian devs, and they're thinking about putting it on Steam Deck and then consoles, all that in the future. So it's a good game, you know. And these guys don't.
It's nice to see these other countries making great games.
Oh yeah.
You know.
I think that you brought something up though. You brought up Steam, and I think that this needs to be said. People have to understand that Steam is also compromised, and that they should they should be willing to go to other like drivers and other places to get their games if they need to, because
They're
you know
under,
Steam is
Valve is under Sweet Baby Inc.'s client list.
Steam is definitely like has some of that blood creeped into them. You know what I'm saying? So I think people have to realize that Steam is not like I don't know how to explain it. It's almost like even though Steam is under PC gaming, it almost feels like a console platform, the way people talk about Steam. And like they have to understand, like, hey, you know, if Steam goes sour, you might have to get your game from somewhere else. And a lot of people are not willing to do that. You know, obviously because all the discounts Steam gives and stuff like that. So, you know, it's something to think about, because like yeah, and it's just easier. I know it's easy to get everything from Steam because like the format it has, but again, like if you want like true pure PC games that are going to be unfiltered, then other like other sites, like other you know, places where you could get your games need to be explored more.
Yeah,
they need to be explored
Caliber
more.
has a game client like you can download, and then I have Modern Warships. That's a game client I can easily play that, and that's not on Steam. Modern Warships, that's a best good client game. Like I don't have to go through Steam and play the darn thing. And go through client games and easily.
Yeah, it's the only way. It's the only way that we're gonna curate things, because Steam, like, power corrupts absolutely, and any of these institutions get too big, they start doing stupid shit. Like, look at Sony from the PS2 and PS3 era, and then look at how once they started winning and having the advantage, they did all the goofy shit that Microsoft was doing. They started to do things like them. They were all fine with free online until they started selling better, and they were like, all right, now we're going to add a paywall on this, right? So,
the whole infrastructure is the same. Yeah,
and even with PS5 or whatever, like, it's like when companies realize that they have like the control of like the not the battle, what's the word for it? Like when they're winning the competition, they'll start to do practices that are egregious because they never cared about the consumer. It was just that they needed to do that to get an edge on them, on the other guys.
Yep. just to earn their trust, and just long enough so they can actually,
Yeah.
switch it up on them and then never go back.
Yeah, stab in the back, shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it is.
Like Blizzard.
Oh yeah.
Blizzard, they want to. Like one of them said, "Yeah, give us more money, give us more tips. Like they deserve this and that." Like if I heard
Like,
that from an
bro, they
article,
literally
that's what I heard.
charging.
They're getting more
Like,
greedy. Yeah.
like these niggas literally charging $70,
Diablo 4
not for the base game, for like DLC, like cosmetics.
Mhm.
Like they was literally
Yeah.
charging people $60 for like a horse and shit. Like, come on, like you know what I mean?
Really? Yeah. I see. I play a little bit
If you
of Diablo 4.
you
Like
want
when I
me
get
to give
done
you a
from
tip?
work, I go play. Yeah, sure.
they're glorified
Oh, man.
NFTs, bro. It's like the NFT
Yeah.
logic applied to gaming, basically.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
But,
you are
real-
right. You are
real-
right, Japachi.
Real quick, any of you guys want to answer Neil Zoic's question before we talk
Oh,
about the layoffs with Take-Two?
9, 10, 11, and Mortal Kombat 1. Well, what I would have done is have them actually connect to 9 properly.
Yeah.
I would have
Number
just
9 is
continued
one
where
of my
9.
personal.
I would have continued from where 9 left off instead of going like the stupid direction with like introducing their kids and stuff, which I feel like introduced Cassie Cage, which led to the wokeness. I would have just had it continue down the path they were going. I would have had them fight Shinnok still, but I wouldn't have had as much of a drastic time skip. After they defeated Shinnok, I would have had MK11 be about Onaga, but I would have like done like a more intricate story, like kind of like just change things around so it's less focused on Shujinko. And I would have made Shujinko a villainous character that you had to fight, like a character that's like a villain but doesn't realize he's a villain, which is what he was in Deception, basically. But instead of having you play as Shujinko, I would have just had him as a consistent character throughout the story and be one of the final bosses before you fight Onaga. And then MK1, I would have went a new direction with new characters, a new villain, and all that, instead of doing Armageddon again. That's how I would have handled it personally.
I agree with everything. But like,
that's a really good take.
But with Mortal Kombat 1, if I had to keep it the same, mostly, I would have just made Mortal Kombat 1 about the Great Kung Lao. Because it looked like by the end of Mortal Kombat 11, it looked like they were going to do something like that, but they decided to change course and made it Armageddon, but multiversal bullshit. So that's what I would have done.
Yeah. And that's basically what it is. Mortal Kombat 1 is Armageddon, safe Armageddon. Yeah, multiverse Armageddon, yeah.
Which Armageddon was already good.
It's like Earth 2 from DC Universe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. For me, honestly, that's a really good question. For me, it would be a lot longer of an answer because I would kind of go through each game. I would love to answer this question like more thoroughly on a if you guys if you guys want to like on another live stream so where we could talk about like games that like how would we improve on it, because my thing is I've said that if I just like the player and fan, if I can come up with a better story than already went to school, got the degree developers supposedly on like storytelling, if we the fans can come up with a better game, then you failed as a storyteller for the game. That's how I always looked at it. So for me, I guess like a concise answer, definitely I agree with like Jim Pachi, like just pick up where 9 left off, rightfully so, and just kind of have it follow like Deadly Alliance, Deception, MK4, Deadly Alliance, Deception, and then like Armageddon, but of course different than the first time. Like, 'cause I thought that MK9 to MK1 I thought that's what it was supposed to be, because M1K did not go what I thought before the game came out in my head. Like I love the whole approach of a new. Yes. I love the approach of a lot of the characters getting revamped, but they were still true to the characters. Some of them, but for the most part, I like where they were going with it. But apparently, how the story played out, because I haven't finished the game, so I'm just gonna say, like, apparently how the story plays out, it just kind of erases that, and I'm like, oh my god, that's something that could really be expanded upon. And then, like how Jinpachi said earlier, when you bring in something that is like an end game, or something that basically take away the stakes, like Chronica, for instance. We don't talk about this character because, of course, her character was a fucking joke from the very beginning. Because
Terrible.
the problem with that was that she could have been a great villain if they did not make her so OP. If they did not give her every single element, like take all of the JoJo villains that have something to deal with time and you put that together, you basically got Chronica. And the fact that they gave her everything, they had no other choice to make her so stupid and incompetent to make up for
Yep.
the lack that she is so overly OP. If they just gave her
Mhm.
maybe like one or two things, three things dealing with time, and she had to really use her brain to get over on the good guys and become the victor in the end, I believe we all would have better liked Chronica. But because she was such a failure of a villain due to how OP she was, and then the aftermath didn't help because they did the same thing over again, but she looked even more stupid and incompetent because she already knew that Fujin, Nightwolf, and Shang Tsung were already 2 steps ahead of her. So she could have did so much to basically there were so many moments in MK11 where the game should have ended, like the story mode should have ended, and the good guys could have won, but they didn't because Chronica is so goddamn stupid. So it's like I wish that they just pick up after 9 and just follow that way, and like every title after that was just basically for Deadly Alliance, Deception, and then Armageddon, but just like slightly different and better.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can ask for. And just because the inconsistencies, like the constant retconning the character is what killed it. They had a lot of great ideas, they just didn't, it's like they didn't like it, or they felt like the fans wouldn't like it, so they backtracked on it in the next game, and they just
what they
totally got rid of it.
Actually, I disagree.
if they were gonna continue on that path of like what they were doing, if they continued with MK11 and 1, and let's say those games came out anyway the way they were, what they should have done is doubled down on Raiden's ability to not be affected by Chronica. That way, more of the story was reliant on him stopping her and stopping her machinations at every turn, instead of like trying to figure things out until the last second, where it became like pretty obvious what they had to do. So even that storyline, even that storyline could have worked if they just focused on the fact that Raiden was freaking immune to a lot of Chronica's time powers the whole time. Like that would have made it a bit of a more fair fight, because in the end of the day, if she can't freeze him, if she can't rewind him and stuff like that, then it kind of gives him a way to fight back against her, and they wouldn't have had to write her so stupidly. That's why I think, like, honestly, the whole thing is just to me, like, the direction they took is unsalvageable. That's why I said, like, they should have just made like a rehashing of MK4, Deadly Alliance, or whatever. And then when they got to Armageddon, they should have just not did Armageddon and did something new. Like, fuck Armageddon and do something new, just so that to give validation to MK9 that they stopped Armageddon, but now there's a new threat because you changed the timeline, you change history, then something different will happen. That would, to me, would have been like the better outcome, and would have been like cooler, because then you're like, all right, well, after Deception, Onaga dies, and then Armageddon, you have everyone die. Why not have it canon, because it is, that Raiden stopped it by the changes they made at MK9. No, he stopped it from happening by having with Liu Kang dying, and then have the ending be, well, all right, you stopped one crisis, but your changing of the timeline created a new crisis. I think that would have been like something like a little better. I think that would have just been a better way to go about it, because I don't think anybody wants to have to go with the obvious route of Armageddon and then have another reboot.
Yeah, it's like they had 2 end-game ideas into one game, so that was also very bloated and too much. Like, you need to just stick with one.
Yeah, that was a clusterfuck.
And on top of that, they did Deadly Alliance. They did do Deadly Alliance, but they did it half-assed, because M1K has shit from Deadly Alliance in it. It's just like half-baked.
Yeah, it really is Deadly Alliance, but with multiverse.
Yeah, but bad. It's like Armageddon, Deadly Alliance, but ass, basically. Like,
yes, basically, yes.
What they should have wrapped that with the Ermac, like, deep dark story.
Man.
But the thing is, like, With Mortal
I
Kombat,
really wanted King Jerry to be in the game. Like, I really want to actually him be a character. I really thought he was going to be in it. Like, it would be great to see him alongside Sindel, and then it could kind of die down like the virtue signaling they did with her.
I mean,
And show
The
how powerful he
the big,
is.
yeah, and show how
He's a
powerful he is.
he's a king for a
Finally,
reason. Yeah, he must have
yes,
been powerful.
and
he kind of
yes, a
is.
timeline where he didn't die, and then I think, and also as a playable character because he would be like Shao Kahn, Kotal Kahn, like body type or like group, but he'll be more of like a Conan the Barbarian, like kind of like character, similar to Kotal a little bit, but give him enough to
But
where
not
he's
ass.
still standalone. Yeah, yeah, but not ass, basically.
I mean, does Ermac count because he is technically inside of Ermac?
I hate that. I hated the hell out of that. That was so cringy and horrible.
That's so bad.
Oh god,
His face was fucking
Damn.
horrendous.
dude, that was so weird. Like that was so
Yeah, it
weird.
was.
I'll give him credit. It was creative, but it sucked. It was creative, but it.
My thing is, out of thousands of souls, it just so happened to be King Jared who won control over Ermac. That to me doesn't make any sense.
Very convenient.
Very convenient.
Very convenient that he's the one that controlled everything.
You know what they could have done? You know how Shao Kahn's like how Shao Kahn is. They could have had him be like an Odin, like that, almost like Shao Kahn's like the evil god, and then King Jared's like a Odin, like from Thor. You know, like an older man with with gold armor, like very elegant, and he's just a brutal badass. That would have been so cool.
That would have been perfect. Yes, something like that. Like I really did, and I'm like, oh, he's not in the game. Well, not only is he in the game, quote unquote, but he's dead. I'm like, is there a timeline where King Jared is not dead? I really would love for him to be an actual like finalized character. Like that would be great. That and Chrome and Hydro. If you guys know those characters,
I don't think they're legally.
Oh yeah, I know them.
Because I think Chrome was like a different companies type of thing, so I don't think they're legally.
No, I think Chrome was like a fan made character.
He was an OC. Yeah, he was like a fan made OC character.
And Hydro only existed in the comics.
Yeah. And Hydro exists in the comics, but he was a part of the Lin Kuei. I guess he'll play out like Rain a little bit, but I'm pretty sure they can come up with something to make him like stand more indifferent.
But more warrior focused. That's the thing about Rain. Like how he's the son of August, but he gets his ass whooped most of the time. You know what I mean?
But Rain is supposed to be a ninja, but he looks more like a wizard in Mortal Kombat 1. Like I don't.
That's what they were going for. He's supposed to be a mage, which I don't know why they changed that.
He's a ninja. So
they changed a lot of shit because I guess they think the old idea is boring to them. So.
But they did so right with him in MK11, so I don't know why they changed him into a mage. You could have gave that to anybody else, but you gave that to Rain.
They could give it to him like a new ninja or something, like pink.
They can't make up their mind. You know what I mean? They can't make up their mind, but also they bring in like new writers that don't know what they're doing. So that's probably why it's so inconsistent.
Yeah, that's
why they don't know the source material.
That was what I was about to say earlier.
Exactly.
They bring all these writers in with political views and shit.
They want to put their own spin on it, and they don't care about the source material. That's how you see.
Don't even know the source material.
Video game,
and that's called diversity hiring.
That too, yeah. Like, they don't know what they're doing.
The
DEI hiring in effect.
Yeah, just to check all boxes.
Everybody got identity issues.
What they should have did with Rain is they should have made him a more credible threat. What I would have done with the character is I would have made him, the reason why he's dressed like a ninja is because he's an assassin, because he's basically trying to get his way to like the throne or something, and he has to hide his identity because he's doing so much bad sneaky shit. So even though he's the prince and like, or a descendant or illegitimate son, he's disguised as an assassin because he has to hide like his machinations, like he's trying to take over the throne or something like that. That would have made that could have been an interesting way to portray the character.
Yeah, he should be like
we never really get to see him be a threat.
Yeah,
like he's literally a evil Perseus. There's so much you can do with him, but he's just in the background.
I mean, they changed his backstory, so he's no longer a demigod.
Yeah. They took away that he's the son of Argus.
Yep.
And you know what? They could have had more references. Like they could have had him as a prince, have some more references to what's his name, Prince.
Yeah, because
and then like have his like attire be like kind of like like, you know, kind of like reminiscent of Prince, just more as like a reference. And then, but then at the same time, like they could have him like just also be an assassin. So when you meet the character, he seems like this like nobility. But then when you look at his like when you fight him and see him in the story, he's also like an assassin. They could like, fake out the players with that a little bit or something like that, you know?
Well, that takes
Yeah, because
creativity.
Rain is actually he's actually a very calculated individual. Like he's a very calculated.
What?
And they could really, was. And they could actually play that. Like I would say his intelligence and like because of he's one of MK's biggest like known betrayers, him and Tanya. So and I find him like on par with Shang Tsung. So the fact that like they don't take that to their full advantage and actually make him a threat because he should pretty much be taking on everybody. But just the fact that he's a
super
demigod, I feel like
powerful.
he's more powerful.
Very powerful.
Yeah, very, and they
Look
don't
at,
do anything with him.
You know what would have
Mortal
been a good,
Kombat
interesting thing too?
What?
They could have made him have a rivalry with Liu Kang because Liu Kang has fire powers and maybe he wants Kitana. Maybe he's like some sicko and also wants to marry into the throne. So he's his rival not only, you know, through his power set, but also through his ambitions, where he wants to be with Kitana and eventually become the king of Edenia. They could have had that.
True.
He's like the illegitimate son or whatever. Like they could have done so many cool things with it. I mean, obviously you would have to alter the lore a little bit, but it's still better than what we got.
Yeah.
See, that's a good thing. That's great that you said that, Jinpachi, because to the animated movies like Scorpion's Revenge and dang, I forgot the other one, the one with
The Johnny
not
Cage
Cold War, huh?
The Johnny Cage one.
The Johnny Cage one and the Snowblind.
Oh,
They
and
said that they were going to do like they could do a whole bunch of ideas. Like I would say it's like still a movie, but in a way miniseries where they can try new ideas that they probably wouldn't be able to fit into the game because the amount of tension that it needs. But I remember like a video that I watched that spoke on like because I always wanted something different besides like Mortal Kombat always focusing on the special forces because the military stuff gets like boring after a while. So like focusing on like on Edenia, someone said that I can't remember, but they were like, because I want to give credit, I don't want to take somebody else's credit. But they were saying how like they could take Edenia and do like a Game of Thrones kind of thing, and that would be a very awesome idea where they could have Reign be aware of his lineage, but of course he had to keep it like a secret, be sneaky, and then but insert himself to where like he could marry Katana, and then he'll fully be the king of Edenia, but mistreat her horribly. Probably, well, I don't know if they want to do that because I know how butthurt and sensitive people can get, but also force her to have his offspring. But once he got the throne, then he got what he wanted, and now he can reign terror like he always wanted to. And, you know, very, very calculated and cold the entire time, you know. Like, I think that would be a very, very, like, great idea. And then, but it'll still be Mortal Kombat, and it wouldn't still be off-brand for the character. You know, I'm not sure if they could fit that in the game. Maybe, like, of course, like a little side thing. Because I'm not sure if that's good enough to be a major focus or a side thing. I'll let you guys decide on that. But if it were like its own standalone movie, but it's still Mortal Kombat, I think that would be a great idea. What do you guys think?
I think so. I think like, and then combining that with the idea I had before with Liu Kang being his rival, I think that's like a great way to take it. Because I never found Shao Kahn to be like a rival to Liu Kang. Or even like Shang Tsung more so, but I still find them more as like boss characters, and I feel like it would be cool to have like just this guy that like he doesn't really like have the same ambitions that Shao Kahn and Shang Tsung have, but he's a direct foil to Liu Kang. So you can like build a movie around that. Like as far as like forcing her to like, you know, bear his children or whatever, I think like if they were to execute it, they probably would try to make it like that he's trying to do it. I doubt that they'll go all the way with that. But at least have him like try, like attempt that, if you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And I think it would be interesting. I think it works. It's just as like a side story, like, or it could even be a focus in the main game, honestly, because, you know, like in most of the Mortal Kombat games, how much does Shao Kahn and Shang Tsung actually do? They're usually pulling strings anyway. So why not have this guy be a consistent threat? So even if they wanted to do it in the mainline games, they could. But as a side movie, it could work as well. Or they could go the DC route and do non-canon side movies.
Well, that's what the
real
animated
quick,
movies are supposed to be. Like they weren't supposed to be like fully a part of like the lore, which is great
But they
because
suck.
that's where you can do the ideas that you want to do and then also still get feedback. So for the next installment, that it'll be better, without it being too much drawback, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like you
But
can
as long as the
explore your
writing's
ideas.
good. As long as the writing's good,
Yes,
I don't mind.
as long as it's good.
This is
Yeah.
the other round, so the writing's going
Real quick, thanks stopping by, Neozoic.
Thanks, man. Always good to see you.
Yeah, good
Ciao.
question.
You have a good one.
All right. So
Peace.
so let's segue into the final topic, right? What was it again? The layoffs.
There's actually one more after that. Too.
Oh boy.
The Pokemon
What were the
Go
other,
thing.
what were the other ones?
After the layoffs thing, it's the Pokemon Go, the new avatar update. That
Oh
they
man,
had.
them shits look trash.
I mean,
The layoffs.
I don't know
is a
who
good
think
sign
that
a
was.
little bit.
Yeah.
So let's
let me-
talk about Pokemon Go first because I think that'll be a little bit
Alright.
easier to get through, and then the layoffs finally.
real quick. Yeah, so
Yeah,
I
the
can
main
actually get
event.
it ready on my phone. The article. So
All right, I want to start off the Pokemon thing. It looks dog shit. End of story.
Yeah.
I don't play Pokemon or anything. I think Yu-Gi-Oh is way better than that thing.
Oh,
That's
Digimon
just me.
is better.
I agree. I
Well, I
prefer
think
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Pokemon Go is like a lazy cash-in anyway, right? It's just like it's not
Yeah.
even like Pokemon Go is like a gimmick, like a fad. I don't
Yu-Gi-Oh's
really
more
like take
dark.
it seriously. Yeah.
I think it's just. I think it's done more harm than good. I know the whole walking thing, but sometimes do you have like the car drivers and shit and don't pay attention to the road? And I think
I really believe that they don't care. I don't think they care about Pokemon Go. I think the fact that they did this shows that it's just a side project cash in for them, that they don't actually care that much.
yeah,
Because
It's-
like Pokemon Go is like, it's one of those things like a gotcha game. There's so many games where like they're
Yeah.
like barely games and they're just like games
It's
people
a
play on their
gotcha
phone.
game.
So yeah,
See what I
they're
did
so
there?
popular.
And
They're
on
so
top of
popular
that,
and they
you
make a
you
lot
had
of money. But
stories years ago where people end up fucking getting killed, or get hit by a car. Someone
Finding
fucking
dead
just
body.
yeah, you're finding a dead body. Someone that's like snatching people or doing whatever crazy shit. It's
Or
like
I
just
just
falling
don't.
off.
retarded.
I just don't think Pokemon care that much. I don't think they really care about this game, and it was an
It's
easy
just a-
decision.
They're just
It
for
was
money.
it's easy decision for them to virtue signal with. I think they're like, this
Like
game
a-
is like whatever.
And people are
Let's
gonna
It's
go
do
like
it.
what I
along with
was.
it because
It's like what I was saying
been around
earlier.
for so many years now. It's so popular. So people are gonna feel like, oh, there's no point in complaining about it when there's a reason people should be annoyed by it and calling it out, because you're updating these character models that people can customize and all that to look like, for the women, they don't look feminine at all. They change the body types for a
They
reason.
look like
now.
men.
Yeah, they do. And
They
then
look
you
They
have
look like
They look like
twinks.
Walmart women.
They look like twinks.
they really do.
Twinkies.
Yeah,
I'm just surprised that people are still playing Pokemon Go because like I could have
Yeah.
sworn like
yeah.
Yeah,
I
me
thought
too,
this
like-
was shut down years ago.
I just
And that's
I
why they
think-
did it.
I can't stress
it's
that
minor.
enough. Like they don't care. They don't care about. It's like
Yeah.
they don't care about virtue signaling with that game, but they look at it as they don't care about the game, but they look at it as an opportunity that we can like look how good of people we are.
Yeah.
And you gotta think a lot of people that play Pokemon Go aren't really gamers anyway. They're like old ladies and like
Yeah, like soccer
Kids,
moms and shit.
Twitter's on Twitter feminists, little kids, like people who don't really care about games. So they're like, all right,
It's just
maybe-
another. It's just
Casual,
another IP that they just slapped something on. And everybody just play like Pokemon. You know what I mean? Like it's
Like,
just
it's
another
just
IP that
yeah, no, they just don't care about it. I just don't think they give a shit about it.
it's just
Like,
a,
they
it's
probably-
just a
they
big
probably
ass
receive some
cash grab.
pressure.
It's
They receive some
crazy how
pressure.
they want to lose money.
But that's what I'm saying. I think that they Pokemon Go is like one of those things where it makes the money through small increments because people might buy like a coin, whatever coins here and there or whatever, and it's like constant revenue and it's popular, but it's not like a real like cash earner. It's like it's hard to explain, but like it's just like static money for them. It's something that they don't constantly like think or care about. So they probably
Yeah.
receive some pressure where like some trans people were like, or some groups were like, hey, can you add this in because we feel like misrepresented or whatever, blah blah blah, and they just didn't care and did it so that people wouldn't like go after them, like just to like we don't care about
them
this
off
game,
their
and
back.
if it's
Oh yeah,
and
you
if
know
it's gonna
the
shut them
person.
up, then we're gonna do it. Yeah.
You know the person who's behind the designs for Pokemon Go was a trans person.
I'm not shocked.
Not surprised about that.
Makes sense.
What?
Yeah.
You know where the
Not
money, where they get the money from is like if they lose a lot of money and they get the
Yeah.
money from the BlackRock. I mean, they're like, oh,
Yeah,
here's
that's
some
why
money
they're doing
under
it.
the table. There you go. Yeah.
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 Yep.
But I think
Oh,
like
man,
the
that's
thing
like
the thing
It's
about
like the new hirings. There was a thing on their website
Mhm.
about new hiring, and then they're bringing up DEI and all that shit. That's
yeah.
all it is. Like people think like Nintendo or Pokemon. I forgot which one it was. If it was Nintendo or the Pokemon developers in particular, where they had like the whole hiring shit with that. But none of them are safe from this shit because
bro,
they'll play ball
they don't
with it no
care.
matter what. It doesn't matter. Like none of
They
these
don't care.
studios are like saints and can do no wrong. That's why people fell into that trap with CD Projekt Red, and look what happened.
Because they look at it like, all right, casuals are going to buy the game anyway. And the people that are going to complain, we're going to shut them up. So we don't care about adding this bullshit to the game because it's going to protect us from criticism from loud minorities. And on top of that, people are going to buy it anyway because it's Pokemon. So we don't really care. We're just going to do it to shut people up. That's how I look at it from their perspective. From their perspective, that's what I think they're doing.
Real quick, thanks
Yo,
for stopping
Guardian,
by,
I'll catch you
Guardian.
later, man. Thanks for
Indeed.
staying around. Yeah. Appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you. Yep.
Yo, peace, man. Yo, he's a cool dude too.
Yeah, Guardian's
Yes,
awesome.
he is.
He's an awesome guy.
Yeah.
All right, so anyone else have anything to say about Pokemon Go? I mean, I just think it's ass. I think they're lazy and they're just trying to shut people up, and they don't care about it. That's what I look at it
Yeah,
as.
it's just another game that it's just another game that will suck out people's money. It's just a waste of time, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So
What
Now
will
it's
be the
like
real
trainer days.
indicator?
Though I'm not
indicator.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Say what you're gonna say. I'll say it after.
Oh, okay. It's real quick. Though I'm not a Pokemon person, but I did see the changes in the update. That's pretty sad, and I feel sorry for everyone who's because I've seen some of the tweets on it that people that were actually genuinely loyal to this this cute little game were actually upset about it and really did not like the changes of how their character looked. So I genuinely feel bad for them, but I do look at it that it was definitely easier for them to do so because it's not like it's a big major like AAA project. It's just a little app game. So that's easier for them to do that and cover their tracks and no one really noticed besides the ones that played the game. So yeah, it's not nothing major, it's minor. So it's easier for them to just do it and dust their shoulders off and keep it pushing.
Yeah,
exactly.
And hope people don't notice or just ignore it,
That's my perspective too. Exactly what you said. And also, like, what the real indicator will be is if the next mainline Pokemon installment has this bullshit in it. I think that's really going to tell you how deep they are with that stuff. As far as Ahigal said, he was saying, hold on, what was it? Was it the comment again? He said,
which one?
The last one that he put up. Oh yeah, about the trans characters, right? Trans characters in games are dumb anyway because, and I agree with him, and I've said this for a while too, that if you're a man who identifies as a woman, why wouldn't you just pick a woman character, a female character? And if you're a female who identifies as a man, why don't you pick a male character? So it leads me to believe that it basically shows you that they don't believe that they can switch their genders. Even they're like, no, I want to play as a man who's dressed like a woman.
It's just
like basically
so when you say that out loud
because it's dumb. Because it's
It's a front. That's what it is.
I lost 30 IQ saying that just now.
Lost 20 years.
Now this is a knife. Now, but anyway, like the point is that these people, like, they're liars. They're disingenuous. This is a perfect example of how they lie. They're like, well, I want representation. All right, so then we just play a male or female. No, they got to look like a man or look like a woman in drag. And I'm like, so wait a minute. That means that even you don't believe the bullshit that you're spouting.
Yeah,
so if you're not going to believe it, why should I believe it? Why should I take it seriously? It's like, and honestly, it's a power play.
It's like
Yeah,
You know,
This
you
shit's
know,
crazy.
definitely.
I said this last stream, and it's hilarious. And this is why I think even that's crazy. I think even what's funny. I think even within the trans community, there's levels of insanity. Because I don't like it at all. I think all those people, like, I think they can do what they want, but at the same time, they shouldn't push it on anyone else. But at the same time, I think even within their groups, I think that there's like levels of extremists. Because when I used to play Tekken 7 a lot, right? And every Zafina player that I've ever spoke to on a mic was a trans person.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Which is crazy to me. Like what are the chances that every Zafina that you
Can't
speak
find
to?
that funny.
Yeah, and I'm not bullshitting you. Every Zafina that I've been in a chat with has always been a trans person. Every single one.
You all sound like Dr. Girlfriend from Venture Bros.
I'm not your mommy. Zafina. I don't feel comfortable driving men. No, but like, so even they, I think, would rather play as sexy female characters than most of like the loud. I think even within that community, the loud ones are still the outliers, which I think is like funny. Like is like, how you said as a female you'd rather play as like a sexy woman than these abominations. I think that a lot of trans people would rather do that too. I think it's just a loud like doofus activists that are really the ones pushing like. Plus, they have to look like they just got off their shift working the coal mine and shit to be a representation of them. So,
it's just.
But let's move on to the final topic because we've been in this for a while. Like it's almost like 5 hours. So let's hit this last subject and close things out.
Alrighty.
Not again.
What were you gonna say, Vitu? Before I read this article?
Yeah, but at this point, I really don't feel bad about them, losing their jobs and shit. If they really liked their jobs, they would have done their jobs right. But instead they want to push these little gay ass intergenders. No offense to them, the gays out there. They want to push microtransactions or changes to those to like games and shit that we loved about 20 years ago, and they get shocked once they get fired because all their products are bad. Like no shit, you're gonna lose your job when the product is bad, especially when they want that company want to save money. So. Anybody else?
I'll just say that it's not even just that. I think they have it's that, but I think they have there's a thing where like they feel like they can't fail because the brands are so big, where it's like, oh well, everybody loves God of War, we can't fail here, whatever. So let's just put a little of this, a little of that, and they're underestimating the reaction from the fan bases. And I think that I think now they're learning that, hey, we can't keep paying for people that are inexperienced and unskilled and making and letting them build these multi-million-dollar games for us and then having these massive flops. I think that ESG money can only cover but so much. And I think that the nature of these executives is they want to make a profit. So I don't think that even the executives are patient enough to wait things out. I think they see these flops and they're pulling out money too. And that's why you have situations like Saints Row Reboot, where that failed because there was zero tolerance for the amount of money that they lost. And I think that a lot of these corporate investors, they're like wisening up. So they're not listening to companies like BlackRock. They're not interested in that. They'd rather have a game like Stellar Blade, invest in that, and then let that make money for them. So I think even then, like I was mentioning earlier in the podcast, I think the investors are now starting to wisen up. And they're not listening to these people.
Yeah, there's also like these lies that say that these games are top sellers and 5 stars or 10 or all types of shit. Then why they have these massive layoffs? Why all these people are charging $100 DLC and they're still getting laid off?
Well, how many bad movies you watch where it's like where you see
where you see reviewers and the review is like, watch a X and X movie. Some critics are calling it the ultimate thrill ride. Meanwhile, the movie is dog shit and it's underperforming. So just because they're saying that like, oh, the thing is doing well doesn't mean that it is, right? Because it's like you said, why would they marketing? Why would they lay them off? I think there's like a lot of gears turning and a lot of cogs at play. And I think some of the people that are involved in this aren't activists. They're just listening to people that they consider experts. And now that they're seeing things fail, people are pulling out of like BlackRock. They're pulling out of companies, these game companies, because they're losing money. Like, hey, you lied to us. You said people want this. We're trusting you. And,
Yeah, exactly.
And whatever. It's, and that's the nature of anything when you're investing money in someone else or you're hiring somebody for a job, right? It's like, if you're working a job and your job is to do a certain thing and you're not doing it, then the boss is going to feel like, hey, you signed up here. I'm relying on you to do this. You're not doing it. Then, all right, screw you. You're fired. So I think it's kind of like a thing where by proxy,
you're not pulling your weight on the contract, right?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, like some feminist activist, like some Sweet Baby Inc., whatever her name is, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, or whatever the hell her name is. She's like
Tim Bel-Air.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Uncle
like
Phil,
Sweet
whatever.
Baby Stink. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm calling her Uncle Phil. But anyway, like she's saying all this stuff about scaring people and all this stuff into like doing what they want, but in the end of the day, it's not making them money. How much are these investors going to listen to them? A millionaire doesn't stay a millionaire by losing money.
Exactly.
Let me quickly read the article because I was going to read the article before everyone gave
sure thing.
Some context. So I kind of skimmed through the beginning of the article, but anyway, the company said in this is take two, just so everyone knows. The company said in a SEC filing published on Tuesday that it is streamlining its organizational structure, which will eliminate headcount and reduce future hiring needs. Take-Two says it will incur charges of up to $200 million to enact its cost-reductive program, while aims to save the company over $165 million per year. The downsizing efforts are expected to be largely complete by December 31st, 2024. A 5% workforce reduction works out to around 579 of the 11,580 employees that Take-Two disclosed in its latest impact report. The company hasn't specified which teams will be affected or which projects will be dropped. Grand Theft Auto 6, the highly anticipated title expected to launch next year, is likely unaffected. This announcement from one of the world's biggest gaming companies is yet another blow to the industry, which has been highlighted by mass layoffs since 2023. Take-Two is also currently in the process of purchasing Borderlands developer Gearbox from Embracer Group for $460 million. Is that it? Yeah, it looks like that's it.
Well, I mean, they're trimming the fat, right? If your company is not growing, it's because you're trying to reduce cost, right? So, I mean, if they were doing good, they would probably be hiring on more staff.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how I look at it. I mean, some companies will cut just because of to just like manage your money better. They will cut people that are unnecessary off just to like maximize their profits. But in this case, I think that there's a direct correlation between these games not doing well, being, poorly received. All these activist writers, I mean, they're hiring them for pennies. So I'm pretty sure they have no like qualms about cutting them either, like cutting them off.
Yeah,
trimming the fat. And I really think that's what it comes down to with this stuff. Like, it's just that they're not doing what they wanted to do, so they're reducing the size of the company.
Yep.
But they're about to make so much money with GTA 6 next year.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, that alone is going to make them bank. Even more bank, actually. So it's kind of weird. And they even stated that they weren't going to lay anyone off anyway.
And think about some of the weird stuff that's been coming out about GTA 6 developers, like some of these hires not wanting to like work and feeling like overpressure and stuff. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of those people got cut because of the scale of this project. You can't afford to have people that are not fully invested. I mean,
There was also something in E3 a couple years ago where people at I think it was 2K specifically, where they would talk about diversity. So, and again, 2K is owned by Take-Two.
You meant the Cringe Fest, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I mean,
that
I'm sure
was
they
powerful.
probably were affected because a
And
lot of these diversity hires are probably gonna see the door on their way out because they're not.
They suck.
Really, they suck. Yeah, that's why you're seeing these games come out broken and buggy. Yet they want to charge you $70 or more, or the fucking CEO Take-Two talk about, we want to charge people per hour, as if we're not already being raped by our wallets anyway from these people.
Like, these people are out of touch with all this shit. Like, let's charge people an hour or let's get tips. They really don't understand how business work, and for that, they're going to pay the consequences.
Well, they're greedy. That's what it is. It's like
they don't know what hard work is. Use their bare hands, go in the dumpster, full of maggots, or push down the trash down, and crap like they're dealing with 18-wheelers driving on the road.
Yeah, it's just businessmen. Businessmen
even
just
as
sit
an
on the
artist,
asses.
even as an artist, you can be a hard worker. I mean, look, there's time when I was creating my original animated series, Augur. You can watch episode 1 on my channel. Shameless plug, but anyway, if even when I was working on that, there were times where I was like drawing for like 14 hours at a time because it was a one-man job, right? Like, not everyone has the focus and like fortitude to do that. And and like the people that put time and effort into what they're doing are like, you would always rather have the guy who's gonna grind, and not just because he's getting paid or getting overtime, but because he cares enough that he wants to push it to the next level, right? Back in the day, a lot of developers were like that. You had programmers, coders, and digital artists or whatever that were making these models. Yeah, exactly. And what they would do is they'll say, all right, I know, all right, boss says, hey, it's time to go home, Brandon, or whatever their name is. And they're like, no, let me stay. I feel like I can like get this done before within the next hour or whatever. That kind of mindset is going to make your game better or make your product better. The guy who can't wait to get out of there.
They sleep in the office. They spend the night in the office. You want to keep working.
I'm not saying the company should force you to do that, but there are people that are willing to do that because they care about the quality of their work. And honestly, the best products come from people who think like that.
Time in the working. Yeah,
exactly.
That guy or woman who just wants to get out of there, that got hired for DEI, they don't give a shit. They're like, I got paid. It's hour 7. I'll fix whatever issues are tomorrow. And then there's the hard-nosed grinder that's like, no, I'm going to figure this shit out before I leave. And that's incentive to figure it out because they want to go home. It's like a totally different mindset.
That's a person that's actually doing their job. Like,
it kind of reminds me of like when I would train, when I would like either spar or grapple or whatever, like in my gym, there'll be some guys that will sit out every round, and there'll be some guys that would like do as many rounds as possible back to back because they know that the hard work is going to get them more reps and get better.
Yeah, just to get their technique right
better. And those are the guys that would always win medals, win competitions. The guys that were flaky, they would always lose. They would always be like, in jiu-jitsu competitions, always get submitted the first round. But all the fighters, all the like actual fighters who fight MMA, all the guys who would like roll like hard and compete, like me and the other guys, we would be in there going hard because we were more invested in it. And even though it's like, all right, class is over, it's time to go home, we're like, no, let's stay another hour and work on this technique. Let's drill this or whatever. That's always the difference between quality and BS.
But then you got guys in there who in there for like 5 years or more, still white belt.
Yeah, exactly. Then there's guys that are like still white belts in jiu-jitsu. I'm like, dude, how can you be training for 7 years and be like, and having gotten promoted at all, for example? So it's just, I feel like that mentality applies to like so many people, and to so many different things. I think that if a person's worried about gender politics, race and all this stuff, they're not focused on the task in hand. So how good could they really be? Especially if they're not getting hired off merit and hard work, or because they were the best, but because they just fit the quota of whatever was needed off a checklist.
Yep. And you got to see.
There's a lot like
job,
that.
they clock in and clock out and get a paycheck and leave, while others actually care and they're passionate and they're determined to put out their best work and their best work possible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And also keep
Like
in
this.
mind. I was just gonna say, keep in mind that like, these people are gonna, they're getting hired, right? They're hired for DEI purposes, and they're inexperienced on top of that. So not only are they, it's not like working at McDonald's where like, all right, you just got to make sure that you pull the burgers out in time, even though obviously those jobs are they actually are pretty hard because they require you to like be, deal with a lot of bullshit as well. But my point is like, but my
Like
whole
time
point, I'm
and shit.
not to shit on them, but it's just like, I'm not shitting on them. It's just that like with something like a game or a movie, it's like once that project is completed, it's not like going to work the next day and just like doing a little better. It's like, that's it. This reflects you. Your name is on this.
Yeah.
Like
Or like
anybody who plays this is going to see your name.
or like a painter, like paint the chapels or whatever, and you see this other dude painting literally nothing, and just broke off a table and say that's art.
Yeah. It's like look at Michelangelo or like all these artists in history. Those statues, they must have lost sleep over. They must have been like up for days and stuff. Especially back then where like there were no freaking work regulations. They just did it because they wanted to do it.
Yeah.
And these guys lost sleep. They probably grew freaking like Moses beards like in their studio or whatever they're working. They're physically chiseling stone to look like cloth. Like imagine making stone look like cloth, right? And like these people are like busting their ass. Like that's why they remember through history. That's why it's like 300 or 400 years later or whatever amount of time when we're still talking about Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci.
Yep.
But that's why things like your typical Cal Arts artist who does bean mouth and no shading, no detailed characters will be forgotten within the year.
Yeah.
There's always a difference between the two. So I think that like Take-Two or like whatever company, they'll never admit it why they're doing the firings, but it's likely because they realize, hey, these people aren't good and they have poor work ethic.
Yeah, I mean,
obviously they can't bash them publicly because that's unprofessional. So they'll just say, oh, we cut some people because we wanted to like clean up the company or whatever. But the real reason is like, oh, they
restructuring or what the fuck? It's like, all these little like fancy like corporate buzzwords.
Double speak to avoid saying that they fucking sucked and had no work ethic and we hired them and they didn't do their job.
They want to look like the good guys out of this situation, no matter what. Even when they fired 700 people and and they give out half-ass excuses.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever like been in the workforce, you know that like I've never been like fired, but like I've seen people get fired and I've fired people, and like honestly, like a lot of times, like the language that you would use or people would use would be like, hey, it's not working out. You're not we're just looking we're looking for other people that have different levels of experience or might be better for the job, but really like what they're telling you is that you fucking suck and we don't want to waste money on you anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's sad, but that's reality.
Something to say about the layoffs, or do you think as far as like there's like a shit ton of canceled projects as well along with the layoffs? So I don't know if anyone wants to speculate what those canceled projects are or what studios were shut down.
I don't know. I have no clue.
I don't know.
There's some canceled games like the new Star Wars games or some crap like that. I remember.
Oh yeah. I think the remaster of
games and I mean I would blame the people, the lazy people they hired, and then they laid them off, and that's what I think. I think it's a kind of a good thing they laid off the horrible, bad, lazy workers. That's what I think.
I agree with you.
You shouldn't be hiring these stupid people on taking lazy pills. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
They shouldn't be hired anyway.
Hire people that's more dedicated. Any type of games. Look at EA on the other hand. They laid off a handful of people, and it makes me kind of worried for the next Battlefield. Like, I'm hoping the next Battlefield will be all right. I don't know, but anyways, with the layoffs, like, I just think I don't know. Like, maybe it might be a good thing for for the
I think so too. I'd rather Star Wars not get tainted more than it already has, and I'd rather Battlefield. I'd rather a game like Battlefield go on hiatus until they can actually make a proper Battlefield game.
Well, speaking of Battlefield, EA Motive, since the Dead Space 2 remake was canceled, they're putting efforts into a new Battlefield game and a new and a fucking Iron Man game.
They should just more focus on Battlefield than Dead Space.
I'm glad that they
Dead Space 2 on the Series X because that's more better graphics.
Yeah.
The 360 version.
You know what's crazy? Dead Space, the original ages perfectly. That game did not need a remake at all.
It did not need it at all.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? I saw a dev dialogue about the game development, and they said the textures were really muddy, but because of the lighting sources being so good and the shadows being so good, that like it was a non-factor. That was basically like the gist of what they were saying. And when I had played the game recently on my Xbox One X, not that recently, a couple years ago, I was looking at it and I'm like, I know the textures are muddy, but the presentation is so good that like it doesn't matter. Yeah. You know, it still looks really good.
It's
like Gears of War.
When I played Gears of War series, the OG ones, 1, 2, and 3, and Judgment Day, it looks so fine on my Series X.
Even though Judgment Day was kind of mid, but I like, I was gonna say Baird is my favorite Gears character, so I was like, all right, I'll accept it because it's like I get like he's the star of the show.
That last Gears game was kind of ass.
Because Judgment is better than the recent Gears of War games. So,
that last game, the last Gears of War game was an abomination. And you know what I really didn't like about that game? I didn't like how they try to manipulate us with the most shallow tactics to make us hate JD.
Yeah.
Kate was updated for the modern day audience, just like MJ
when I chose the ending. When I chose the ending for that game, I chose to kill off what was his name? The other dude. Damn, what the hell was his name? Not JD.
Not Coltrane, right?
It's been a while since I played that.
But the other dude, because the whole time they took JD's character, and then they made him. It's like they just turned him into a douchebag that kills civilians, just to manipulate the people that like the character into hating him in Gears 5. So I felt that, and I'm like, damn, this writing is so blatant. I was like, this is so blatant and forced, and like I see that they're trying to. I hate when stories try to any story's trying to emotionally manipulate you, but I hate when they're trying to manipulate me into like accepting like this bad writing because all of a sudden this guy is a civilian killer who it totally has a total 180 in personality. Like, and now I'm supposed to like be like, yeah, he's the bad guy. Let me kill him. And then so conveniently, the feminist character that they added to the game that they made the star of the show and her black friend are these like good virtuous people. So it made me feel like damn, this is a really heavy-handed agenda. So I was like,
it's so on the nose, right?
Yeah, it's like so on the nose. I'm like, what are the chances? You know? And it's sad because in the Gears of War 4, both JD and damn, I keep forgetting his name. What the hell? I know if someone says it, it'll like instantly pop back into my mind, but
is it a regular name like Brian or something? Or
I forgot, but he was really good in Gears 4, and I liked him. He's one of my favorite characters. But then like and I also like JD, but then you're gonna make JD a douchebag and to make me choose between them in the next game inexplicably.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you might as well have you should have made a new character. Make a new character and then introduce him and then have him become a douchebag or something. Why are you going to take a character that was well liked and friendly and charismatic and say, yeah, he has no problem killing civilians, and then they even gave him a douchebag buzz cut.
Yeah, there's just I don't know what's going on.
Not that a buzz cut is bad, by the way. Not that a buzz cut is bad, but it just made him look like they just try to give him like that, like they try to give him that like dickhead racial, like just like you know how they portray like neo-Nazis and stuff like that. Like that's how I felt like they try to make him look. I just didn't like it.
Oh shoot! Yeah.
Like man, they. Oh wait, y'all heard about what Microsoft is doing, right? They said no more curvy women for the upcoming games.
Well, being that Microsoft is about to die anytime now, I'm not surprised. Yeah, there won't be any more curvy women because they're gonna be out of business soon.
I mean, to be fair, Microsoft.
That's why I'm getting a PlayStation Pro.
Yeah. I heard it's gonna be good. Hopefully, but
What were you
yeah.
saying,
So
Dan?
Gotta play that Cellblade.
I
Hollow.
was just saying, Microsoft is as good. Microsoft is almost like good as dead right now. It's like they are not producing any. You bought a $70 billion company. You haven't produced anything worthwhile.
yeah,
They
that's
could
the
have
thing.
made they could have made an exclusive Doom game.
Like,
Yeah,
like
they literally buy out all these companies and do fuck all with them.
Do jack
they're
shit
the
with them.
Disney. They're the Disney of the gaming industry. Honestly, they buy up companies and just turn them to shit.
They
Yeah,
buy them
exactly.
up to take them
shut them
away.
down.
They buy
do
them away
nothing
to
or shut
take
them down.
They only buy them to
Ah,
take them
lit-
away from PlayStation. They don't buy them
Yeah.
to make anything. They just don't want PlayStation to have anything
Yeah,
or whatever,
it's just
other
spiteful
or
shit.
PC.
I think that's
Or
competition when it's
Nintendo.
like
I mean,
they do nothing with them.
yeah, like Revenant said, this is why Xbox always gonna be the bottom bitch because they
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
fucking
they are.
It's
Well,
with
look,
Microsoft. They
no, go ahead, go on.
So with Microsoft, I feel like they like to, what they do with Asian country games. You know what I mean? I think Microsoft doesn't want that, and I think they want to threat Korean, Japanese people. You know what I mean? It's pretty jacked up. They say, "Oh, we're pro diversity." Yeah. Well, no. You see how the West,
yeah.
like they're so bad and corrupt, and they don't care about the Asians. They don't care about the people.
No.
You know what I mean? Who have Israeli faith and crap like that. They don't care about it. They say they care, but they really don't. They don't care about
It
anything.
just want to look virtuous.
They're pro diversity if it's the agenda that they want it to be. That's the only diversity they care about.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah.
funny. They need those type of people for their console. They have nothing. They need the Japanese or the whatevers to make games for their console because they have nothing.
Because
Yeah.
they don't want to they don't want to sell games, Dan. They want to sell you services.
They want to sell
So they're
games
not
that hasn't grown at all.
They want to sell you
It's-
politics.
And it's just Microsoft has always been like that. Microsoft will bombard you with 100 apps that could be one app. They'll send you like 3 different apps that have a pro, for example, on PC. They have like a pro version of it. And they all are basically, you can get everything that it does in another like app not made by Microsoft. That's how Microsoft is. They just want to sell you as many services as possible. So their gaming platform, they don't look at it as like, oh, fun games for the player. They look at it as like, no, under the umbrella of Microsoft, we also have game consoles. We have PC. We have whatever. They don't actually have like true investment in Xbox. So for them, they feel like, all right, if we buy these third party developers, they're gonna make their third party games anyway. But now we're gonna make them exclusive. So you're not even getting like real exclusives. You're getting like multi-plats that probably don't have as much quality as like something that would be a AAA mainstream game like from Sony. But you're getting
exactly.
You're basically getting like whatever. You're basically getting like a Doom Eternal. Even though I like that game a lot. You're basically getting a Doom Eternal, but now it's exclusive. When in reality, like an exclusive Doom should be way more than what Doom Eternal is, because whatever. So
Wait, hold on. I want to call out something. Don't you find it funny that ever since Microsoft bought these companies, they haven't made any good exclusives like Brazil with Starfield, Redfall, shit like that?
yeah, because they're not like, these are just like, I mean, all games are like made by corporations and companies, but it's just corporate entertainment, soulless corporate entertainment. That's why Gears of War went from a hard-nosed, edgy, badass game meant for like men to let their aggression. I mean, that's what it is, to let their aggression out, blow people up, whatever. It went from that to a game that is about this woman's relationship with her mom and her like destiny and shit. They like did a total 180. That was the difference. One is a corporate.
That's what they did with God of War, and also
God of War.
Even Mortal Kombat. You're seeing now all these like long running series that men and even women were able to enjoy. People were able to unwind or just like have fun, or fucking like kill a bunch of enemies, blood splattering all over the place and shit like that. It's like all that's like gone now because they want to just push a bunch of agendas and for ESG, and you know, and they got all the activist hacks within the studios just running amok and destroying everything that we enjoy. But just because they infiltrated our space, they now have basically just ruined, you know, shit that we really enjoy, all just to appease their own
Yeah.
you know, twisted world views on what they think
Yeah.
should be in a
Yeah.
video game,
Yeah.
and
Well,
disregard
alleg-
everything else.
well, allegedly, I don't know if this is true or not. Stellar Blade, the crew who's making Stellar Blade, they went to Microsoft first. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not, but
If
it's
that's
I
true,
heard
then,
about that
then
too.
then Microsoft are fools then,
Yeah, they just lost a
because
lot
they
of
really.
money,
they were greenlit fucking Redfall, but
right?
a game like Stellar Blade now.
Yeah, but I mean that goes
Yeah.
to show you that they put that they have their agenda of what they deem acceptable for their platform.
They are
But
literally like
but
they
I
are
just also
literally like
want to say that
shooting
like
themselves in the foot.
we have to remember that all these companies are not your friend, and they all
Yeah.
have pros and cons, whether it be PC, Xbox, PlayStation,
Yeah.
or Nintendo or whatever, Steam. They all have pros and cons, and like the worst thing that gamers do is choose to have like this extreme brand loyalty, because if you're getting a better deal, let's say with Nintendo or with Sony or with Xbox, you should go where the benefit for you as a gamer is. You shouldn't be loyal to
Yeah.
a company because let's say you enjoyed the Xbox 360 despite Xbox One X not being that good, and then you're buying a Series X hoping that it goes back to the 360 era. Why not,
Yeah.
as an adult, say, hey, I'll get the console that benefits me. If Microsoft picks up the pace, then I'll get an Xbox, right? But it's kind of like weird how people, they're so irrational about their fandoms. Like even PC, it's like people talk about PC and yeah, it has a lot of good qualities about it, but there are things about it that aren't so good either, right? And
Right.
you know, whenever you decide to be an elitist, you're basically committing yourself to being a corporate slave, more or less, because whatever they do, now you have to justify, buy, put out, and you're putting this company before your own actual enjoyment and benefit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Exactly.
a
Like
cult.
shit is outrageous.
Like look at Nintendo. Nintendo had all the backwards compatibility stuff, but then what they did, they locked it behind paywalls. Like instead of just being able to buy the game, now I need services. I need all this stuff. All this stuff happening. Nintendo doesn't
Yeah.
have a lot of power with their console. So if there is a game that's multi-plat and it's on Nintendo, you're getting the weakest version of it.
Yep.
The
Exactly.
online service
That's
is
guaranteed.
mediocre or whatever, but they also have a lot of fun games. They have like less woke shit on there overall, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
And then you have
Yeah.
Sony.
Like
Sony has crazy AAA games. They have like a good interface. It's easy. The PS5 is pretty
Unfortunately, a
powerful.
lot of their exclusives, or
Have
well,
woke shit in it.
I can't really call them exclusives anymore. But a lot of their games, you know, have a lot of woke shit. So there is some quality as far as like, all right, it works fine, controls
Mhm.
good, looks good, and all that.
But
Frame
there's
rate's
woke shit
pretty good.
everywhere.
But yeah, then there's woke shit. where
And
Xbox
at
is
least it
there's
has
woke shit,
exclusives.
but everything is like a mess.
And
Yeah.
at least it has at least it has them. Even if I don't like them and think they're woke garbage, at least they have them. So to somebody who doesn't care about this stuff, that's a benefit of getting a Sony console.
Yeah.
So, and that involves everything. Xbox has Game Pass, and it has even though Game Pass is mid, but it has backwards compatibility that's easy to use, and that to me
Yeah.
makes it like
I
that.
think that's
The saving
I think
grace
that's
of
the
the
best.
Xbox.
Yeah. That's the best upper hand that they could ever have.
Yeah, they have backwards compatibility. Yeah, they have backwards compatibility, and on top of that, Xbox consoles are pretty powerful. So when you're playing like a backwards compatible game, they have enhancements for them and stuff, whatever. And then PC has mods, it has emulation, all that stuff. But on top of that, PCs you're waiting years for exclusives. And on top of that, the question always has to be asked: PC is more powerful than console, but is your PC more powerful than console? Then you got to think about optimizing the game's optimization. You might have to change the settings to make them work properly, which is something that somebody else might not want to do. Like me personally, I know how to do it. I've done it before, but it's so much of a hassle and it's so much of a financial investment that I don't want to game on PC anymore. That's why I haven't gamed on PC since like the PS2 era. So there's always a pro and con, and people need to stop, glazing, right? Stop glazing these consoles, these console developers, and say, hey, let me think about me as the gamer and not about, showing my loyalty to this brand logo.
Yeah, this tribalism bullshit.
I think with Microsoft, they might get huge layoffs until, like, if they never bring in Call of Duty on Game Pass, I know from now on, then they might have thousands and thousands of layoffs. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I hope something like a Call of Duty Game Pass comes in. That's what I hope.
Hubris versus logic.
Might as well have them get laid off. Yeah.
Hubris versus logic. It's like they know. It's like they'll do anything to make money except make good games.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but I think that we hit all the subjects for the most part, right? Because we were 5 hours in. I think we should end it. Everybody here, thanks for staying for so long. It was like a long podcast, so
appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no problem. No problem.
It was gonna be shorter than last time, but
Melina, thanks for joining for the first time.
yeah, let's
Thank
let everyone do
you.
their-
You're
Thank you
always
for bringing
welcome
me on.
on.
let's
One day we
everyone,
can play. One
do
day
their
we'll do Resident Evil 5. We'll do a live stream Resident Evil 5 or something like that. It'd be fun.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's been an honor. Seriously.
Y2, thanks for coming on.
Let's all
Yeah, let's do our
problem.
outro. Thanks everybody for coming on, but let's do our outros.
Yeah.
Alright.
Whoever wants to go first.
No, I could go first. I'm right to viral. I play walkthroughs of Dragon Age, WWE, Saints Row 1 and 2, and much more on my channel.
All right, man. Everybody check him out. He has a fun channel. His wrestling stuff is actually really good. I would argue it's underrated. A lot of creativity.
Yeah.
I saw. I've tuned in for some of the streams and the gameplay. It's fun. Yeah, he really cares about the stuff he does. So, Dan, you want to give the outro?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
I'm Dan Nerd. I pretty much upload anything I want on my YouTube channel. I say I don't have a filter on my YouTube channel. I say everything, and I usually mean it, unless I'm proven wrong, and I can admit when I'm wrong about some things. And overall, that's about it. I just upload anything and everything I want, and I have a fun time doing it. So.
Oh yeah, check out Dan. Dan has some good takes, man, and it's good to hear. Seen some of his videos. I joined him on one of them, and guy's a sensible guy. Everyone should check him out. He has some really good takes.
Yeah, I would definitely check him out.
Yeah. All right, Apollo Patriot, you want to do outro?
Sure. I guess show my promote or something like that. Sure.
If you have anything, just
I'm on YouTube. I guess. I mean, you don't have to subscribe to me or anything like that. I'm just a simple dude on the internet, but I used to be a full-on outfit YouTuber for Ghost Recon, Breakpoint through Wildlands, and crap like that. Known controversial outfits, hardcore crap. I play a lot of Caliber videos, Art of Warships.
Nice.
I used to be
You upload?
Ghost Recon only, but now it's I upload. And I'm on
Oh,
Rumble.
cool. All right.
Rumble's tend to be Rumble is I'm on there that's only Russian mercenary stuff because YouTube hates Russian mercenary.
Yeah.
Big time. So that's what I do.
They have free speech.
So I have a huge open free mind. I'm free will. I make
as it should be.
Yep.
And also, don't listen to him. You better subscribe to his channel because I'm sure that shit is hot. That shit is hot.
Yes, big time.
Anyway, so check him out. He's being humble.
Definitely check out him.
Yeah. I appreciate Apollo Patriot. He's been around for a long time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, my interactions with him. Yeah, always been good. It's finally good to have him on speaking and hearing him, and it's really cool.
He speaks the truth too. People got to support Russian and Korean games.
Yeah,
that seems like the future. It's the way things are going.
Powerhouse. It is a powerhouse.
And Melina Chan, you want, or is it? Am I saying correctly, Melina Chan?
Chan.
Chan.
Okay. Yes.
All right, Melina Chan, give your outro and let us know what you're about.
I wish I had more to give because I mean I've been around even though on my YouTube channel it shows that when I made this account it was a second account with my other one
Okay.
Had like a scammy issue. So, but I've been around for years. It's just this year I really do hope and pray this time I can really focus on getting my channel and socials going for real this time,
Okay.
and not put it off or let life take away from it, because this is my passion. It's something I've always wanted to do for years, since I was in middle school, and I think it's time that I truly just like
Embrace it.
just huh
Embrace it.
yes, embrace it and move forward with it and not put it off. Like, say I'm gonna do it, then it's like life comes in and I gotta put it off on hold. I don't want to do that anymore. But I am a gamer, and I'm also an artist as well. And my art is very versatile. Unfortunately, I'm the kind of artist that I'm a visual artist, so I can't, as much as I would like to, because I too always wanted to make my own like game and have my own OC, but I would have to have someone help me make it happen, at least drawing out the characters, because I can't draw it off the top of my head. I usually look at a picture and replicate it, but put a little twist to it to where it's not completely like it. So I'm that type of artist. So I do different stuff. I do realistic, pop art, still lifes, all that stuff. Just very versatile. Same thing with my content. It's gonna be very versatile. Like, I'll have it's gonna be hard now because I can't really do too much content like on Mortal Kombat, but it would be a bunch of different games that I'll play. So that way,
I understand that.
so you got, like, people aren't just used to this one thing. At least they know that, like, okay, I do this, I do that, so that way they'll get used to that, and not that I'm just stuck on one thing. And then when I eventually want to branch off, I won't have
deal with the
them not getting
consequences of that.
adjusted to it. Yes. So I always wanted to have the idea to start off outright with having multiple ideas. I'm just full of ideas and just versatile like that. So I'm sorry, all I have is my YouTube channel. If you want to follow, it's perfectly fine, but I really, really do cherish and grateful and appreciate the support. And I have my Instagram, which I'm kind of gonna, in a way, rebrand a little bit. It's Melina Monroe, because I also love Marilyn Monroe, so that's why the last name is Monroe, but I made change
like
Melina Chan. Oh, thank you.
Okay.
And my spiritual name
no
is
problem.
Serenity Karma, so I go by one of those two names. You can call me Melina or Serenity. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
But yeah, that's
Alright.
and then I have X, Instagram, X, Facebook, all pretty much the same name. So yeah, and YouTube. But I'm gonna put all my stuff on YouTube, my links and all that.
Okay,
So yeah.
cool.
All right.
And thank you so
you-
much for bringing me on. It has been
Oh, you've been great.
absolutely a wonderful
no problem,
experience.
yeah.
I was so super duper nervous, or I figured you guys wouldn't get back, because I was actually trying to get in contact with Remnant beforehand, but I couldn't find. So I'll find him. Well, I found him on X, but to message him, I couldn't find a way to do so. So I would have to wait. I thought, like, I would have to wait until the next time he does a live, and then I'll shoot my shot basically, and hopefully he'll respond back. So I really, really do appreciate you guys bringing me on board. You have no idea how honored I feel. It makes me happy, and I was just so nervous. It's been wonderful, and the conversations have been excellent. I don't know if 4 hours was too long, or
Five
that means
hours.
that was a great thing. Oh, 5 hours. I'm sorry,
we
5
went that
hours.
No,
late
you're
last
good. You're
time.
good. You're
Yeah.
good. No problem. It was good having you. I'm glad that you were able to feel comfortable and speak your mind. And
I have fun here.
I'm glad
thank
that
you.
I'm glad that you're speaking on it, because more people need to hear like a female voice talk unbiasedly about this without fear. So I'm glad that you decided to come on here and do that.
Speak
if
your
you're-
mind.
if you're-
It's good.
So, and if you're interested
And
in
you're
the
more
art
than
stuff,
welcome
you should
to join.
come on
whenever
anytime.
next time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I
You can hit-
appreciate it. I would love to.
You could hit me up on X, because I do a lot of digital art and I actually do need some help. So if you're interested, you can message me on there.
his X is at Beard King Art. It doesn't say
Yeah.
Jinpachi, so
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
You said
'cause, like, I
Beard
actually-
King Art?
Yes. But my YouTube link's in the bio as well.
Yeah.
But so if you do digital art, it actually would be helpful, because I do a lot of animation. And I need somebody to help me out with it. Like even if it's just like simple things like still life stuff, background stuff. So if you ever want to do it, you're ever down, and I can also give you a credit in the video. So.
Oh, thank you. I'm
Yeah,
actually trying to. I actually got to get into digital
dope.
art. I hope to one day get my equipment for it. I just do everything by hand, like pencil and paint. I'm sorry.
Oh,
No, it's
Yeah.
fine. No worries. No worries. It's just like I said, I'm taking the opportunity because I actually need the help. It makes things faster.
Okay.
But
Okay.
no problem. So thanks for everybody coming on. I'm Jim Pachi. I do animation, digital art, gaming. I stream. I do some political commentary, as you can see. A lot of Arkham content on there. So check it out. Check out my original series, Augur. Episode 1 is up. Episode 2 is in the works. I have another animation coming soon too. It's based on Arkham Knight, so it's gonna be a fun little thing that you could check out.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for that.
And subscribe to the channel if you're interested, and check it out. If not, that's fine too. You should subscribe because that shit is hot. That shit is hot. But anyway, thanks for coming on, and everyone for coming on, and subscribe, check everyone out, and
Shit does hot.
So obviously you guys know who I am clearly. So I talk about political shit and whatever things that are going on within gaming and things that are outside of gaming sometimes. So I pre-ordered Celeblade, so I'm gonna try to stream that when it comes out. I think it's coming out Friday, and I'll try to do more game streams since I got the PS5.
Right, really?
I can do game
Oh
streams.
yeah, a lot of people gonna be streaming that.
Yeah. And I ordered a new mic. I think not a mic. I'm sorry, a headset. So it should be. I think it already came today. They already just picked up a package. So anyway, so that should be. I'll try to test it out. I might do a test stream to see how it sounds. So if anyone wants to check that out, or just be like notified, or just keep an eye out for that. But
definitely down for that.
I still got to do the Dragon's Dogma video, talk about the shills and how the reviews and all that crap, and
I
also
definitely can't wait for that.
And Capcom's localization. I don't know if any of you guys know about that.
Yeah. The whole.
But I'll try to address everything in the video and do that. It's been great having you all on. You all were great being on. Even also Christian Frades, check out his channel.
Yep. Everybody who joined in.
Reborn. He also had messaged me on Discord saying that thank you to the guys on the panel and everyone in the chat. So definitely check him out. Am I missing anyone else that was on here?
I don't believe so. Anyone who we forgot, thanks for coming on and thanks for being part of the chat.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
And also I forgot to mention. I was just gonna say I'm gonna stream. I'm probably gonna be streaming Stellar Blade as well. So 2 different perspectives, 2 different channels. So could be fun too.
On YouTube or on Twitch?
On YouTube.
Okay.
But,
because Twitch is becoming a cesspool.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother podcast.
Speaking of streaming, I'm gonna be streaming later on tonight. So I'm gonna be streaming Saints Row 2, Tony Hawk Pro Skater, and Wanted Dead. So hopefully I'll see y'all there as well.
Yeah.
And
on YouTube, right?
Yeah, on YouTube and Twitch.
Okay. Cool. Right.
And Sunday I'm gonna be streaming Fallout 4.
Nice.
So
I
got a big ass
podcast this week. I'll put in the community post, as you all will know. So, and I'll try to send the links out to everyone, like I did this time. So everyone knows.
All right. So, in that case, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thanks for everyone on the panel, everyone in the chat, and we'll catch you later.
Have a great week.
All right.
Bye, gentlemen.
Peace.
Have a good weekend.
Bye.
Peace.
Everybody else too. Peace.